Thanks so much for joining us here on this Wednesday. I'm Brooke Hash with Grace McKenna.
New this morning, we are learning that the death toll from Tuesday's tragic UPS cargo plane crash has risen to 9.
Governor Andy Beshear made that announcement on Twitter this morning, saying the number of those lost has risen to at least 9, with the possibility of more. Right now, these families need prayers, love, and support. Let's wrap our arms around them during this unimaginable time. We've also learned the National Transportation Safety Board will be on scene within the next hour. That coming from Mayor Craig Greenberg.
And we want you to take a look now at this new dash camera video just into our newsroom. It shows the terrifying moments that plane careens wing first and bursts into flames right in front of that truck driver. We're told that he was parked about half a mile south of Ali International.
Our Jim Stratman and photojournalist Philip Merle are out near the crash site. Jim, what are you seeing this morning? Crews we know still out there working the scene.
Brooke, it's still a very active scene. In fact, you're coming on to us just as more fire crews are arriving on scene, maybe to spell some of the workers that have been out here all night long trying to get this scene completely under control. We have seen this develop for hours now. You're going to see as Philip zooms in further on down the road. This is about as close as we can actually even get to the crash site. We really can't even get that close. We can't see any debris at this point, but further on down there is where crews are working at this point. Now, you hear that announcement as well. This area currently under 24-hour surveillance. They are going to be monitoring this scene for a very long time. It could take days, in fact, before everything is worked out. We know the NTSB on its way down here right now to make sure that they can begin their investigation. Still a lot of unanswered questions, but we do want to go ahead and show you some of what we've been able to see so far today. Philip was out here earlier this morning getting some video with our WHAS11 drone. You can see these images right now, and it may be hard to tell exactly what you're looking at, but far off in the distance there, you're going to see a fire engine tower spraying water down onto the scene. This was taken maybe an hour ago at most, and so you can tell this is still extremely active. This fire has been burning for a while. Crews still been trying to put out hot spots. We're working to learn more information about the extent of what is still going on on the scene. Hopefully we'll learn that a little bit later on this morning when the NTSB is able to speak with us. Hopefully they'll be able to fill us in a little bit further on the situation as it stands. Let's go ahead and show you some more video right now. We're going to be showing you a lot of stuff here because there is a lot to show with this scene. We'll go ahead and show you some video of the planes themselves, the plane themselves crashing. I do want to say this could be very hard for some viewers to be able to watch. It is some definitely some traumatic video, and so we want to show you this happen. It looks from the video that we've seen, and I'm sure plenty of people have seen already on social media, of this plane crashing down into the area just past the airport. It looks as though the plane turned a little bit, but really what's so intense about this is the amount of smoke, the amount of fire immediately coming off the ground once this touchdown happened. It is tough to watch. It's tough to hear the sounds of the plane crash. It's tough to watch as well. And this led to a giant scene throughout Louisville. The plumes of smoke from that crash were seen pretty much everywhere throughout the city, and plenty of people immediately drawn to the attention of how serious this situation was. We know as of this morning, thanks to Governor Beshear's posting on X, that 9 people are confirmed dead at this point. Others still injured, 2 of them critically injured at University Hospital with burns. So we're working to learn more about the condition of those people. But again, 9 dead, and that is a shocking number. We know that about 3 people were on board that plane. Those other deaths, we know those other deaths coming from people who were not aboard that plane, which is, it is hard to fathom the scene, the sight from yesterday, and just what some of these families could be going through. We do want to show you some more video of those plumes of smoke rising above the sky. I mentioned how it immediately alerted people to the distress that was happening and unfolding, that scene out here near the airport. I know that I was having people from my family members here in Louisville texting in our family group chat, all of them sharing pictures of the smoke, saying what's happening, asking the questions, and immediately raising concern for everybody involved in this. Again, this is a scene that has been developing since yesterday afternoon around 5:30. We know that they had closed the airport at one point. We know that Target suspended services. There was a shelter-in-place order that extended for pretty much the entirety of Jefferson County at one point in time because of the smoke rising into the air quality alerts. Eventually, they were able to shrink that down. We know that that has shrunk significantly now. Really, it's centered more around the airport, around right about where we are. That's where the shelter in place is at this point. The air quality is still being tested constantly. We were able to speak with the mayor this morning, who gave us some of those updates. Again, the mayor constantly in contact with officials out here at the scene. And again, we're hoping to learn a little bit more as we go throughout the day. But Brooke, Grace, this is something that will continue to develop. It is not something that is going to be resolved anytime soon. We're hoping to learn more when the NTSB is able to get into town. We're hoping to learn more as officials are able to reveal more. We don't know the identities at this point of any of the victims at this point. We know that crews were out here this morning, though, looking for more people. They were going to be canvassing the area around this crash site, making sure that they found any other survivors, any other victims of this crash. Is something that they really want to try to make sure that they have a full count of before they continue to go forward. So again, more of that will probably come out later on in the investigation, but for right now, it really is just reflecting on that staggering number, 9 people confirmed dead, more injuries, a couple critical injuries at this point. We're going to go ahead and continue to try to get more information as the day continues. But again, you came on to us as more crews arrived on scene, and just down this road, you can see where those firefighters are stationed. Lots of flashing lights, still a very active scene. Again, we saw earlier this morning, fire crews pouring even more water onto what we assume were more flames, potentially just hot spots around the crash site. It is going to be active for a very long time. Something else I've noticed, though, we've seen more people continuing to walk onto the airport. These are workers reporting for duty today at the airport. It hasn't stopped necessarily their functions. We knew that earlier this morning, UPS did send out a notice that some workers were not going to be coming in today, but plenty still arriving and having to walk past this scene here on Grade Lane. You can see now more fire trucks coming back this way. Can't say for certain, it may be the same 2 fire trucks that we even saw pull up as we came live on the air. But it is going to be an area that you need to avoid all day long. We have heard that from Governor Andy Beshear. We've heard that from the mayor. We've heard that from just about every single official who has spoken in the last 24 hours. Avoid the area. Allow the first responders to be able to do their jobs. Give them the time and the space required to make sure that the search for more people can be as effective as possible. The containment of this fire and this crash site can be as effective as possible. You staying out of here can give them the best ability to do their jobs. Now, there are police over here, and I've seen a couple police officers have to go talk to some semi-truck drivers who are driving past, wondering why they can't get down to their delivery point. It's going to be a situation everybody is going to have to deal with and accept as this investigation continues to play out. Again, the biggest update I think that's going to come a little bit later on today will be whenever the NTSB is able to speak with us about the beginning of their investigation. Hopefully we'll learn a little bit more, maybe even before then, but when they are able to speak, it sounds like that might be our next best opportunity to get further information from officials at the very least about where this stands, where the recovery efforts stands, where the rescue efforts stand, and where the containment of all of this is able to stand. So Brooke, Grace, we're going to be out here along Grade Lane, right next to the UPS Worldport for a while, at the very least, watching this scene unfold, waiting to see if we get any more information from officials. We'll go ahead and toss it on back to you all for now, but we'll be checking back in here in a little bit.
All right, Jim, thank you. When it comes to those officials, hearing from the NTSB, we don't have an exact time on yet, but I can let you all know that we'll be hearing from some city officials, Mayor Craig Greenberg, the Louisville Regional Airport Authority, Metro EMS, as well as the Okolona Fire Department here coming up in less than an hour.
Yeah, about 11 o'clock. And then, and thank you again, Jim, for sticking with us there. At 11:30 is when the governor is expected to do his Team Kentucky update. And we've been told, of course, that will be talking about those details in the crash.
Meanwhile, we've learned more already from Mayor Craig Greenberg this morning, calling this a crisis for the community and for UPS.
This is a tragedy for the victims that we've lost. It's a horrible event for everyone that's part of the UPS family and our entire city. So I've been speaking with UPS officials. They are heartbroken.
Greenberg said UPS will be cooperating with the NTSB investigation, which we know is set to begin here really shortly. About an hour ago, Mayor Greenberg saying that the NTSB would be here in a matter of about an hour. So we're expecting that here shortly. Meanwhile, some other details that we can let you know still in effect as of this morning. A shelter-in-place order that originally stretched from the outer loop to Jeffersonville has now been reduced to a quarter-mile radius around the Grade Lane area. JCPS did cancel class for all schools today because of air quality concerns, and LMPD's training center on Taylor Boulevard has been acting as that victim reunification center. UPS also set up a hotline for families trying to reach loved ones. We want to give you that number. It's 1-800-631-0604. Ollie International was closed for hours last night. It does have one runway open as of this morning, so that's some good news.
Yes, our Clary Shaley and photojournalist Hayden Sorgenfrey have been there all morning long talking to a number of people. We know some had to sleep over at the airport overnight who were on a plane when this crash happened and were told to get back and deboard off of the airport. Some left waiting for family. Clarice, what have you seen so far?
Well, from the hours that I've been here at the airport, I can say that the departures have changed, and it looks like it's looking up. A lot of on-time flights here as departures, but there still is one canceled to Washington, D.C. Also, with arrivals, a lot of just delays, and that's what I've been hearing from people as well. I've talked to a few people here who've said that their flights are being delayed. I will let you see here a check-in area. I'll step out a little bit more. I can also say, although there are a lot of people here, I've seen them flow through and they are getting them worked through. But again, everyone I've been speaking to today is very understanding on the reason why there are delays and cancellations. I do want you to go ahead and take another look here at what some of the people saw last night around the airport area. This is video from people who were driving alongside I-65 and in the surrounding neighborhoods as police and fire blocked roads leading to the airport. A lot of people I've spoken to have also seen this video on social media just this morning. I just spoke to one person waiting to catch her flight to Dallas that it continues to get delayed, and she says she saw the cloud of smoke and immediately knew something was wrong, and then she learned more about the situation.
I think we're very understanding. I mean, we're just happy that the airport's open and we have a chance to get to Dallas, because we know we have a really good chance of getting to, Southern California if we can at least get to Dallas.
And flights at the Louisville airport are delayed or canceled because of that crash, and you can see now those times on your screen right now. Again, the airport says travelers should keep an eye on their flights for delays and cancellations. Again, a lot of the departures are still on time and are leaving just a little delayed, a lot more on time than there are canceled, which is a good thing. And again, with arrivals, and I'm checking them on my phone here, a picture I had taken, arrivals are a lot are delayed. Some have arrived, but there are still a lot that have been delayed. So we'll continue to look here on the situation at the airport. But again, people are very understanding considering what has happened with the plane crash. Brooke.
Is this good down here?
Thank you so much.
Check,
we
check.
did
1, 2, 3, 4,
briefly
5,
before we
6,
get to
7, 8,
Conroy
9, 10.
just get an update from
Okay,
U of L
1, 2, 3,
Health.
4, 5,
they
6,
let
7,
us
8.
know that they had received 15 patients in total from this incident across several hospitals. As of this morning, 13 of them have been discharged. So a little bit of good news this morning, but we are certainly still thinking of 2 patients who U of L Health say remain in critical condition at the ICU. So we're thinking of them, and that is a new information just into our newsroom.
And we'll keep you updated on that. We do want to get out to Conroy Deluge and photojournalist Alyssa Newton, who are out at the Regional Airport Authority with officials preparing to give a briefing for us. Conroy, what can you tell us?
Good morning, Grace and Brooke. Well, that was good to hear that some have been discharged, because every time we've come to you live with an update from here, it's been a rise in death toll or some more discouraging news. So certainly good to hear that this morning. And we are expecting the Mayor Craig Greenberg, to be here at 11 a.m. approximately for another update here from the Louisville Regional Airport Authority Administrative Building, located just past the departure terminal section of SDF here in Louisville. And we're expecting not just the mayor, but also Louisville Regional Airport Authority officials, and we're expecting Louisville Emergency Services and also the Okolona Fire Department officials. Now, Okolona was the department that actually led the response last night. We did hear from Louisville Metro Fire Chief O'Neill, but he said it was them who was providing support to Okolona, who was leading this massive response just south of the airport, where the crash site was, about 3 miles south of the airfield for UPS. So we don't quite know what we're going to learn this morning at this point, but as we've been reporting all morning, the mayor has confirmed that 9 have died. Some have been discharged, which is good news, but you know, obviously there's still a lot more to come. There's still a lot more for the scene, for NTSB, who is now in town, a lot more for them to investigate as the crash scene starts to clear up and we start to learn more details about what happened out here. But now, for now, Grace and Brooke, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Certainly still a lot of details to learn, and we're going to be bringing that news conference live to everybody on our station on WHAS11 Plus. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here for what we're broadcasting, at least to you, and we're going to stay live on WHAS11 Plus. So if you're not watching us there, you can pop over.
So, of course, I mean, the big news of the day is from that crash yesterday. It happened at about 5:15 p.m. over at Ali International, a UPS cargo jet bound for Honolulu, Hawaii. It was about a 9-hour flight full of jet fuel, about 220,000 pounds of fuel, which is why that was just such a massive plume of a fireball. Yeah. Again, 9 dead. We have heard that through the family reunification process that 16 families have reported somebody missing. So the death toll is expected to rise. Mayor Greenberg and Governor Beshear they both said that this number 9 unfortunately is not going to stay that way. And then again, hearing from U of L Health that now they have taken in a total of 15 patients across all of their health systems, and as of this morning, 13 have been discharged, so still 2 critically injured in the burn unit at U of L Hospital. Yeah.
All right, so stick with us here on WHAS 11 Plus. Pop on over there, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on WHAS 11 Plus. I'm Grace McKenna.
And I'm Brooke Hash. A lot to get to today. Of course, we are continuing our coverage of that UPS cargo plane crash that crashed yesterday off the tarmac at Ali International. And you can see with our meteorologist Matt Breland behind you, the plume of smoke miles. And then it shows up on radar. That's not rain. That's not cloud cover. That is the smoke that billowed across into southern Indiana.
Stunning, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's certainly what caused just our eerie image that we had yesterday evening. It was instantaneous. As soon as the crash happened, all of that fuel began to burn up, and that's what led to this massive plume of smoke that just filled our downtown skies. So this was all throughout our Tuesday evening. Just as the sun was setting, that plume of smoke just quickly took over our skies across downtown. So this is certainly a result of all of that fuel that was burning consistently through the night. and that is what led to that ominous picture that we had for our Tuesday evening. Now, last night there were air quality alerts. I do want to update you and let you know that according to the latest from the Louisville Air Quality Alert Team, the only people that really should keep this into consideration are if you are a part of sensitive groups, perhaps with asthma, lung disease. Give yourself a bit of caution if you are going to be outside, but they are still considering it to be safe outdoors. We're just seeing those normal fine particles that we typically see throughout normal business afternoons. So particles from motor vehicles and just typical downtown machinery causing just normal pollutants in the air. So as of right now, the air quality, it's still safe to be outdoors, just as I mentioned. If you're part of those sensitive groups, keep that in mind if you are going to be outdoors. Here's how things look right now. Temperatures into the lower 60s. We have winds out of the southwest at 15 miles per hour and gusting close to 30 miles per hour. That is going to be our main weather factor as we go throughout the rest of our day. Continuing throughout the next upcoming hours, we've got lots of sunshine headed our direction. Plenty of clear skies will be around as we head later on into the day, and those temperatures still ranging into the lower 60s. We're going to have high temperatures today, hit about 70 degrees, so it will be very comfortable as we go throughout our afternoon hours. It will just be breezy, though. We're expecting those winds to gust up to 30 miles per hour. Temperatures in the lower 70s as we head throughout the remainder of our afternoon. Into the evening time, those winds will begin to change direction to be out of the north. That's going to help bring in some cooler temperatures overnight. We'll be starting tomorrow morning off once again with temperatures in between the upper 30s and the lower 40s. As we head into Thursday afternoon, still a very sunny pattern with temperatures still ranging into the lower 60s. Winds will be gusty throughout the afternoon, though. As I mentioned, we could see some winds out of the west gusting up to 30 miles per hour. So just a heads up for Friday, we are expecting the possibility of some stronger storms to arrive throughout our Friday afternoon and Friday evening. Areas included in this are shaded in green here for that marginal risk. We've got Madison, Newcastle, Louisville, Brandenburg, Hardinsburg, and Litchfield included in that. There's a level 2 out of 5 chance for folks near Campbellsville and Columbia, some of our southernmost counties, that they could see some of those storms get a bit stronger as they make their way in. So as I mentioned, today's temperatures will be reaching the lower 70s. Lots of sunshine ahead for us, and just that breeze will be continuing out of the west as we head throughout the next upcoming hours. Thanks for watching us on WHAS 11 Plus. Remember, you can always get more details by going to our website, WHAS11.com. And remember, you have access to this information on WHAS 11 Plus and on the app. It's also available on your television or your mobile device, and you'll be able to have all the latest details with weather information, access to all the live streams, and of course, it's free. That's a quick check with your weather details. We're going to give you an update on traffic this morning as well. Of course, the Fern Valley Road is being monitored from the police. And as we continue going throughout the next upcoming hours, we will continue to monitor all the traffic details. Here's a look at I-71. Gene Snyder is moving fine. I-65 at Arthur Street's good to go. I-65 at Crittenden Drive, which is near the airport, that is moving along fine as well. If we have any major holdups, we will let you know. Grace, Brooke.
Explosion off Fern Valley Road by the airport. Lots of black smoke. Fern Valley Road and Gray Lane. So there was a huge explosion, believed to be a plane crash, huge fire and smoke. Arson Aid is responding as well.
And that is the sound you just heard from emergency responders, both at MetroSafe and crews responding right now, Fern Valley Road and Grade Lane. As you saw from Jim Stratman's live shots, they are closed for the foreseeable future. LMPD expects to take a step back once the immediate response is finished. You can see the fireball from this plane crash. It happened around 5:15 yesterday, and it's going to take days to really begin to investigate this and the cleanup, and LMPD is asking for everyone to stay away from this area and give these responders the space they need.
And please stay away from the area. Allow those first responders to do their job to make sure that that scene is as safe as possible. This will be an ongoing active scene for the next several days. We don't know how long it's going to take to render that scene safe for the investigation to take place.
Police Chief Paul Humphrey there telling us that all updates will eventually come from the NTSB, which should be here any moment now. Its website said the board is on its second of 5 steps in the investigation. It'll start on-site fact gathering this morning. We are expecting to hear from NTSB at some point today. No official word, though we are expecting officials like Mayor Craig Greenberg as well as airport officials to brief us on what's going on at 11 o'clock today, followed by the governor at 11:30. UPS released a statement last night saying that we are terribly saddened by the accident in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. They went on to say we are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of this accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. Now, this is the second day air sort at Worldport that has been canceled. No one going to work there. Hub and ramp employees on the second day should not go to work.
And right now we're going to give you a live look at flight times. We know that at Ollie International, a lot of people were delayed and canceled last night with those flights pushed to today. Plenty of people staying the night in the airport or nearby. Louisville police said emergency crews are going to be working around that area to secure the airport, which could take days. And we do know some flights are getting in and out today. One runway is open. Last night, though, officials were really stressing that the public needed to stay away from that Grade Lane area entirely, and Governor Beshear has echoed that message.
Do not go to the crash site. You will put people in danger. You will put yourself in danger. There are still dangerous things that are flammable, that are potentially explosive at the site. Chief O'Neill was filling me in on that. All of his people and everybody else there are currently safe, but they are trained. The general public is not. So do not go to the site.
Beshear said the plane wasn't carrying any hazardous material, but the industrial area where it crashed could create a dangerous situation. The city has now put together a form where residents can report any debris they find. You're asked not to touch or move any of it. So that's something important to know. If you live in that area, be on the lookout for it and make sure you report debris. That is so crucial, we know, as crews start to piece together what happened.
And all Jefferson County public schools will be closed today in response to this crash with the air and the water quality. The closure will be treated like a snow day, so there's no online instruction. All extracurriculars and athletics canceled as well. JCPS officials said they will check the water and air quality at those nearby schools around the crash site before reopening. And TARC is resuming service today after routes were suspended last night. TARC said partial delays and detours may still come with the active shelter in place in that quarter of a mile around this airport. For updates on bus routes and detours, you can go to ridetarc.org.
And we do know that there are 2 victims from the crash still being treated at the hospital. So this is some information you're seeing on your screen that we actually had earlier this morning, but just in the last 20 minutes or so, we got this update from U of L Health telling us that all told, they got 15 patients across several of their hospitals who came in. The good news here is that 13 of those people have since been discharged. And again, it's just 2 patients who do remain in critical condition at the ICU at U of L Health. So they're still going to be treated here this morning. Now, here's the thing. LMPD does not want you, if you are looking for loved ones, if you're still missing someone, to go to the local hospitals looking for them. They can't handle it right now. The hospitals need to work on taking care of the patients that they do have. So instead, you are urged to go to the Victim Reunification Center at LMPD's Training Academy. That's on Taylor Boulevard. In the midst of the response last night, we have already heard from state and local leaders speaking out. Governor Beshear urged the community to give their support to those impacted. Congressman Thomas Massie posted on social media asking everyone to pray. Senator Rand Paul posted a similar statement. Meanwhile, Senator Mitch McConnell said his team is closely monitoring the situation and asked people to follow local guidelines. Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who represents Louisville, said in part, quote, "Our community was rocked by a devastating plane crash at the Louisville airport. My heart breaks for the pilots, crew, and their families, and I'm praying for everyone impacted."
All right, it is 10:29 local time, and we are looking at one thing you need to know weather-wise. One thing we can kind of rule out with all of this is our weather's been really nice so far, Matt.
That's right, you guys. Yeah, as we go throughout the rest of our day, we're expecting beautiful conditions for our Wednesday afternoon. We've got temperatures that will be reaching 70 degrees, and along with that, it's going to be fairly breezy as we go later on into our afternoon. Into the evening time, winds will change direction to be out of the north. That's going to help bring in those temperatures that are back into the upper 30s and the lower 40s to start off our Thursday afternoon. We are tracking some chances for some showers and thunderstorms to develop as we head into our Friday. I'm going to have all the details about that forecast coming up here in just a few short minutes.
Okay. All right, Matt, thank you. Good news, too, that the weather is clearing up a little bit today. We know the winds were what was pushing some of that smoke so close to the river.
That was what it was a lot fearful for, for the cloud or the smoke cover going into Jeffersonville, Indiana, and a lot of towns and cities eastward. And also for the firefighters. I mean, that ball, they talked about, you had an entire city block, the span, that was lit up in flames. And when we talk about some of the victims and who might they be, we know 3 people were on board that plane. But when you talk about 9 confirmed dead, I do want to let you know that that plane had a direct hit with 2 local businesses nearby, the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, as well as Grade A Auto Parts. At one point that had maybe some people missing, but looks like they might be accounted for. So when you take a look at some of the aerials, you realize it didn't just crash in one spot. It went and just continued on, hitting semis and a number of parking lots. So our first responders were having to deal with a massive area.
And it's rare that we see so many first responders
more than 200.
More than 200, and staying on scene for as long as they have been. They have been there all night. They've been there all morning. Jim Stratman has been live for us, seeing them, coming in and out of that grade lane area all day. And that's why it is so important, folks, that, if that is an area that you go through a lot of the time to avoid it, not just that one street that's blocked off, but really the whole area, to let first responders have the space that they need in order to make the situation better.
And they were going door to door too. They said this wasn't just about businesses. You have a residential area where they were making sure that everyone was accounted for, or if they needed to be evacuated in some form. So they have been doing this since 5:15 yesterday evening. Again, more than 200 first responders, not just from Louisville. We heard Okolona, Anchorage, Middletown, outside the county, outside the state even. We're getting help from all areas of Kentuckiana.
And we have seen them coming in and out kind of all day. That is what Jim Stratman has been keeping an eye on with photojournalist Philip Murrell out at that intersection. Again, Jim, that we really cannot emphasize enough, people need to be avoiding that grade lane area right now.
That's ideal, Grace. That's what officials really would like to see happen, because they need to have enough space and time and room to work on, number one, the rescue effort that is still currently ongoing, and then to be able to handle the debris field, the damage that is still right behind us, and maybe even some fires as well. We saw from our drone footage, which we'll show you in a little bit, that there were still fire crews pouring water on areas of that debris field just about an hour ago, so still fairly recently. I'll step out right now and I'll let you see our look right down this road, and that is where crews are working at this point. We're right next to the UPS Worldport. This is grade lane that you're looking down. It's blocked off by barriers, it's blocked off by police, and there are plenty of flashing lights and first responder vehicles still down there. Now, we can't see exactly what they're doing. We're still very far away from the site of this actual crash, but we do know that it's still extremely active. Like you mentioned, this has been going on for hours and hours at this point. 5:15 yesterday is when the crash happened, and first responders have been on scene pretty much since then, round the clock, trying to make sure that all of this this debris, this fire, any leftover hotspots are taken care of. That's their goal right now, in addition to trying to find more people, more victims, hopefully more survivors as well. We do want to go ahead and update you, though. We have some updated numbers that are coming in this morning. Some sad news here. 9 people confirmed dead after this crash. 11 were still hurt. We were told from a U of L health official 15 people were taken to different hospitals in their network after this crash happened yesterday. So far, on a positive note, 13 have been released. They were discharged overnight, but we do know of 2 that are still critically injured, and they are still in the hospital. Let's go ahead and show you some of the video that we did see earlier today. We'll start with that drone footage that I mentioned just a little bit ago. This was shot by our chief photojournalist, Philip Merle, about an hour ago. You can see very far off in the distance, there is a ladder from a fire truck pouring water onto a site around the crash site. That is, again, still fairly recent, which means that crews are still trying to completely put these flames out. And with how much fuel was on that airplane yesterday, it is maybe not super surprising that they've been fighting this fire for well, the better part of 12, 14, 16 hours at this point. Crews been working around the clock. We saw a few arrive about 30 minutes ago to try to maybe relieve some of the crews that are already down there. It has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. Conroy mentioned it in the last half hour. Okolona Fire Department was the first ones on scene. They took control of the situation, and it took a lot of work, but crews were able to contain those flames and start to battle back in. That was a big help for crews, and it was not easy. Brooke, Grace, you mentioned the wind yesterday, allowing that plume of smoke that everybody saw to just move across the metro area. Well, I'll tell you, just even still today, it is still very windy out here near the World Port. But because of the work crews did yesterday, they've been able to contain the fire a lot more to compared to what it was yesterday evening, yesterday night even, and even early this morning. They've been making a lot of progress on this. We do want to show you some footage as well. The crash footage, we do have that. It may be disturbing for some of you all to see out there, so we do want to warn you before that happens. But we have surveillance footage from a plant near the World Port, and you can see in it the plane crash into the concrete, the flames, the smoke rise immediately. It is tough to watch, but that was the scene yesterday. I'm sure plenty of people have seen all the videos going around on social media. It is tough to watch. It is tough to then fathom that 9 people are dead. We know that 3 people were on the plane when it crashed yesterday. That means that many more people have died who were not in that plane when it crashed. It's people from the community, from the surrounding area that have already passed away. And again, at least 11 other people hurt, taken to area hospitals. We do want to show you now some video of the plumes. This is what I think many of you saw yesterday and originally alerted you to the danger and the seriousness of the situation yesterday. Just how big that plume was able to get, how dark and dense, just black that smoke was, flying up into the sky and then moving all across the metro area. I was getting text messages in my family group thread from people that that are in my family that live all across Louisville. They were sending messages in saying, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Really from all different parts of the metro. That's how widespread this was. You could see it from pretty much anywhere in the metro area if you just looked up. It was scary. Plenty of people who were texting me, who I'm sure were seeing that footage looking up into the sky, were worried about what this situation actually was. A lot of unanswered questions at that point in time, and we've been able to answer some of them as the day goes on, but still, the investigation in its very, very early phases. I mean, in the infancy, really, for the NTSB, who will be here in Louisville later on this morning. We're hoping to hear from them in just a little bit. They are going to be conducting the majority of this investigation. LMPD has even said that local officials are going to be starting to take a step back once the federal officials are in town and able to start looking this over. The NTSB working with the FAA on this investigation. Again, we're hoping to get an update from them here probably in the next, hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so. We'll be able to learn a little bit more. But as it stands right now, out at the World Port, the wind is blowing, the sun is shining, which crews, I'm sure, are grateful for because they're able to have better conditions to be able to look for more survivors, look for more people who may have been hurt. with this crash that happened, you can see even more officials moving down Grade Lane right now. It's an extremely active scene. It will stay this way for a very long time. Officials have said, avoid this area. This is not going to be open for the foreseeable future. It could take days for the investigation to actually play out. And they want people to stay away so that officials have the time, the space, the means to be able to actually conduct their investigation to the fullest. Brooke, Grace, we're going to be out here for a while longer taking a look at everything that develops. Again, we're hoping to learn more information in the next half hour or so, and so all those updates will come to you on WHAS11 Plus on our website, through our app. Plenty of different ways that you can get those updates, and I'm sure you guys will be bringing them up as we get them later on this morning. But for now, we'll toss it on back to you all.
All right, Jim, thank you. Jim has been showing us some really stunning video, but we want to take a second and show you this video. It is new dash cam video that we just got into our newsroom about 2 hours ago, and it shows the absolutely terrifying moments that plane ends up careening wing first into that industrial district. It bursts into flames. That truck driver watching, we're told he was parked about a half mile away from Muhammad Ali International, kind of watching all of that play
Absolutely
out.
Scary to see those images. And by far, I mean, for anybody to survive that, I know we have yet to hear the official word that this crew did not make it. But when you see those images, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, and we do know as well that, in addition to the 3 people that were on board the plane, that there are victims that were just out in our community, at some of these nearby businesses and the locations in that Grade Lane area. We're still waiting on that official word from our city officials about exactly who died in this tragic incident. We don't have any identities right now.
And as you can imagine, when you're talking about a whole city block of devastation and they're having to comb through debris, who knows how many more people they might find. They've been out there since 5:15 yesterday evening when this all happened, and really just a couple of hours of daylight that we've had this morning to really see the entire scope of everything. We do want to get to a phone call with Lad Singer, who's a Dallas-based attorney and a pilot himself. After seeing this video, Lad, and I know there are so many videos of this, unfortunately, this devastating crash. What was the first thing that came to mind as someone who flies planes?
Since I have been looking at these videos and pictures since last night when the event occurred, a few things stand out. Number one, it appears that the left engine is still laying by the runway. That is very interesting because the MD-11 is a newer, larger variant of the DC-10, which you may recall American Airlines Flight 191 in Chicago. The left engine fell off the airplane and the airplane crashed. So the fact that you have what appears to be an engine problem that resulted in the engine core falling off of the aircraft and laying on the side of the runway is very interesting. That would mean that there is approximately a 2-inch pipe of fuel with approximately 30 psi of fuel that has come loose and being sprayed into the airflow, which is probably the explanation for why you see that huge flame coming off of the left side of the aircraft in the video. Once you have that big flame, then you have the tail-mounted engine, which it appears, based on the video, there was some white smoke seen in the video, so that could the foreign object damage could have compromised a second engine, making this 3-engine airplane totally unflyable. In addition to the extreme heat from that in-flight fire and huge fireball impacting the aircraft's control surfaces.
Lad, I think, a lot of us know how to drive our cars. We know the basic things that go wrong mechanically for smaller vehicles. But with a plane, when you talk about an engine potentially coming off of a plane, what sort of safety checks go into preparing for this, and how does something like that end up happening with these machines that, take so much time and effort and energy to build and to keep safe?
Engines on aircraft are made to be removed relatively easily for maintenance and replacement, because you don't do heavy maintenance of an engine on the airframe. You remove it, and it goes into a factory, a facility for overhaul. There are bolts and pins that hold it together, and the engines are designed to shear off with loads and depart the aircraft. The way that this engine left the aircraft is indicative of a huge problem, because once the engine left the aircraft, the fuel lines are supposed to be designed so that they don't continue to spray fuel.
They cut off,
but
yeah.
this engine appears like it was ripped off, and then it compromised the entire structure of that left wing. The airplane should be flyable with two engines. We know from the Chicago accident that the crew was unable to fly that aircraft, and it rolled over and crashed. In this case, there is such an intense fire, and then it appears that foreign object damage caused a second engine to be compromised, rendering this airplane totally unflyable. The closest other accident that this reminds me of is the Air France Concorde case, which I worked on years ago, and that was where a tire blew out because it ran over a titanium strip and caused the fuel tank to be compromised, and then that fuel flew into the hot exhaust from the engine, and the side of the aircraft was engulfed in a fire. Similar things here. Such a tragic accident that nothing this crew could have done once that airplane initiated takeoff roll. Based on the videos, the aircraft got to the speed called V1 speed, which is takeoff decision speed, meaning that once there's an abnormal event at that point, you continue the takeoff and try to deal with it in the air. That's what the pilots are trained. And once they got past that speed, this aircraft was not flyable.
Because I had heard, too, that it might have gotten up to about 175 feet in the air. It looked like going through the runway, though, it was already on fire. So what you're saying is maybe they did not know about it, or they were just trying to deal with it once they took off?
So pilots are taught that your first speed is your V1, and if you get to V1, absent the airplane being unflyable, which it's not like there was any indication on the video that the airplane had been yawing or something, you would even take an engine fire in the air. It has fire extinguishing systems, and declare an emergency and come back and land, because high-speed aborts are so dangerous with runway overruns, which in aircraft, especially business jets, is one of the leading causes of accidents, is a late abort and then a subsequent runway overrun. Just think about, what this airplane would do if it ran off the end of the runway. Now, the result here is obviously horrifically tragic, just like that would have been. Right. But the pilot's training is to continue to try and fly the airplane after V1. And remember how long this airplane is and where the pilots are located. Their ability to see what was going on that airplane is back there on the wing is limited, especially at a high workload time when they're focused on their instruments inside the airplane and looking out the front of the airplane. And it happened so quickly. I don't think that there was adequate time for the flight crew to perceive and react to the enormous problem that had happened to them.
Lad, when it comes to going forward, the questions that will be asked by investigators and by our community, does the fact that it was a cargo plane change any of those? And what are some of the questions that come to top of mind for you?
No, cargo plane makes no difference. Whether this is a passenger plane or a cargo plane, a business jet or an airliner, the same analysis is going to be true for all jet pilots. Accelerate the aircraft to V1, absent any loss of control or inability to continue the flight. Takeoff is going to continue, get to VR, which is a few knots later, faster, rotate the aircraft, and then take any emergency in the air. That would be a standard briefing that the flight crew would have done before this flight, and from what I can see, they followed their briefing. So yeah, it would have been really difficult there were indications, right? When the engine falls off the airplane, there's going to be all kinds of indications and warnings. But studies have shown that it takes 2 to 4 seconds to perceive or react, and that's why there's all this training in the simulators that the pilots are forced to go through. You have to go through engine failure at V1, and the training is, take the airplane in the air and deal with it in the air. At or after V1, take it in the air. And from what we can see here, that's what this flight crew did.
Yeah, and only a few seconds when you're talking, they only had a few seconds before the whole thing was up in flames. Yeah. So Ladd, thank you so much, Ladd Singer, for joining us. We know we're getting ready for a news conference with the mayor and with aviation officials, so we'd love to keep you on board throughout the day if you have time, but thank you so much for joining us here in the 10 o'clock hour.
And like Brooke said, we are getting ready for that news conference. Our Conroy Deluche is there now, giving us a picture, Conroy, of what's about to happen. I know you're stepped back because, officials are about to approach that podium where you are right now.
Yes, we are inside the Louisville Regional Airport Authority's administrative building, which is just past the departures terminal at SDF. And we are expecting to hear back from Mayor Craig Greenberg just about 11 o'clock this morning. And he'll be joined by officials from the Airport Authority and then also from the Okolona Fire Department, who were the ones who led the response last night. They were the first to get on scene, which was about 3 miles south of the airfield. I did see Louisville Metro Fire Chief O'Neill. He is here as well, and we will also hear from emergency services. So certainly we're expecting a lot more to come, a lot bigger of an update coming up here at 11 a.m., which is just around the corner, which is why I'm standing behind the camera so that we can be in position for when the mayor does arrive. But, certainly it's been about 12 hours since Mayor Craig Greenberg arrived back in town. He phoned into the station, but he was actually out of town when this crash happened. So last night we all learned together that the death toll had risen to 7 victims from this crash. And now obviously we've learned that there are 9. And while that is good news that a few have been discharged, many families are still hoping and praying to find some good news for their loved ones. And this is an impact certainly felt way beyond the airport. UPS is such a big presence here in town. This is really felt by everyone who lives within the county lines, probably beyond. This is a global company, so this story certainly has far reach, and we are working to get more details for you. Certainly a difficult morning, but here at the airport, things appear to be functioning as normal. I know Clarice has talked about delays, and certainly that was come to expect when all the flights got canceled last night due to the crash. But last night when we drove past the terminal, it was full of police officers. This morning, it was full of the usual families and people saying goodbye to loved ones getting off. So we're starting to see some sense of normalcy set in, but obviously we still have a lot more to learn about what's going on, because as we reported last night, NTSB officials should be in town, and they're going to be investigating the scene, the crash scene, and just giving us a preview of what's to come over the next several days, because this will be a lengthy investigation. And we are just about 10 minutes away from hearing from the mayor once again. So we're going to send it back to you in the studio, and we'll stand by for when the next update comes.
All right, Conroy, thank you. He mentioned how far-reaching this is. We had people from Honolulu, obviously, chiming in, and their representatives, because this plane was on track to go to Hawaii. So we still don't know the people on board, where they're from. We don't have any names, so we'll, of course, keep you updated when we learn that. I know we've been showing the radar all morning long. This isn't, the green on your screen is not the usual.
Yeah, it's matte. It is not rain. It is not snow. This was the radar that was captured last night of the smoke moving over the city. It's really stunning. It's not something that we're used to seeing in
for good reason.
Even the biggest fires.
Exactly, yeah. If you saw that without seeing this image right behind me, you would think that there would be rain showers popping up whenever you see that on the radar, but no. That was actually the smoke plume that happened just as soon as the crash occurred. So there's the smoke plume, and you'll notice on satellite and radar image that we captured yesterday, it really showed up quickly on the radar imagery there. That smoke plume just quickly billowed up in the skies, and it lasted for several hours across, making its way into the Louisville Metro. So you'll notice just the strong amount of smoke from all of that jet fuel just starting to light up and continue to just bring in several hours of smoke in the air. Now, I do want to mention there are a lot of people wondering about the air quality as of now. Per the air quality team here in the Louisville Metro, things are good to go. You are still considered safe. The only people that should consider some caution are going to be the ones in those sensitive groups, those that have asthma, perhaps lung disease. It is still considered safe, but just use some caution, or just be mindful of your health whenever you're outdoors. The fine particles are in the air, but they're the normal fine particles that we typically see around this time of the day in the Louisville Metro. Here's how satellite and radar looks for us right now. We have west winds that are continuing across Kentuckiana, a few small higher level clouds here and there, but otherwise a very pleasant pattern ahead for our day. Here's a live look of the Louisville Metro courtesy of the Shriners Children's Hospital in Lexington. A comfortable day ahead, and we're tracking rain showers to arrive on Friday, plus big cool down in the forecast as we go into next week. So the rest of our Wednesday afternoon will stay sunny and dry and breezy. Temperatures will reach 70 degrees, very comfortable for the middle of the afternoon. As we head into those nighttime hours, the winds change direction to be out of the north. That brings in those cooler temperatures once again for tomorrow morning, leading to those morning lows in between the upper 30s and the lower 40s. Thursday afternoon, we're back into those lower to mid 60s, another round of sunshine, and then we're staying quiet and dry until Friday. That's whenever our changes are headed our direction. So as I mentioned, it will be a breezy afternoon. Winds will be out of the west, close to 30 miles per hour at times before they start to settle later on into our evening hours. Friday, there is a small chance that we could see some stronger storms developing later into our Friday afternoon and evening time. A focus is going to be placed closer towards Campbellsville and Columbia, where some of those storms could have some extra strength to them. So your Friday morning starts off partly cloudy. Those later Friday morning hours, we see the overcast skies, and especially into Friday afternoon. That's whenever we're tracking the arrival of these showers and thunderstorms. Some of them will be bringing in some brief periods of some heavy rainfall, especially into the evening hours. That's going to be the prime time for the thunderstorm development. Those are going to be the ones that contain those heavier rain showers and some gusty winds. So really the timing with this is looking like between Friday 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. Later into Friday night, we'll see better conditions arriving just in time for our Saturday morning. As we go throughout the rest of our Saturday morning, partly cloudy skies, and then Saturday night, the return of some scattered shower activity will be lingering around through Saturday night into early Sunday morning. And then we're going to see those strong winds out of the northwest, along with Sunday having the possibility for a few flurries, because we've got strong cold air surging its way in from Canada over the weekend. This all begins mostly throughout Sunday afternoon. That cold air rides along this area of low pressure towards our north, bringing in drastically colder temperatures that will be around for our Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. And if it's coupled with enough moisture, we could see just a few flurries. As we head into our Monday, temperatures will barely reach the mid 40s, and then we'll be cooling back down to the 20s for our Monday night. That is going to lead to our first freeze likely as we head into our Monday. So there is a weather impact alert day just because we are going to see our first round of freezing conditions for the season. That's a look at your 7-day weather details. Here's an update on traffic this morning. As of right now, everything is looking good to go on all of our major interstates and roadways into and out of the city. So far, the only spot that we really have to mention that will cause a few slowdowns is on Fern Valley Road. That is where the police are monitoring those going in and out because of the airport crash. That's a look at your weather and traffic. Brooke, Grace?
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Definitely important to get those updates on the weather as we wait on even more important updates from our city and airport officials about the UPS cargo plane crash yesterday.
We're over at the Regional Airport Authority, just next to the airport at this point at Ali International. Our Conroy Deluche waiting off to the side there for an update from Mayor Craig Greenberg along with airport officials. That's supposed to be happening in the next 2 minutes. So again, we are anticipating the details from that, as well as an 11:30 news conference with the Team Kentucky update from Governor Andy Beshear. But at this point, as much as we know, that crash from 5:15 yesterday evening resulted in the deaths of at least 9 people. That is the new number from this morning. 16, however, have been reported missing from family members.
Yeah.
And then 2 are still critical in the ICU in the burn unit at U of L Hospital in downtown Louisville, which is their trauma center. So the number expected to go up, unfortunately. And then that debris field with who knows how many more victims might still be yet to be found.
Yeah.
They're still there, and it's going to be a while.
And you mentioned the numbers, and that's why in these kind of really unfortunate, tragic circumstances, those numbers are roving a little bit in terms of the patients and the folks who are, have been released from the hospital and the folks who we know have passed away.
All
Good
right.
afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Grace McKenna.
And I'm Brooke Hash. We are coming to you live here in the 11 o'clock hour, awaiting a news conference from the Louisville Regional Airport Authority talking about that UPS cargo plane crash that happened yesterday just around 5:15. We've all seen the horrific video from many angles of this crash. We know 9 people at this point. That is the number of confirmed dead, though we've been told by both the mayor and Governor Andy Beshear that number is expected to increase, with 16 people reported missing by family members, and U of L Health telling us that they had 15 people sent to the hospital last night, 13 of whom have been released, but that means 2 are still critical in the burn unit.
Yeah, so that is part of why, we're still sort of piecing together who all was involved, how many people were involved, because it's unclear, and why we are going to continue to see those numbers update. That's certainly something that we could get here in just a few minutes with our city officials who are out at the airport authority about to give that update. Hopefully we're starting to get a bigger picture, and hopefully the news is even more people released from the hospital.
We hope so. Obviously, our thoughts are with the families who lost loved ones last night, and for the 2 that are very much fighting for their lives in that burn unit. We can only imagine the pain. We know NTSB should be in Louisville at any moment. They might be a part of this news conference for all we know. And so we're going to bring that to you live here on the air on WHAS 11 News, as well as on our Plus channel, which we are streaming and have been for the last hour on WHAS 11 Plus. A little bit more details about this plane as we await the news conference. It was headed for Honolulu, Hawaii last night, ready for a 9-hour trip. So it was fuel packed with the jet fuel.
Loaded down with thousands and thousands of pounds of fuel, ready to go ahead and make that trip to Honolulu, which of course, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, means this is not a story that just impacts our city. This is a story that really has a cross-country impact for us.
Yeah, we know that our pilots come from all over. UPS Worldport, we are headquartered here. This is home to thousands of UPSers, as they call them, but they come from all over, and we have not had any identification from any of the victims in this crash. If you've seen the video of the crash, though, it would be pretty unimaginable to think that anyone survived that from the plane, that has not been confirmed just yet by any officials. You can see the plume of smoke there. We had about 220,000 pounds of fuel, which is why that smoke just billowed over from that Grade Lane area, Fern Valley Road location near the airport, over into Jeffersonville, Indiana. Yeah. So for a time, that shelter in place, they told everybody to turn off their air, their AC, the heat, whatever you might have had ventilating in your home. They said to shut it off. And that did lift for a while, but now there's still a 1/4 mile shelter in place just around the radius around the airport.
And that is also an area that folks are being asked to avoid today. They have that Grade Lane and Fern Valley Road area shut down while investigators and first responders are still on the scene. Because again, like you mentioned, this is just how impactful that fire on the plane was, that first responders have been on the scene ever since, trying to get a hold of that scene, trying to get everything under control, keep control of it, and why it is so important, folks. If you frequent that Grade Lane area, we know it's a big industrial area. A lot of semi-drivers have to go through that area for their work. They really need everybody to stay away so that those first responders can do the work that they're doing as safely as possible and as quickly as possible to begin to piece together really what happened.
And speaking of pieces, if you find any debris in your yard, whether it's a business or your home, do not touch it. Yeah. Take a photo. The Emergency Services website has a place where you can go and forward that photo on so NTSB can collect it, because this is a wide range scenario. It took up a whole city block, essentially, not just on the runway, but it went through some major buildings, total hits to Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, which of any kind of building you do not want a plane to crash into. And then Grade A Auto Parts at one point had maybe some customers or employees unaccounted for. We're kind of hearing some discrepancies there. That is a question today I want to ask, is if every one of those employees have been accounted for, because the people on the ground, that's where a lot of these casualties are coming from. And they didn't know a total number to look for yesterday because you have customers going in and out.
It was 5:30.
Yeah,
There's
people
still
were
people
going
there.
out of work and coming. So, and obviously, you know, UPS, their second shifters, they're not going into work today. JCPS has been called off for that shelter in place because they want to monitor the air quality in the water. So there's a lot of moving parts today, but you know, it's hard without seeing like the aerials. We know that they're still putting water on the scene. It's smoldering right now.
And that's what Jim Stratman has been watching all morning long is, Jim, fire trucks, LMPD officers coming and going from that area right around Grade Lane that, again, we have been asking people to avoid. Let those first responders do their job.
Exactly, Grace. And actually, I was taking a quick look through the camera. Philip had really zoomed in further down Grade Lane, and I was able to see some first responders walking around, working. You'll be able to see at least one fire engine down there doing work right now in what we imagine is probably the crash zone or part of the crash zone. We know that this has been the area that crews have been focusing on. We've been pushed all the way back really to in front of the UPS Worldport to be able to get even a little bit of a shot, a little bit of a look at what crews are able to do down there because they want that space. They need that space, honestly, to be able to investigate. And at this point, still, crews working on making sure all the hot spots are out. These fires have been burning for the better part of 14, 16 hours at this point since that crash happened around 5:15 yesterday evening. Crews have been working around the clock. We saw it overnight. We saw it this morning with our drone, in fact, as well, showing water being poured onto spots in that crash zone. Crews have been trying tirelessly to be able to get these fires completely extinguished, and also to make sure that they're searching for the people who may still be in trouble in this crash zone. We know that they were beginning the rescue operations back up again, going around the neighborhoods around here, going to the different businesses, checking for damage, checking for people who are hurt, checking for survivors, checking for victims, trying to make sure that everybody is accounted for. We know that at least 9 people have already lost their lives, 3 people on the plane. We have not, as Brooke has said, gotten it confirmed yet that those people who were a part of the flight crew have died, but we know that at least 9 people have been confirmed dead so far, and that does mean that people in our community have passed away as a result of this crash. We know that plenty more were injured, at least 11 others. U of L Health reporting at least 15 people came to their hospitals across Jefferson County with different injuries at different hospitals throughout the night. 13 of those people have been released, which is good to know, but at least 2 are still in have critical injuries. This is something that is going to be developing throughout the day. You can see another first responder heading down there right now. This has been a very active spot. Multiple crews coming back and forth as they try to get an update on what exactly is the situation at this point in time. It's been an ever-evolving situation, one that is constantly changing, constantly getting more parts to it, more moving parts, cogs spinning as the day goes on. Now, we are, again, hoping to get some more information when that news conference begins here shortly with the mayor, with airport officials. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more of an update. Grace, you and I were able to speak with the mayor live on GMK earlier today. He informed us that the sad reality is, based on the numbers that they had this morning, they did expect more people would probably be listed as those hurt or even those who have died because they just simply have not been able to canvass everybody and account for everybody at this point. And that's the sad reality of where we were this morning, and we hope we'll be able to learn maybe some more encouraging news as the day goes on. But again, it is a scene that it's tough to watch when you see the video that has come in of the plane crash itself, and you see the widespread devastation that it left here in our community. It's something that I think everybody in Jefferson County saw last night, or at least heard about. All you had to really do was look up in the sky and you saw the aftermath of that crash, the flames burning, the smoke plume, the black cloud of smoke rising into the sky. It was hard to look at, honestly, and not feel some sense of worry about what was happening just a few miles away from where you were. Now, we do know that a number of people were taken to the hospital. A number have already been released, which is great news. But 2 critically injured, at least 9 people dead. Those numbers, again, could go up at any point today. It's something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as the day goes on. Grace, we've been out here along Grade Lane for a while now. Again, a very active situation. We've seen UPS workers coming in and out of the airport, coming into their jobs. A lot of them still expected to report today, even though we did get word that some of those workers were not going to be reporting for work. That is it's an ever-evolving situation. As I've said, I'm watching a UPS truck right now leaving this facility, turning and going just past us. Seeing a TARC bus as well, which is good to know because TARC had suspended their services yesterday in the midst of all of this happening, in the midst of the shelter-in-place order being pretty much for the entirety of Jefferson County. We knew that the buses had stopped running. They're now running again today, even though there may be some delays and disruptions depending on where you're trying to travel to. So things starting to try to return to some sort of normal throughout the county, but out here it is still very much an active investigation, an active scene, and crews looking for all the space and time that you can give them because they need to be able to investigate. They need to continue the search efforts. They need to be able to continue to do what they've been doing for hours and hours and hours now.
All right, Jim, thank you so much keeping up with our coverage there from the Grade Lane area. And like Jim has been mentioning, everybody, again, if you were heading out and about, especially as we approach the lunch hour, that area around Grade Lane, Muhammad Ali International, you need to avoid. Jim, thank you so much.
And again, we are coming to you live here on WHAS 11. It is 11:10 here on your Wednesday. We are awaiting a news conference. Was expected to happen about 10 minutes ago, but we know how these things go over at the Regional Airport Authority here in Louisville, where we're expecting Mayor Craig Greenberg, along with EMA here in Louisville, Jody Myman, a number of people from the airport to give us an update. And then in a matter of moments after that is scheduled, should be Governor Andy Beshear's Team Kentucky update, which was scheduled for 11:30. So we're monitoring 2 different situations, all with the main message about what's happened so far and what we know with the 9 confirmed dead in this horrific crash of the UPS cargo plane with 3 on board. But the trek, it takes you, when you look at the maps, off the runway and into several businesses. It was this fireball. I'm hoping if we can show more of the dash cam video, that's some of our newest video where you see this truck driver just sitting there and the plane is up like this. I mean, you see it, and we've talked to an aviation expert who's also an attorney. I mean, you can see this video right now. The plane is sideways. It's absolutely devastating. And you can see, again, it's off the runway.
The speed with which it catches fire, you know, just how devastating that is. When we were talking to that aviation expert, he identified that, you know, in some of the videos he'd seen that it appeared that maybe one of the engines was still on the runway. He was pointing out to us some of the mechanical failures that might suggest. And something I thought was interesting as someone who's not you know, an expert in any way in aviation, is that in certain ways these engines are made to come off of the plane because they're so heavy. They will take them off to do routine maintenance on the plane. But for something like this to happen, this expert, Lad Sanger out of Dallas, was explaining to us that, you know, that engine would have had to theoretically be ripped from the plane, which would be really a catastrophic
The pipe
failure.
with all the fuel, and again, both of us not experts in this, but that was what got me, is that, you know, he said once, as a pilot, you are trained, once you get to a certain speed, if you see something going on, if your engine is on fire, you no longer have the ability to try to stop the plane or veer into another direction. You are taught to take flight and deal with it in the air. And from what we've heard from our experts throughout last night and into this morning, that plane got maybe 175 feet into the air before they just it came back down into that fireball there. And we're seeing so many different videos, hard to watch for a lot of people. And as we start to get names and see the faces of those impacted, very likely you're not going to be seeing a lot of these images so fast
anymore.
played.
Yeah. And we certainly know, like you mentioned, 9 people that we know so far who have passed away. We want to show you what Governor Beshear tweeted a little bit earlier on this morning, saying Kentucky, more heartbreaking news out of Louisville. The number of those lost has now risen to at least 9, with the possibility of more. Right now, these families need prayers, love, and support. Let's wrap our arms around them during this unimaginable time. That message from the governor, and unimaginable does kind of put a pin in it. We can't explain exactly what has happened just yet. We certainly know that more details are going to continue to emerge over the course of the next few hours. And one of those details has been the number of those injured. For a long time, we were saying that we know 7 people had died. Now we know that's 9. For a long time, we were saying 11 people had been injured. We now know that U of L Health says they had treated 15 people, 13 of them thankfully have been discharged from the hospital. So that's a bit of good news. We're certainly still thinking of those 2 people who we know are still in critical condition at U of L Health. They need your support, your thoughts at this time, certainly.
Yeah. So at any moment now, we are being told that we'll be given about a 4 or 5 minute update before they take to the podium. So if you are just tuning in there, just a really hard morning coming out of it. And I don't want to leave out our first responders. We've had more than 200 firefighters. You had police, you had EMS. This was an all hands on deck situation. Every time they had a news conference, you normally get maybe 5 organizations that they name. They went on with about 20 or 40, I mean, honestly, different organizations. And we know that they were not just from around Louisville. They came from Bullitt, they came from Shelby, they came from Oldham, they came from across the state. Indiana was there to help. We had so many people coming and sending tanker trucks and ladder trucks and personnel, because we're not used to having 200 people on scene for 24 hours at a time like this. You need that help. And if you can imagine the fuel and the heat to get to that scene, how do you even get close enough? You almost just had to kind of wait it out. You saw most of the ladder trucks were putting the water onto the fire for hours.
Even a department like Okolona, which we know does so much great work in our community and was that initial responding agency, they need help in these kind of circumstances. And again, that is not just because of that initial response, the flood of first responders to a scene. It's the fact that they are still on the scene right now. This is continuing to develop. They want to continue to keep our communities safe because, like you mentioned, there's so much fuel. The danger of any additional fire spreading is I'm sure, continuing to be there. You have to have people on the scene every hour, every minute to make sure that everyone is safe. And that takes a long time.
All right, and we've just been told that the news conference here at the Regional Airport Authority has been pushed back to noon. So still anticipating, as far as I know, that 11:30 news conference with the governor out of Frankfort for his team Kentucky. It's usually around the noon hour, but today he made it 11:30. So unless we've heard anything different, we'll still be keeping you updated on when the governor arrives and is ready for that update. But yeah, it's a lot to think about, and the number of first responders, the number of families who are still holding on to hope. Again, 16 people were reported missing. So when it comes down to it, it may be days before we have a total number, but that is what we're all, of course, holding on to right now, is how different that number can change.
Absolutely. It is definitely still a developing situation, and we know that one place that this has sort of all been playing out is at the airport. There were a lot of people that were out at the airport, like our own Clarice Shaley, who's been there this morning. Clarice, who got stuck overnight, who watched this happen. It's really stunning, some of the videos that people were taking from airplanes showing this tragedy.
Yes, Grace, to your point, I actually did just speak to someone who experienced all of that. Supposed to be boarding a flight to Boston and was told they needed to get off, and immediately saw all of the smoke from that crash. And his heart goes out to all those people. He said to me, things like getting on a plane, catching a flight can be rescheduled, but lives, no, they cannot be rescheduled. So his heart, his thoughts, his prayers go out to those people. Now, as of at the airport here, there are still some flights that are arriving and departing on departing on time, excuse me. Try and pull up my picture here I had of it. Departures are still looking like they're on time, a few delays. Arrivals are looking like they're on delays as well, but some have arrived or are arriving on time. Now I will go ahead and let you take a look here at the check-in area. It is looking a little less crowded as it was before what I last showed you. They have been moving through it fairly quickly. We'll go ahead and go to some video that was sent to us that people were seeing here and in the surrounding area. This is video from people in the airport area, again driving alongside I-65 and surrounding neighborhoods as police and fire blocked roads leading to the airport. A lot of people I've spoken to have also seen that video if they haven't already seen that those clouds on their own. I did speak to one person who is also waiting to catch her flight to Dallas that continues to get delayed, and she says she saw the cloud of smoke and immediately knew something was wrong. Then she learned more about that situation.
I think we're very understanding. I mean, we're just happy that the airport's open and we have a chance to get to Dallas, because we know we have a really good chance of getting to, Southern California if we can at least get to Dallas.
And flights at the Louisville airport were delayed and canceled because, again, of that crash. You could see some of those times on your screen right now. The Louisville airport says travelers should keep an eye on their flights for delays and cancellations. Again, everyone that I've spoken to this morning is completely understanding of why either their flight has been delayed or canceled. And again, if you do want to check on your flights and where those are, you're asked to go to Louisville Airport's website. That's flylouisville.com. Brooke, Grace.
All right, Claire, thank you. With that, everyone, if you're joining us from WHAS11, we want to say thank you for being with us. This is going to wrap up our coverage for now on WHAS11, but you can catch us on WHAS11 Plus.
And we will continue that here. So we will see you online in just a moment. All right. Thank you guys again so much for continuing on with us on WHAS 11 Plus. Again, this is a very fluid situation. We were expecting a news conference at about 11 o'clock 20 minutes ago, but so many players involved and factors in this, we understand, but we are going to stay with you and keep you updated as that news becomes available from both Frankfurt with the governor and here in Louisville with the mayor. And that's where our Conroy Deluche is standing by. Yeah,
Conroy, you've been waiting now for a little bit for that news conference to start. Talk us through what you're thinking here. What are some of the big questions that you have for our city and airport leaders when that news conference starts here in a matter of about a half an hour?
Well, as we continue to uncover more details from behind the scenes, we do have many questions about the condition of the airport. Maybe was there any impact at the runway at the airport? These are things that we're going to be looking to get answers to as we are expecting the mayor, members of the Louisville Regional Airport Authority, Okolona Fire Department, and also emergency services out here. Originally scheduled for 11 a.m., but things are pretty fluid right now, and we've been pushed back first to 11:30 and now to noon. So we are still waiting for more officials to arrive here at the Louisville Regional Airport Authority Administrative Building. And this is where we first heard from Mayor Craig Greenberg last night, right around 10:30 after he got back in town. He was out of town when the crash happened, hustled to get back here as quickly as he could, but that was difficult because the airport was shut down for about 12 hours as they were investigating the crash and also the site where the crash happened. Now, we learned last night with the mayor that 7 had died. Now the death toll, as we've been warned, is expected to rise. It's now up to 9 victims, and that number could be going up more as we learn more from U of L Hospital and from other places where people are getting treated, because obviously this is a widespread scene, and really this is going to be a widespread impact as we've been talking about all morning. UPS has such a giant presence here, not just in Louisville, but in the region and globally. So when you hear UPS crash, there's going to be a lot of families around Louisville that are going to be impacted by this. So we do have many questions remaining, but we are starting to get some answers of you all have been reporting all morning. Now, here at the airport itself, last night when we were driving through, all we saw were police cars at SDF. And this morning, it looked operating as normal. We're hearing of some delays, some pushbacks, because obviously when you have to wipe out a night of flights, there's going to be some delays for others. So, but people are dropping off their family members as usual, and we were able to drive through and come here right to the building. And this is where, right behind me, is where we're going to expect the mayor and others to be in about the next 45 minutes. We're going to stay on air and online, obviously, and bring that to you, hopefully starting at the top of WHAS 11 News at noon. Well, that's it for us for now, as we continue to watch and monitor what's going on. And as we learn anything else, we'll make sure to let you guys know in the studio.
And Conroy, before we let you go, I know that you were out working on this all day yesterday, a very extremely long day for so many people in our city who were responding to this. The amount, you know, when you talk about the smoke that was in the air, that wasn't just smoke, that was ash. I saw photos online of people who maybe had mail falling in their yard that was singed. You were out there. Did you experience any of that ash in the air?
I don't know if I experienced ash firsthand, but we took off from the station, because when you hear breaking news, you know, us in the newsroom, we are quick to jump into action. My photojournalist, our photojournalist, Gabby, and I, we jumped in the car about 5 minutes after the first alert came in. And as we were driving through Old Louisville toward U of L's campus, we could see that black smoke getting thicker and thicker, to the point we finally just parked on the Denny Crum overpass. And you could see just how thick that smoke was. I mean, we could see it stretching toward downtown within minutes of that crash. And as we were standing out there, could definitely feel some of the haziness in the air. And I wouldn't say ash that I could see, but certainly that heaviness was affecting us a little bit. Good to hear later that the air quality alert was shrunk down to the immediate impact area, because obviously there was concerns, is there hazardous cargo on the plane, what all that could be. But as we learned, that really was from the jet fuel that was on the plane, which when you have that much jet fuel as you're taking off for Honolulu, I mean, that's a big reason why that puff of black smoke carried so far north into Indiana from where that crash site was, about 3 miles south. So it is certainly much more clear around the airport this morning, and it had cleared up within a couple of hours for the most part, especially as night fell. But it feels like a normal sunny day out here at the airport. But you know, obviously as the day goes on and we learn more details, and when your adrenaline's not going and you start thinking about the impact of this and how many families are still waiting to hear from their loved ones, and those are the stories we're going to start to hear over the next several days, that's where the impact is really going to start to hit. It's just the human aspect of this beyond just reporting what happened.
All right, Conroy, thank you. And you're exactly right. I mean, the moment we see that first face, the photo, the name, that's when it's really going to hit. So thank you so much. And of course, we will be coming to you live with that news conference that's now been pushed to noon. But in the next 4 minutes or so is a Kentucky Team Kentucky update from Governor Andy Beshear talking about that. So again, what we know, we are expecting to hear differently in the next few minutes. The 9 confirmed dead, 16 reported missing by family members. U of L Health said about 15 people were sent to a number of their hospitals overnight yesterday, and all but 2 have been released. That is some good news. But the 2 that have not are in the ICU, the burn unit at U of L Hospital. So those are very critical injuries.
Yeah, and that is something that has been sort of developing here throughout the day. We are glad you're joining us here on WHAS 11 Plus. We have so much information to let you know about right now. And like Brooke said, we are waiting on new information from Governor Beshear that we'll hear in a few minutes. First, though, we want to get you a quick update on how today's weather is looking from meteorologist Matt Breland.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, as we continue going throughout the day, we will see some sunny conditions. If we could just flip over to Max system number 1 to give you guys the latest update on the forecast. That way we'll be able to give you the latest details. So producers, if we could switch over to Max number 1, please, that would be great. That way I can give an update on all of the latest forecast details. So once again, Max number 1, if we could please get switched over there. There we go. Thank you so much. So we're going to start off with showing just how the plume of smoke started popping up on our radar imagery here yesterday. As soon as the crash happened, it just released a big billowing plume of smoke into our downtown skies. And there was so much of it, the intensity of it really picked up on our radar imagery here And you'll notice just as soon as it happened, that plume of smoke really started taking over just the eastern section of downtown. So that's what really led to those ominous skies throughout our evening hours. So I do want to mention that our air quality is back to normal values. It is still considered safe. The only people that may have some minor impacts from some of those particles in the air are going to be the ones that are in those sensitive groups. So people with some severe asthma or perhaps lung issues, you may be slightly impacted today by some of those lingering particles. But otherwise, the air quality team in Louisville is still considering our air safe for today. Otherwise, here's how we're looking right now on satellite and radar. Quiet and dry for us as we continue going throughout the rest of this Wednesday. Drawing near the afternoon hours, we are still expected to stay under very sunny skies that will be continuing all throughout our day. Lots of sunshine, clear conditions ahead for us, comfortable conditions as well. Temperatures into the 70s. That'll be around for tomorrow, and by Friday, we have rain showers that will be returning back into the forecast, along with some thunderstorms, and following behind that into the weekend. By Sunday, a big cool down is headed our direction. So the rest of your Wednesday still looking very sunny and breezy. Winds will be staying out of the west through the afternoon. Could be gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Throughout the evening and nighttime hours, those winds change direction. They'll be out of the north, and that brings in some cooler temperatures. We've got temperatures that will be dropping back into those upper 30s and lower 40s as we head into our Thursday morning. And then another round of sunshine ahead for our Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening, with temperatures settling back into the 40s before we track those incoming showers for our Friday. But as I mentioned, prepare for a windy afternoon. Winds could be gusting up to 30 miles per hour as we go throughout this afternoon, and by the evening and nighttime hours, they will continue to calm down. But I do want to mention, by Friday, we are tracking storms to arrive throughout the afternoon and evening hours, and some of those will have some stronger qualities with them, especially the ones that focus farther off towards our south. So letting you know what you can expect for your Friday. Friday morning starts off with clouds that will be building as we head later on into the later parts of our Friday, and here's how things are looking for the next 7 days.
Positive news. We've moved most of that to next week because of a couple of very significant events or things we're experiencing as a Commonwealth right now. I want to start with the UPS plane crash yesterday in Louisville. At approximately 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon, UPS Flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii, an MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash in Louisville. The National Transportation Safety Board should have arrived, and I believe they have in Louisville. They will be the lead in the investigation, and they'll be the primary source on any questions of causation moving forward. I'll be traveling to Louisville again this afternoon to survey the damage with Mayor Craig Greenberg, and we'll address the media again afterwards with another update. Our team will share details on that timing. I want to start by acknowledging the impressive work of so many fire departments that took what was a blazing inferno created by a plane with 38,000 gallons of fuel, of aviation fuel, and were able to contain it. It could have been significantly worse and have, in fact, gotten the situation to where the shelter in place is now so much smaller than anyone would have predicted it would be at this time. Really incredible work by the fire departments. I want to start with the Okolona Fire Department, the main department responding. They've done an incredible job. The Louisville Fire Department, the Louisville Airport Fire Department, Fern Creek Fire Department, Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Department, Fairdale, Anchorage Middletown, Jeffersontown, Zoneton, Mount Washington, Nichols, Lebanon Junction, Southeast Bullitt, LaGrange, Simpsonville, Lexington Fire Department, Bardstown, and Shepherdsville Fire Department. In addition, extra foam to fight the fire came from the Lexington Airport, from CVG, and from Bardstown. In total, over 50 trucks responded. Again, a surge of resources to respond to a very significant explosion and fire. But what that does is it means that all of those available resources are pushed to the site. But through careful planning and through more efforts, we made sure we backfilled the departments that were at the scene. So we want to thank the following fire departments for backfilling to make sure that everyone else was protected during the surge of resources. We want to thank the Vine Grove Fire Department, West Point, Simpsonville, Shelby County. I want to thank other first responders that include the Kentucky National Guard, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, Louisville EMA, the Airport Police Department, Louisville Metro Police Department, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Shively Police Department, Kentucky State Police, Louisville Metro EMS, the Metro Sewer District, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Emergency Management, Kentucky Emergency Management Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 1, Kentucky ERC-ERT, the Jefferson County Emergency Management, the Jefferson County Coroner, the National Weather Service, the FBI, and there are more. There have been over 200 first responders that were on the scene last night, and there is a significant amount of resources in the search and rescue, and ultimately what is probably by now the recovery effort that is occurring. I want to thank everybody who was working overnight when it was dangerous, when there was other flammable or explosive materials, but they were searching to try to find any and all survivors and to locate any bodies to try to give families the closure that they deserve. As of this time, I can confirm that there have been 9 fatalities, but I'm now fairly confident that that number will grow by at least 1. We hope it doesn't grow by too many more. I believe by this afternoon we'll have a pretty good grasp of both the number of fatalities and, if there are any, the number of missing persons that we're still looking for. Remember, there's a Victim Family Reunification Center at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy, which remains open. That address is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. As of last night, there had been 16 different families there. I think the mayor's providing an update where that number may now have shrank. At least information I'm getting is those families may not line up with the hospital patients, which means we've got to continue to search that site, hope for the best, but know there may be more loss of life that we're going to learn about today. 2 businesses were directly impacted: Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. Thankfully, a local restaurant that is right there that we had great concern would be impacted and we would lose whoever was in it, was missed and now is helping the search and rescue. We're grateful for them. Another blessing is this plane could have potentially hit the major Ford factory or the convention center. Those are all close by and did not. The radius for the shelter in place has been significantly reduced. Louisville Metro is putting out guidance to residents and businesses immediately around the crash site to not consume water. EEC, the Energy and Environment Cabinet, is working closely with the city on this. Other areas are safe. Now, if you are in the suburbs, if you're in other parts of Louisville, you are as safe today as you've been any other day. The air is fine, your water is fine, but that immediately around the crash site, we're just trying to be very careful. In new news today, following yesterday's events, I'm declaring a state of emergency to help us deal with this plane crash. It allows us to move resources more quickly through emergency management and the Kentucky National Guard. It allows state resources to be used also through our agencies to be readily available, including disaster resource management, expenses related to response, and more, as well as reimbursement. It's going to make sure that groups that are already limited in terms of their funding can get some immediate or short-term help as they wait for reimbursement for the costs that they've expended. Additionally, I've taken action to establish the Team Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund to help those affected by this terrible event. The URL for this site is going to be on the screen. Similar to previous storm disaster funds, every dollar donated will go directly to those affected. In fact, what we've done is we've gone and amended the Team Kentucky Storm Relief Fund to now allow families impacted by a disaster like this to also benefit from the generosity of Kentuckians. Remember, the first thing that we pay for out of these funds are funerals, so that in a time of nobody is worried about that. In Kentucky, we grieve together and we support one another. Donations will help pay for funerals and for response, recovery, and rebuilding. All right, while Kentucky is responding to this crisis in Louisville following yesterday's deadly plane crash, we must also remember the challenges that our families are facing due to a lack of SNAP benefits brought on by the Trump administration. This is a program that was under attack early following the big, ugly bill. That's why in June I wrote a letter to Kentucky's congressional delegation urging them to consider the harmful impacts of this legislation and how it would hit our people, because SNAP is crucial for Kentucky. In our Commonwealth, over 600,000 Kentuckians rely on SNAP. That's 1 of 8 of our people, many of which are kids. These families need this support to avoid going hungry.
All right, everyone, you've been with
October
Kentucky
1st, the federal
Governor Andy Beshear there during his Team Kentucky update. Brooke, we want to break down for people who are just joining us some of the most important takeaways. I think one of the biggest things is that Governor Beshear is declaring a state of emergency, which we know allows funds to be more easily moved around so that people who are paying for relief efforts can be reimbursed, so that they can take care of emergency management efforts in the state. So that is one big, huge takeaway, Governor Beshear declaring a state of emergency.
And just recently, in the last moment or so, he mentioned that Storm Kentucky, the Storm Relief Fund, I should say, for all of our disasters from the flooding and tornadoes. Now he has opened that up to also include the victims of this deadly crash. And as you know, it has been typical of his administration that within that fund, the very first dollars to leave it are dollars that go to the funerals of our victims. So at this point, we have 9 of those to plan for, with 9 confirmed dead, but he also did say they are anticipating at least 1 more. Yeah. We know 2 people out of the 15 that were sent to the hospital, 2 people are critical in the burn unit at U of L Hospital. So I can only imagine when he mentioned they're anticipating at least 1 more, that might be where we're going with that. But of course, no names, no identification was discussed in that part of his news conference.
And Governor Beshear did say, when it comes to that total of people injured and people who have passed away, that, he is going to be coming back here to Louisville with Mayor Greenberg to survey the site, and that when we hear from Mayor Greenberg here in about 20 minutes or so, that there could be a little bit more information coming out about the number of people injured, because certainly that has been a bit of a roving number. The amount in the hospital could potentially be different from the amount missing, reported missing at the Family Reunification Center, which Governor Beshear pointed out is still open. A couple of other things I want to point out that that Governor Beshear said during that news conference. He listed off so many fire departments.
I couldn't keep up. I tried doing it myself.
I think I have almost all of them. I won't read them to you just now, but maybe we'll get to that here in a few minutes. But we do know that it was 50 trucks, 50 fire trucks that responded to the initial scene, 200 first responders. And maybe some of the people that haven't gotten a shout out exactly yet are those first responders that Governor Beshear said then came in to backfill other departments. So that's Vine Grove, West Point, Simpsonville, Shelby County, all of them coming in to relieve crews that have been here in Louisville, helping us through this tragedy. And we know how much of a disaster it already is, but he also wanted to mention too, in proximity to where this crash happened, you're feet away from the Ford factory and the Expo Center, and the fact that, the disaster, the span of that could have been so much worse with these buildings nearby. So we are thankful for that NTSB lead, he said, on the causation. So any questions of how did this happen and why, that's going to be NTSB answering those questions, and they should be here in Louisville. And again, with the governor surveying the damage today, he mentioned 38,000 gallons of fuel on that flight, with Okolona Fire being the main one. But as you heard, more than a dozen responding throughout our county and beyond. And Brooke, one other thing that we haven't mentioned yet that the governor did talk about, we've been speaking about the shelter in place, which has been reduced to a quarter mile around that area of Grade Lane. But right now, the governor is asking that people that are immediately in that crash site not drink water.
Yes.
That is going to be a crucial update if you live in that area. The governor said that all of the other suburbs, other areas of the county and of our city are now safe, air quality doing okay, but they're out of an abundance of caution asking folks who live in the immediate area around Grade Lane not to drink water from their taps.
And that'll be a question maybe we can start asking with the Louisville Water Company too, to see exactly why and how that all comes about as far as consuming the water. So hopefully we can get those questions soon. Our Travis Breeze, our focus investigator, he's been doing just a little bit of digging on the type of plane this is.
Yeah.
We've all seen the UPS planes. We call them the birds in the sky because there are so many of them here in Louisville. But of course, UPS has 6 types of aircraft, and the MD-11, which is what this aircraft was, is its 3rd largest. He said the 2 others are both variations of the 747. And according to a fact sheet from 2021, UPS had 42 MD-11s in its fleet, which made up about 15% of its aircraft. And these are supposed to be strong beast in the sky. We've talked to legal experts this morning who said something malfunctioned clearly, that a lot of these engines are kind of made, if they have fires or anything, they are made to be cut off, they are made to be lost, you know, in flight, but something happened. Something horrific happened. We've got our Jim Stratman out on the scene near Grade Lane. Of course, this is one of those areas they say don't come to. This is where emergency personnel are coming in and out of and have been since 5:15 yesterday. Jim, what are you seeing?
Well, we've been able to take a little bit of a closer look through our chief photojournalist Philip Merle's camera as crews have been coming in and out of this scene. We've seen actually the Zoneton Fire Department is currently down there right now assisting with the scene as it stands right now. We've seen also smoke continuing to billow up every now and again. It's not a constant level of smoke, but it seems like perhaps when water is dumped on some of these areas, in fact, I believe you can actually see, Philip, a fire truck ladder spraying water down just above this police cruiser all the way down in the back. When you're seeing scenes like that, you do get these billows of smoke, white smoke that continue to rise up. Not nearly what we saw yesterday, but it still goes to highlight the fact that this is a very active scene. This has been going on for the better part of like 16 hours, Brooke and Grace. I mean, we've seen crews working around the clock to try and try to get a handle on this scene, and they have done that. It is a big effort for crews to be able to have made this scene, which was dragging or expanding over a city block, and they've been able to contain that fire, push it back in, and get it to a point where they believe it's controlled. At one point, we know yesterday, the shelter-in-place order was given for the entirety of Jefferson County. Now it is about a quarter mile right around where we are in this UPS Worldport area, very close to the crash scene. That's where we're seeing that shelter in place continue. You mentioned it, the governor's updates that we just heard a couple of minutes ago, a state of emergency declared so that those funds, the assistance from potentially the Kentucky National Guard, available to come in and help in this effort, which again could take days at this point. They're not ruling out the fact that this could take multiple days to be able to fully get this under control, finish the recovery effort, which unfortunately Governor Beshear did mention during his talking points there, that he believes this is probably switched from a rescue effort to a recovery effort at this point. We'll get you kind of what we know so far. We know that around 5:15 yesterday, that plane did crash. It was a fiery explosion. 9 people are dead so far. We're going to continue to learn more. We are going to be watching this scene out here at Grade Lane for a while more. We'll be back with you here in just a little bit.
We are coming back on the air here on WHAS 11 Plus, and we're going to be popping in now to WHAS 11 for those of you who are joining us this afternoon. I'm Grace McKenna.
And I'm Brooke Hash. Thanks so much for joining us here as we come to you live, as we have been all morning, giving you those updates as we receive them from our local officials, from Governor Andy Beshear, and we will be going into the television on air in just a minute. So we're going to go ahead and just bring you back in just a couple of seconds here. All right. Thanks, guys, for watching with us.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Grace McKenna.
And I'm Brooke Hash. Coming to you with the newest updates. We just finished up one live newscast and I should say a news conference from Governor Andy Beshear during his Team Kentucky update on this Wednesday afternoon regarding the UPS cargo plane crash that happened just about 5:14 yesterday with 3 crew on board. Death toll still at 9, though he did tell us in this last update they're anticipating at least 1 more.
And you're looking right now at the Louisville Regional Airport Authority around the airport. That's where our team, Conroy DeLuche and Alyssa Newton, are right now for that next news conference we're anticipating, which is going to be more of our city and regional leaders. So Mayor Craig Greenberg, the Airport Authority, Louisville Metro Emergency Management, all going to be there answering some questions. And the governor during his news conference mentioned that this might be when we figure out a little bit more about some of those folks who were missing, the victims who were potentially injured rather than those who have passed away at this point. He said that we might be able to get a little bit more information from Mayor Greenberg about the folks who were missing versus in the hospital. It's been a roving number this morning.
And that typically happens when you have a mass casualty situation, but we had the 9 confirmed dead. U of L Health told us the 15 patients they had in their care as of yesterday across multiple hospital systems within U of L. 2 remain at U of L Hospital's burn unit, and those are in critical condition, as you can imagine. And then overnight, we had been told of 16 families reporting their loved ones missing. But that is where those numbers can start to get a little bit fuzzy, and throughout the day, hopefully we get a better picture, and hopefully that number goes down.
And the good thing to know, too, is that the Family Reunification Center is still open. So if folks are maybe getting up today and just kind of now realizing that there's someone that they need to go find, that is where you're urged to go. The hospitals are not the place to go. LMPD has asked that you let them do the work that they're doing. And part of that, we know, is taking care of 2 victims at least who are still in critical condition at U of L Hospital. The hospital system giving us that information this morning.
And again, so you're seeing on screen 11 injured. That number was bumped up to 15 with U of L Health. And just for those of you joining us, the governor talking about his future visit. He will be coming to Louisville this afternoon to survey the damage along with the mayor, calling this a blazing inferno. And if anybody has missed the video that has circulated on social media, that's exactly what it was. It was 38,000 gallons of jet fuel that went up in a fireball across a city block. This was a massive event. I don't remember this many firefighters and EMS personnel, more than 200 from at least 17 fire departments that we counted ever having to respond to something this big. The GE fire is where I go back 2 years ago, but this certainly is one of the more horrific crashes that we have seen in our history in Louisville.
And it's why the governor has now called a state of emergency to free up funds so that people can, address the response in the way that they need to make that response a smoother process so people can get the help they need. And part of that help, folks, does involve you. We know that the Team Kentucky Relief Fund has now been broadened. That's something that we've seen for storms in recent years.
The flooding and the tornadoes.
Yeah, Governor Beshear now says that they're opening that up to the families of the, people who have been impacted by this crash. And the number one thing that goes to pay for is funerals for those that we have lost, and we know that that number is 9. With the Governor Beshear saying that that's expected to rise, to 1, or rise by 1 at least later on this afternoon.
And something else, we have the shelter in place down to 1/4 mile, but one of the big things that had not been talked about until this last half hour with the governor, he said if you live in that area, in that same shelter in place area, do not consume the water. Of course, JCPS was called off today, all 160 or so schools, because of the water and the air quality alerts that might have happened. And so they're going to be monitoring that. But now we've been told by the governor for that area specifically, do not consume the water if you are within or I should say 1/4 mile from that Grade Lane intersection.
Yeah. So a lot of key updates there from the governor. One thing, Brooke, before the mayor speaks here in a matter of minutes, as we sort of wait on that new news conference with this tragedy, a number of organizations in our community are already reaching out to do what they can to help. We know that That is something that they do in spades. And the Kentucky Baptist Convention helped with disaster relief efforts last night, preparing over 300 meals for first responders who worked on that UPS plane crash. They posted that on Facebook, the Kentucky Baptist Convention, saying it'll continue providing meals today as well. And, you know, we know that that is going to be so crucial because, like you mentioned, there have been close to 20 fire agencies that were responding, and that's not even to add in our emergency management, our police agencies that are helping, the National Guard, Kentucky Emergency Management. All of those agencies are helping, and the Kentucky Baptist Convention thanked the volunteers who helped make meals last night, saying on Facebook, quote, "Praise the Lord for all these great volunteers and our cooperative efforts as Baptists to serve in the hardest of places."
We love that. We love our community stepping up, and especially in a night, you know, this all happened around 5:15. And it was dark within an hour.
Yeah.
And you're having to deal with this inferno. You can't see much. We definitely couldn't see after the sun went down. So you know just how vital it was to get the help that they needed. Right now, we are going to be showing you the flight times from Ali International. At this point, we knew that there was one runway open. This was a major change from overnight when SDF had, of course, completely closed down and shut off the TSA. But you can see right now, we had definitely quite a few delays. Still some flights canceled. More have been postponed. Our Clary Shaley has been at the airport throughout the morning talking to a number of people who either stayed the night or got hotel rooms, and they're coming back and at those checkout counters right now trying to get their plane flights rescheduled. But from her understanding, most people were very understanding of the situation, having been just feet away from where this all took place.
You have to be. And you mentioned people were feet away. Some of the videos that we're seeing were taken by people who were on planes at the time, you know, waiting to deboard or waiting to take off at SDF. They're helping us sort of piece together what happened here, certainly.
Yeah, and we have dashboard camera if we can show that at any point. This is a guy that's sitting about half a mile from the airport. When we say this plane crashed, it slid off the runway at a very high speed. And when you talk to the aviation experts, they say that that crew did exactly what they were supposed to do. You see what looked like a left wing, the engine on fire. And they said when you get to a certain speed, look at this.
There's that video, yeah. Oh, it's
when
stunning.
you get to the speed that plane was going, whatever the crew on board knew was going on, they were trained to try to take flight and deal with it in the air. He said there is a cutoff. You know, when you have engines on fire, things are supposed to detach. And what happened there, it just did not. Though we are seeing some photos where there is an engine just laying there in the field. I'm seeing that, and we'll get that to you momentarily. So there is just a full engine that is just on the ground from where that believe the plane originally had issues and then slid off another block or so into a number of other buildings. But that, you see the plane is literally on its side before crashing wing first.
And that engine, we're you know, working to get in to show you that photo, but that's something that our aviation expert who we spoke to earlier, a pilot and an aviation attorney, sort of explained to us that these engines are made to come off of the aircraft so that they can do maintenance work on them. But for one to come off, you know, as the plane was taking off like this and to be theoretically potentially ripped off in the way that he said it looked like to him, is not something that is supposed to happen. It was a catastrophic crash, as Governor Beshear described it. So we're piecing together, you know, what exactly happened, but certainly you can see the aftermath there. The amount of fuel, the amount of fire that our first responders were having to deal with is something really stunning. And that all taking place right outside of Muhammad Ali International Airport, which is where Clary Shaley has been for us today, talking to, you know, folks who were there when all of this happened. A lot of the flights had to be canceled, so folks are coming back now today, Clarice, to pick up kind of where they left off.
They are, and I did speak to one person who is coming back for a flight that has been basically rescheduled for the time he originally came for, but got canceled because of the plane crash. He said that they were actually getting on the plane and then were told they had they had to get off, and he immediately saw the smoke in the air and immediately thought of the people and knew that the situation was not well. Actually, wanted to get to some of the arrivals and departures. They've been looking pretty good so far today. There's a lot of on time for departures, and for arrivals there are a few more setbacks than there were about an hour ago, but still keeping time here. Now I do want to get to some of that video that people saw. One of the passengers I talked to had seen while he was here yesterday. This is video from people in the airport area who were driving along I-65 and in surrounding neighborhoods as police and fire blocked roads leading to the airport. And a lot of people I've spoken to have also seen this video, if they haven't already just seen it on their own. They've seen it on social media. I did speak to one person waiting to catch her flight to Dallas that continues to get delayed, and she says she saw the cloud of smoke and immediately knew something was wrong, and then she learned more about the situation.
I think we're very understanding. I mean, we're just happy that the airport's open and we have a chance to get to Dallas, because we know we have a really good chance of getting to, Southern California if we can at least get to Dallas.
And again, those flights with the airport were delayed or canceled because of that crash, and you can see some of those times on your screen right now. The airport says to travelers to continue to keep an eye on your flights for those cancellations or those delays. Again, we're looking at arrival times that are a little setback at this point. We're getting to noon now. And then departures are mostly on time, a few setbacks to places like Chicago, Dallas, Fort Worth is what this says. On my phone I took a picture. And Miami, and then Newark is another one that has been set back. So getting more onto, it seems like a schedule here at the airport, but people are all very understanding on why they've seen delays and why they've seen cancellations. Brooke, Grace.
All right, Clarice, thank you so much. As we come back, folks, if you are just joining us here as we are seconds away from the noon hour, we want to let you know that we've been covering all morning long the developing story of the UPS cargo plane crash. The state of Kentucky in a state of emergency now as we deal with that. The governor made that announcement just about half an hour ago.
And that was the purpose of making sure funds that need to be distributed to this emergency and personnel, the first responders, it can all happen especially fast. That is the reason for the state of emergency at this point. The Kentucky Storm Relief Fund that so many of us have given to in recent years, from the tornadoes to the floods, that is now being opened up to the victims of this tragedy here at Ali International. And the very first amount of those funds that'll be processed will be going toward those in their funerals. At that point, we know that number is 9, though the governor said they're anticipating at least 1 more. We know 2 were in critical condition at the burn unit at U of L Hospital. They were the only 2 left that were still at a hospital within the U of L health system. The other 13 who were injured have since been released. That is some good news.
Yeah, it certainly is. And though we are thinking of the 2 people who are still recovering from their injuries, like you said, we know that those are critical injuries. So it's certainly not going to be an easy day for any of those families, not an easy day for anybody that's been impacted.
NTSB should be on the ground right now starting to assess, and there were about 5 levels of where they were on their board. They're on the second section of that. The governor will be surveying the damage today. He was in Frankfurt. He'll be headed back to Louisville this afternoon, and assuming with our mayor to look at that, and that is who we are waiting on here at the top of the hour for a news conference on this. We know 50 fire trucks responded to this blaze yesterday. 50. You don't see that. It wasn't just from Louisville. You and I both were trying ferociously to write everyone down. We counted at least 17 departments who responded yesterday with all their personnel. About 4 or 5 were on backup to help those counties that left to help us. They went in and played backup as well. And when we talk about the proximity here, for those of you who might not be up on our area around the airport, you have the Expo Center where thousands of people can be at any given time. You have the Ford factory, just as many workers there, and it came not close, but that just shows you the impact it could have had. And
it did, we know, impact 2 businesses. The governor named them here this afternoon: Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and then Grade A Auto. He also mentioned as well, though, that there was a restaurant nearby that for a time, it was concerning that may have been hit or impacted in some way, and that the governor said was a miss, which is thankful, but that restaurant is now helping in the search and efforts in this area.
The shelter in place down to a quarter of a mile around that Grade Lane intersection. So if you live around the airport pretty closely, you're still in that shelter in place. They said they didn't find anything toxic in the air, no main hazards, but still just good to not send the kids outside for a long period. And I mentioned that because JCPS is off school today because of this. They did close all of their schools, and just precautionary for the shelter in place that was, and especially with the water. And they are told that if you are a local within that quarter of a mile radius from the airport, do not consume water.
Yeah. The good news, though, the governor saying that the air quality is okay now for the rest of the city, for the surrounding areas. So if you're not in that quarter mile radius, it's all okay now, which is a dramatic difference. One thing that the governor said during his news conference as well is that they were able, because of the work of our first responders, to get that shelter in place reduced and reduced and reduced so much more quickly than anybody could have anticipated. That is, again, what Governor Beshear was saying this afternoon, because we know that at one point it went all the way from the outer loop to Jeffersonville, Indiana, basically our entire county.
Yeah, you could see it on the radar when we talked to Matt Vreeland a little bit later. There was green on the radar, which for us would have been rain or some type of cloud cover. It was the smoke, it was the ash that was literally filtering from the watershed over the Ohio River. So that's what we're dealing with today. You look outside, you would never know unless you're one of the 200 first responders who were out there last night. Of course, they still have us pretty far back where you're not able to see too much. No drones, no choppers. So it's going to take some time, but again, we are waiting a news conference from the Regional Airport Authority on campus there at Ollie International with the mayor, with airport officials. Should be hearing hoping from NTSB sometime today. They've got their work cut out for them for sure.
Emergency management in Louisville as well, going to be at that news conference to give us some more information. We really, I don't think, can stress enough the work that our first responders have been doing for the course of the last 15 hours now or so, if not more at this point. And they've been on the scene the entire time.
Since 5:14 yesterday, and I can't stress enough too how you have to put yourself in their shoes for the moment. Not only was this an inferno that they were dealing with, they're finding bodies. They have found 9 bodies at that crash site, and I can only imagine they could find more. I mean, this spanned a very wide range. It ran off the runway and went into some major parking lots with semis that are sitting there, which is why you see some dash cam video that we've been showing you throughout the morning of drivers sitting there half a mile away and the plane was still going. We have some new video that we want to show you right now. You can see just outside the gate there. This is a live shot from the World Port, I should say. I mean, we are based here. This is UPS. This is home to thousands of UPSers. You can see that plane. And this was an MD-11 that went down with 3 crew on board. We have still not heard officially the status of our crew members. But when you see the ball of fire, when you see that crash, it's hard to believe otherwise that they are not going to be a part of that death toll.
And it's hard to believe just in general because crashes of this magnitude are catastrophic. That's the governor's word from earlier today. They are not something that happens often. I know you and Doug and some of the folks who have been here a little bit longer were struggling to come up with a comparable situation.
Because there hasn't.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Tragedies like this should be 1 in a million.
And it wasn't too long ago, maybe just a month, if you guys remember, that we had an emergency mass casualty training scenario at this airport. We just had dozens of our first responders in the last month at this airport working on what they would do. So we are taking a look at the podium now. Again, any moment we are getting ready to have our mayor, Craig Greenberg, and Louisville EMA with Jody Myman, I assume, and a number of airport officials detailing what we know. The governor just talking in the last half hour saying that still stands at 9, but we're going to go ahead and listen in there. Here
we go. There's the mayor
Greenberg.
and folks from the airport as well.
Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dan Mann. I'm the CEO of the Louisville Regional Airport Authority. Thanks for being here today. First, I'd like to really start just by saying, our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all the families, friends, and everybody that's been affected by this tragedy. All the first responders that have been out spending a lot of hours last night, still going this morning. Really instrumental in us being able to open the airport. Special kudos to the traffic control and our folks at TSA who were here and available and getting this place ready to go. We are operational. We have one runway open. We do have some delays. We had 21 flights cancel yesterday. That's 16% of the total flights. And then as of today, we've had 16 flights cancel, 12% of our total flights. We expect there'll probably be many delays and a few more cancellations until we get another runway open. But we are operational. TSA is screening passengers and the tower is clearing aircraft. And so we are moving along in that fashion. The last part I'd like to say is the NTSB has arrived. They're on the scene. I expect you will hear from them later today. We don't have an exact time, but they are out on the airfield, and I believe they will be in sometime this afternoon, and you'll hear more information on that. That's all I have for right now, Mayor.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to speak directly to the families who are still waiting for information about their loved ones. I know there are simply no words that can undo what happened, that can provide true comfort at this moment with lack of information and pain that you're feeling. But please know that everyone in Louisville, myself, all levels of government across the state, at the federal level, we are all here for you. We are here to support you, to provide you with the resources that you need. People are working right now to get you the information you're seeking as quick as we possibly can, and we will continue to stay with you. This is not something that will go away overnight. We know that your pain will continue for days, months, years ahead, and so we are here to support each and every one of you. I was there last night at the Family Reunification Center to try to provide some comfort to families who are looking for information, and we are continuing to work every day. Also, to the rest of our city, no one should have to deal with tragedy alone. Whether you're the family member of someone who is still missing or have been notified as a victim of this crash, whether you're part of the UPS family, whether you know people who are part of the UPS family, everyone in our city, I know, has been hurt by this tragedy. And so we have resources available directly for the victims and for others throughout the city to help. And that's where I wanted to start today. First, if you're still looking for information about a loved one, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That's the LMPD training facility. That is where we have members of the LMPD Victims Unit, where the Red Cross, 7 counties, and other resources are available for families of individuals who may have been victims of the crash. Beyond just the families, again, know this is an incredibly difficult time and trauma impacts everybody differently. There are resources available throughout the entire city to provide help to individuals who are struggling to process this tragedy. If you feel like you have an emergency, a mental health emergency, please dial 988. 988 is a national number that can get you a mental health professional and some assistance to deal with your grieving, with your pain, with whatever you are dealing with. If you have a non-emergency but you would like to still speak with a mental health counselor, please reach out to our Office of Violence Prevention that has trained mental health professionals waiting to assist you. That phone number is 574-6949. Additional beyond those resources, JCPS is out today. We know that there are families across our city that are struggling with hunger, with lack of food right now as a result of SNAP benefits being cut off, other issues in this challenging time. If you are in need of food today, if your kids are in need of food today because they are not in school, please reach out to Dare to Care at 966-3821. 966-3821. And also, as the governor just announced, we're not going to go over everything that the governor just provided in his briefing that he just made from Frankfurt. He is now headed towards Louisville to join Congressman McGarvey and me here shortly. We will not repeat everything, but I do want folks to know that we are working with Governor Beshear and his team on the relief fund for families of victims of this. We've had an outpouring of support already from local companies, local foundations, and individuals to ask what they can do to help. And so we're going to all partner on this together to support them. That's the Team Kentucky, Team KY Emergency Relief Fund.ky.gov. There's going to be more information put online about that if you're interested in supporting the families of the victims. A few other items on public safety. As we mentioned this morning, the shelter-in-place radius has been reduced to a quarter mile, and we will continue to reduce that as soon as we're confident that it is safe. Can continue to try to shrink that throughout the day. Air monitoring continues to go on around the crash site and around the city, and all residential water service is safe to drink. Everyone's water is safe to drink unless you have been specifically reached out to by the Louisville Water Company giving you an advisory. You should feel comfortable that your water is safe to drink. LG&E is getting power back on to those non-affected areas outside of the crash site right now. Last I heard, there were 135 customers still without power. Also want to talk about drones for a minute. Right now, there's a temporary flight restriction that's been put in place by the FAA surrounding the crash site. There's no reason for any drones from private individuals or other organizations to be flying right now. They could get in the way of our recovery operations. If you are flying a drone within this TFR area, we will find your drone and you run the risk of prosecution, of heavy federal fines. Please do not be that person that is getting in the way of our recovery efforts. Give our first responders, give the NTSB, give everyone the opportunity to deal with that site, and please don't use drones right now in that restricted airspace. Congressman McGarvey and I have been in touch since the first moments after this happened. I also want to thank Robin Taylor from Senator McConnell's office here. We've been in touch with Senator Paul's office, with Congressman Guthrie's office. In times like this, everybody puts partisan politics aside here in Kentucky, and we're all working closely together. Governor Beshear and his administration, my administration, and all of our federal delegation working together to bring whatever resources each of we can in partnership to get answers, to provide relief and resources, and to ensure that our city is safe and coming together to support those who are in need. Congressman McGarvey and I also just left a meeting with the NTSB, and I'm going to now turn it over to Congressman McGarvey to say a few words about that meeting and share a few things about next steps. Congressman McGarvey.
Thank you, Mayor Greenberg. I really appreciate your leadership at this time and everything you're doing in both mobilizing people, mobilizing emergency crews, making sure people have what they need, but also for your compassion, your emotional leadership at this time. Reality is this rocked our community. Louisville looked apocalyptic last night. The images of smoke coming over our city, of debris falling in every neighborhood, people trapped in their homes. for the families who lost someone who won't be coming home. This is awful. This is not something you think happens here. And when it does, it impacts every single one of us. I'm a lifelong Louisvillian. To answer the question, I went to Manual High School. Everybody here knows everybody. We're the biggest small city in America, and if you don't know someone directly impacted by this, you know someone who does. But this is when we're also at our best, is when things are worst. And we come together. And I can tell you, we're all working together. The mayor's office, the governor's office, Senator McConnell's office, Senator Paul's office, Congressman Guthrie's office, the entire delegation. We are bringing the full resources of the federal government to bear on this tragedy to make sure that we get answers as quickly as possible, but also, and I stress that those answers are correct. And it can be frustrating. We all want to know what happened right now. We've seen some of the images online, and there's a lot of internet sleuths. The NTSB is here. They have a full team. What does that look like? 28 people from the NTSB are here on the ground, plus the support network back in Washington, D.C. They are going to analyze absolutely every bit of what happened. We're talking about everything that is man-made, that is machine-made, that is environmental. The NTSB is going to go over with a fine-tooth comb. They are partnering with the Red Cross. They are not only investigating the crash, they are providing direct assistance and communication with victims' families. We are thrilled that they are here. It's going to take a little while, but we will work with them, with everybody involved, to make sure that we know what happens in this instance. There's so many stories of loss. There are also so many stories of bravery. I said last night Louisville looked apocalyptic, awful. And a plane, we know it was a plane, we know it was taking off to Hawaii, we know how much fuel was on board. And when it crashed and that fuel spread everywhere, I had someone tell me it looked like it was raining oil in Louisville. But the Oklahoma Fire Department, it's their jurisdiction. And Chief Little, you and your firefighters did not hesitate. You put your gear on, you got in those trucks, and you raced head first into a truly apocalyptic scene without regard to your own safety or well-being, to do what you do best, to protect our community. Every single one of your firefighters was out last night with the hundreds of others from not just across our county, but across our state. We are extremely grateful for your bravery. We're extremely grateful for your training. It was just 2 weeks ago that we were training for something unfortunately like this. We're grateful for what you do. We're grateful for how you do it. And I want to invite Chief Little from Oklahoma to come up and say a few words.
I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone, give you a brief statement and update about our situation. Last night, about 5 o'clock, shortly thereafter, we were dispatched on a explosion. Shortly thereafter, we were informed that it was a plane crash. And as the governor pointed out, just about 2 weeks ago, we did train with Louisville Fire along with the Airport Authority. This is something that we do annually. You hope that you never have to do this, but unfortunately it happened. So last night we had roughly 38 companies on scene. We had multiple agencies from across the state. We had, and please forgive me, those agencies if I do not name you, but Bardstown, Bullitt County, Lexington, all responded here. We worked with MetroSafe, Louisville Metro EMS, Louisville PD, and all the county fire departments across our county here. They were all represented. So we had roughly 30 ambulances here last night. And today we've downscaled tremendously. We currently have 4 engines, 4 trucks, 2 ambulances on scene. We have roughly 30 to 40 firefighters that are on scene. We have a SARS team. It's a search and rescue team that is represented by all the county departments along with Louisville Fire, and there's approximately 40 members here doing search and rescue through the debris zone. So let's see. So we are currently working with NTSB. We have some hot spots that are out there that we're trying to, some of them we're going to let burn. They're so insignificant right now, but as they flare up, we will extinguish them. One of the issues that we are currently having is the size of the debris zone and actually getting our apparatus there. So, yeah. I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Just a couple. Thank you very much, Chief. A couple final comments, and then we'll open it up for members of the media. First, we'll continue to stay at this 24/7 as long as necessary. All of us are working on this as well as our respective teams that are out there. I think my last call with the governor last night was around midnight. First one at 5:45 this morning, and our teams are just going above and beyond. And so just want to say thankful to every one of the first responders. Chief Little, thanks to you and the entire team. So we will continue to keep you all updated with additional information as we know it. But for right now, that's the information that we have. As Congressman McGarvey said, I think it was Congressman McGarvey said that NTSB, we hope we'll have a briefing later this afternoon. We'll be providing some more briefing after the governor arrives in a few hours when we have even more information. Then the final thing I wanted to mention was, I know there's a lot of questions about who are the victims that have tragically perished in this crash. The coroner, the Jefferson County coroner has been at the scene, is back at the scene today. They are the ones that confirm the identities of the victims and are the ones that provide that information. And as soon as we have that, we will amplify the information that the coroners are able to provide as soon as they make these identifications. And with that, we will open it up to questions from members of the media.
Can the chief tell us how long the search and recovery part of this incident will go on for? How long are you going to stay out there and look for victims?
If you could repeat the question.
Okay. Repeat the question for me, please. For me.
Repeat it. So
Okay. So how long will we be out there? We'll be out there. We're planning to be there for at least a week or longer. We'll be out there as long as the NTSB needs us to be there. We are prepared for this. So I don't know how many victims we're actually looking for. That's one of the issues. And the debris zone is so large. So trying to get people back there. And with the debris zone, some of that debris is going to have to be moved and searched underneath. So it will take us quite a while.
What is the size of the debris zone?
I don't have a footage or a square mileage, but so Fern Valley Road, probably about 50 yards past Melton. I don't know if you know how long or how far that is. So, but it's a very large debris zone.
Can you give us any other details about that debris zone?
As far as that debris zone, there were a petroleum recycle business that was there that created some issues for us. The oil that was stored there came across the roadways, got into the waterways. LMSD's on scene taking care of that. The other businesses, there were some businesses where you could go and pull apart from scrap vehicles. So large semis that are in there and multiple vehicles. So a lot of scrap metal as well. So.
Do you know how an approximate number of people who are still unaccounted for?
I do not.
We have not. There are more than the number of victims that we have confirmed that have families looking for information about them.
Is the city,
Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Is the city, NTSB, anyone anyone going to share any images of that crash site since people can't drone and crews are being kept pretty far back?
For right now, we're going to defer to NTSB on that and let them get through their initial assessment. And so you can ask them that this afternoon. Also, just one more thing about the water company is going to be putting up some more information about what I said earlier on their website momentarily here. And I do, as Congressman McGarvey was pointing out, all of these great collaborations and all the offices. I also want to recognize James Victory from Congressman Guthrie's office is here with us as well. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the Congressman's support of all of this effort.
Okay, Chief, could you describe for us the wreckage of the plane itself? What sort of shape it's in, and what have you observed?
For the fuselage, we've not seen much of it, to tell you the truth. There's wreckage that starts from almost Fern Valley Road and does go all the way down past Melton. So there are landing gear that's out there. You would not see a whole fuselage. With the intense fire that was there, most of things are gone. So including some of the vehicles, the semis, and the plane.
The governor had many words of praise for your actions last night and your quick response. And in his words, I think he said things could have been much worse. What else could have happened here without your quick response?
Right here, we're so lucky, to be honest with you. This is not a residential area. Thank God that some of the employees had already left, being after 5 o'clock, so it could have been more catastrophic for us.
Can you share what the Emergency Management Agency found through its air quality testing, and what specific findings led to the shelter-in-place order?
I'll defer. We'll get you. The question was about what results were the air monitoring. I'll get with emergency management on that, but they're continuing to monitor it in real time, and as it's safe for everybody, that's when we're increasing it. Public safety is our absolute #1 priority.
Mayor, have you been to the crash site?
I've not yet been. We will be going. Congressman McGarvey, the governor, and I will be going there shortly here after this.
Congressman McGarvey, in your conversations with NTSB, has there been any discussion about possible effects of the government shutdown on the response?
Yeah, I've been in conversations with NTSB since the very beginning of this. Talked to the chair of NTSB several times last night, as late as midnight. Talked with board member Inman, who's on the scene here. He's a true pro, and I should say this, he's also a Kentuckian, which I think makes this very special. They are taking this very seriously. Every resource of NTSB is being brought to bear on this. There is no impact from the shutdown whatsoever.
Chief, how are your firefighters doing?
Our firefighters are doing very well. So we did a shift change this morning, so we have fresh bodies on scene that are capable of handling this. So
are you offering them any?
We do have refreshments, and many local businesses have offered to donate food and refreshments.
Well, what about
the mental issues? We've not had any at this point. Down the road, we will open that up. We have in-house counsel that comes in and visits with them. We have other programs should something arise and they need to speak to someone.
We know what the NTSB is going to be doing in terms of their investigation of the crash. Is there anything locally that needs to be investigated? Any questions that need to be answered in the aftermath of this?
The question was, are there any local commencing? At this time, there are none. NTSB will be taking the lead on why this occurred, and if there are, as a result of that, if information is discovered that means we need to do anything else locally here, we certainly will jump on that immediately. But at this point, there are no local investigations ongoing. We're simply working in partnership as first responders and on the recovery effort and to identify any additional victims.
Do you foresee any discussions in the future about continued presence of commercial buildings, residential buildings, anything that might be south of the airport?
The question was about commercial buildings south of the airport. There are very detailed federal rules and regulations on all of this and where and what you can build and to what heights, all surrounding the airport, that is based on safety practices. I'm confident the federal government continues to evaluate those on a regular basis. We continue to prioritize safety in all aspects, whether that's buildings, whether that's individuals. And so we'll follow the federal government's lead on that. At this point, we don't expect any changes. This is a tragic accident. And we are, again, as you heard the governor say earlier, you heard the chief and others, we are fortunate it was not worse, but this was a tragic accident. And at this point in time, we have no reason to believe it's anything more than that.
I just want to add to that really quickly, if you don't mind, Mayor, because this is about the NTSB and a little bit of a federal issue. I just want to say that the NTSB, they are the experts in this. They know what they're doing. We are glad they are here leading this investigation. Both the mayor and I met with Member Inman this morning and his team when they landed. We've talked to them before they got here. He pointed out this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mayor, that the NTSB has over 150,000 of these investigations under its belt. They are working closely with us. It is not the feds coming in and just, running over locals. It is a true partnership. They know what they're doing. You've got the mayor's department working well with them, the governor's department of emergency management working well with them. We're all in the same room. We're all on the same page. But they said this morning. It says, David, to your question, it says, "From tragedy, we draw knowledge to improve safety for us all," is the motto they gave us this morning. And so.
The question was a conversation I've had with UPS. I've spoken to several UPS executives. They are fully cooperating with the NTSB. They're working on providing support to all of the victims' families at this point in time.
Are all of the victims UPS employees?
The question is, are all of the victims UPS employees? Again, we have not identified the victims. I do not believe that to be the case. We have, UPS has disclosed that there are 3 crew members. Beyond that, I have no knowledge that any of the other victims are UPS employees, but I just don't know at this point in time. They might have been off duty or something like that, so I just don't know that for a fact. A couple more questions.
A couple questions for Director Mann, just short questions. One, you discussed how one runway was open. What is the status of the other runway? Was there any damage sustained? And also, we're looking into the flight that took off yesterday. Were there any maintenance issues or concerns before takeoff that were addressed?
No. So we have one runway open. There was no fodder debris, so we were able to open that with NTSB's concurrence. The primary runway, our west parallel runway, has FOD, and that's where the NTSB is focusing right now. They'll go through all their inspections. The east parallel runway has a little bit of debris. We think that may be able to open this afternoon. As it relates to inspections, problems with maintenance, we just finished Part 139 is a compliance inspection with the FAA, and we have records on every inspection we do on the airfield. I think within an hour prior to that flight, our ops team had been out there and done an inspection, and everything was fine. So from a maintenance perspective, it looks good. As it relates to damage to the airfield, there's debris. There's some minor problems in the grass and the safety areas. The physical pavement is in fine shape right now. So it will open as soon as we have clearance from the NTSB to do so. Again, that takes some time. We have the one runway. We think we'll have the second one open, but we can operate fine with the parallel runway, with especially the air carrier traffic.
All right, we will provide an update on when our next briefing is later this afternoon, and we thank you all very much. We'll continue to keep the entire community updated as soon as we have additional new information. Thank you all very much, and God bless everyone here in Louisville and around the region. These are tough times. We will get through it together. Thank you.
12:35 here on your Wednesday. Just wrapping up that news conference at the airport with Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, Dan Mann from the airport, Morgan McGarvey, our congressman here locally, talking about what we know has happened since that UPS cargo plane crashed with 3 on board yesterday, just about 5:14 p.m. Talking with Oklahoma's Fire Chief Mark Little, who is up there as well, and what they're dealing with. They were the very first and the main responder for a number of departments, at least 17 or 18 that we counted that responded. He said the debris field is so large, they have not found the fuselage, the main body of the plane. He goes, when you had a fireball like that, most of the time you won't see anything. It's gone, and the debris field is so wide, they don't know how many victims they're looking for.
Right. There are a lot of, critical details and really important and interesting information that we learned from that news conference, but we do want to give you 3 big things that you do need to know as of this afternoon. 9 people have lost their lives because of this plane crash, again, a UPS cargo plane. That number, though, is unfortunately expected to rise, so we are watching that here this afternoon. There at the airport, they've reopened 1 runway, so flights that were delayed or canceled have been taking off this morning. We know that a number of flights were delayed and canceled yesterday and into this morning. And the shelter-in-place order that was at one point so widespread, it went all the way from the outer loop to Jeffersonville, Indiana, is now only about a quarter-mile radius. So that has been dramatically shrunk back. And Governor Beshear earlier today said that, that is because of the work of our first responders, that they were able to so quickly reduce that reduce that radius that people were needing to shelter in place. And we do know that from here, the NTSB is on the scene. They are the lead investigatory agency, and pretty much all new information to this point is going to really come from them as we start to piece together what happened.
Yeah, you're taking a look at some of the dash cam video from a truck driver who was literally just half a mile away from the airport. That's the moment the plane just careens wing first, burst into flames right in front of that driver. And we also want to show you the path of that flight, because as you can imagine, this went well off the runway. I think the chief said at least 50 yards or so into a number of neighboring businesses. You can see the airport, that runway there, and then it skids off. I mean, when you say the debris field, it's right there around Grade Lane, where they continuously have blocked that off for most of the morning, and probably will for the next couple of days. So they do not want anyone over in that area. We do want to bring up one more thing before we get to our Ian Hardwitt. We've been talking all morning about the water consumption with Governor Andy Beshear as well as the mayor. There's a little bit of back and forth. They said for locals in that radius, that quarter of a mile, don't drink it. Then the mayor telling us it is safe to drink for every Louisville person, all the residents, all the businesses, unless you've been directly notified by the water company. At this point, if you haven't gotten a call, no knock on your door, you can drink your water here in Louisville.
And the mayor did mention, too, the water company is going to put some information up on their website. So if you think at all that this might apply to you, check out the Louisville Water Company website. You'll be able to figure that out. One thing that we did speak about with the governor and our city leaders, as well as the businesses that have been impacted. We know 2 kind of directly hit by that plane. Our Ian Hardwitt is live near the crash site. And Ian, you've been talking to business owners in that area.
That's right, Grace. We've got the businesses on my right over here, further down Grade Lane. That's right near the southern border of the airstrip where UPS Flight 2976 was taking off yesterday. And then over to my left here, that's UPS right behind me. The business owners actually haven't been able to get over to their businesses this morning. I've talked to 2 so far. We've got Kentucky Truck Parts and Auto Service, and then I also talked to Debbie, the owner of Stooges. Now here's some of the video. You can see the flames rising high into the air. This was taken from the shop door at Kentucky Truck Parts. It gives you a real idea of how far the flames stretch after that flight hurtled through the air. Surveillance video also shows that plane. One person hopped the fence in that surveillance video and into the truck mechanic's lot as they ran away from the fire. Now the Kentucky Truck Parts co-owner Sabit Aliyev took video as he ran for his life.
We ran out. I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded. 2-3 minutes later, when the oil tank started exploding and the oil started burning, it was more. We have like an older gentleman, 2 fences down, and he was living in an RV. I don't know what's the deal with him.
Are you worried about it?
Yeah, of course. He's a human being like me, though.
Aliyev there also told us it took 2 hours to find a way out. Police officers had to cut him out actually with bolt cutters since he was fenced in. And since we're out here by UPS, there's one more thing I want to show you all back at the studio. An MD-11 is the type of plane that crashed yesterday. You can see this one over here in UPS's airfield right now. It's got the big engine on the tail. This is an absolutely massive cargo airplane, one of the biggest in UPS's fleet. That'll give you some idea of what came through the air and left the airfield as it was taking off yesterday. We've heard from more business owners today, and we're going to try and bring you interviews with them later on in the evening, people who still have not been able to see the true extent of the damage to their livelihoods. For now, I'm live with photojournalist Jessica Farley, Ian Hardwitt for WHAS11 on your side.
Ian, thank you. And we do want to give you that look right there. This is the type of UPS plane that crashed, the third biggest in the fleet. That is the MD-11. Just a few years ago, it made up about 15% of the aircraft for UPS. And this map shows the crash site and the quarter-mile radius shelter in place currently here at 12:42 on your Wednesday. Part of the difficulty for investigators is that debris radius is so large. We heard that from Oklahoma's fire chief, that they have yet to even find the major pieces of the plane, if there are any to be found.
Yeah, that was something that he did point out, that, you know, a lot of the plane, because of the fire, has burned up. So it's going to take them a while to piece things together. We do have some photos to show you the debris that has been seen on the runway so far. And we know that any pieces that the NTSB can find are going to be really crucial, because that's how they start to figure out what exactly went wrong with the engine or with the parts of this plane. We were speaking to our aviation expert and aviation attorney, pilot himself, Lad Sanger, earlier today, who kind of described what he saw, which was some sort of crucial catastrophic issue with the engine on the plane, basically something that should not have happened to the engine of that plane, potentially being ripped off of the wing. So the debris here is going to be really crucial in piecing together what happened.
Yeah, pretty much saying that, the crew that he could see did everything they were supposed to do and were trained to do, and that when you are going that speed, when you reach a certain limit, you do take air and try to fix it while you're airborne instead of trying to veer off the road. That could be even more catastrophic than what we saw. And that clearly they had a matter of seconds before that was back on the ground. Maybe 175 feet or so is how far they got up before that crash took place. Our Jim Stratman has been out around Grade Lane in the Fern Valley area all morning long, where they really have been pushed back as far as the public and the media. We're not going any further than where you see Jim there. What have you seen today?
Well, one of the big things I've seen recently, Brooke, and it goes back to something that was said during that news conference with the mayor, is a company, a pumping company, moving a lot of different storage tanks down Grades Lane towards where crews are working. I'll step out and our photojournalist Philip Merle will show you exactly what we're seeing. Now, it's been interesting to see these tanks start moving through this area, because the fire chief from Oklahoma said that one of the buildings that was hit when this plane crashed was a petroleum business, and he did say that some of that oil leaked out into the waterways. We've seen trucks come through with different tubes to try to, which you would assume is to help pump that out. We've seen plenty of different storage tanks start moving down as well, so that could be a reason why the water levels or the water system is getting a little bit clearer as the day goes on. But this has been an ongoing process. We've probably seen 5, 6, 7 of these go down in a couple of hours that we've been out here this morning. In addition to that, we've seen plenty of crews moving their way down there, fire crews, police, all sorts of first responders moving in and out of this area as it remains active. We've seen some fire crews themselves putting water down onto hot spots. Another thing that the chief mentioned is an ongoing effort. He said that some of those hot spots will be able to burn themselves out, but they're going to keep monitoring them. They've been monitoring them for hours and hours and hours at this point. The crash happened at 5:15 last night, and thankfully those crews were able to get around that fire and start to work their way in and get it under control. But for the last number of hours, 10, 12 hours at this point, you can say probably these crews have been working on hotspot control, and that's going to be a big push for these crews as they continue throughout this process. The NTSB, of course, going to be looking into the cause of this fire, and what went wrong. But before they can really do that, these crews out here from Okolona, from Jefferson County, from all these different fire departments. We saw Zoneton out here earlier this morning. They're going to be the ones who have to get this area cleared enough and ready enough for the NTSB to come on scene and start their investigation. Now, you've already mentioned some of the main points that we've learned so far. 9 dead, 11 others hurt. At least 15 taken to hospitals across different areas, that coming from U of L earlier this morning. We've been told from those 15, about 13 already discharged, which is good news, but 2 critical injuries still persisting, still in the hospital. That's an update that we're hoping to get more information on as the day continues. Again, the mayor and the governor both saying those numbers could very easily rise as the day continues. So this is something that is not going away anytime soon. Crews are going to be out here for days. The fire chief saying they're planning for a week out here, Brooke and Grace. It's going to be a long time before this scene is really cleared up and crews are able to move on out.
Jim, understandably, so many people involved in this, and we'll of course keep you updated. Thank you for staying out there for us. UPS released a statement last night saying they're terribly saddened by the accident in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and of course thousands of UPSers. They said we are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of this accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. UPS's second-day air sort at Worldport has been canceled this afternoon. Hub and ramp employees on the second-day air sort should not be going into work.
And we also now know that tomorrow, Teamsters Local 89 will be holding a candlelight vigil for those killed in the crash, according to a Facebook post. It's going to be at the Union Hall at 5 p.m.
Again, that will be the Teamsters Local 89's Union Hall off of Taylor Boulevard. The Union chaplain will be leading the community members in prayer for all of the victims. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to attend. Meanwhile, all Jefferson County public schools are closed today in response to this crash. We know there are a number around the shelter-in-place area, so the closure will be treated like a snow day, I should say, which means no online instruction. All extracurriculars and athletics are also canceled. JCPS told us they will be checking the water and air quality at schools near the crash site before reopening.
So in the last hour, we have heard not only from the governor, but from Mayor Craig Greenberg, Congressman Morgan McGarvey, Dan Mann with the Airport Authority, and our Conroy Deluche was at that second news conference hearing from more of our city leaders as we look ahead, Conroy, to this NTSB investigation where it takes over from here. Tell us a little bit about what we learned just minutes ago.
That's right, we're still out here at the Airport Authority's building where this press conference, it wrapped up no more than 15 minutes ago and everybody's moved on to the next place. And the third person we heard from was Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who said simply, Louisville looked apocalyptic. Just the scenes from up above, the flames and the smoke that carried on for miles. And he said that homes described it as they were getting rained on by oil and debris. And that debris field stretched for miles. There was some that landed at the airport and beyond. Grade Lane that we've been talking about that shut down. That's part of that debris zone that the Okolona Fire Department, Louisville Metro Fire Department, and many others are still looking into. There's still a lot of questions because there are hot spots out there, as our Jim Stratton was just talking about, that they have to just contain at this point. They can't fully put out. They're letting them try to burn out, and if anything flares up, that they're going to extinguish them. So, and McGarvey made sure to thank the Okolona Fire Department because no matter how bad that scene got, they were the first ones. They ran to the line of fire, literally, without really knowing what had happened. They had 38 or 40 crews that got out there first, and then they were joined by Lexington, Bardstown, Bullitt County, and so many others that they can't even name. So many here within the metro and also beyond that were here to help, that jumped into the line of fire. We did also hear from Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, who just has been inundated by phone calls ever since this happened. And he's trying to make sure that everybody knows that the city is here for those that may be struggling through this, because as we've been talking about all day, going back to yesterday, The UPS is such a massive presence here. So when you're talking about a plane crash, that's horrific enough. But when it involves one of our most notable and big employers that make Louisville the city that it is, that makes this even more widespread. Here's what he had to say just about 20 minutes ago.
I know there are simply no words that can undo what happened, that can provide true comfort at this moment. We are all here for you. We are here to support you, to provide you with the resources that you need, and we will continue to stay with you. This is not something that will go away overnight. We know that your pain will continue for days, months, years ahead. And so we are here to support each and every one of you.
You know, that's really the sobering sentiment today, as the smoke has literally cleared. While it is a nice sunny day out here, you know, you think of all the families that still don't know what happened to their loved ones, the ones who are missing, and even the ones whose victims they know now. There are, as you said, 9 funerals now that the city will be preparing for, at least, and there could be more. And this is going to be just a heartbreaking time for all that are involved. And Mayor Craig Greenberg made sure to point out resources available in the city. If you are feeling emotional distress and you are in a mental health emergency, make sure to call 988. And they also said that the city's Office of Violence Prevention is another resource, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be feeling the impact of this. Once the shock wears off for some, it could take minutes, it could take days, it could take weeks or months. This is an impact that we're all going to be feeling, whether we're in front or behind the camera or beyond here in the city, because this is just, we're still just learning so many details, so many questions still left to be answered, and we're hoping to hear from NTSB, who is on site here in Louisville. We were told yesterday is going to be about 28 team members. They are investigating. They've already talked with Congressman McGarvey and Mayor Greenberg, and I'm sure they've already spoken with the governor as well. And the mayor made sure to point out that both senator offices, Senator Paul, Senator McConnell, Congressman Guthrie, have also been involved, have made their phone calls and known that their resources are available. So we're going to continue to see what questions we can get answered shortly, as it remains a very fluid situation. And we're going to keep an eye on the hospital numbers, because those are going to continue to fluctuate. And Brooke and Grace, we'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio, but certainly this will continue to be a heartbreaking time for the city.
Conroy, thank you so much. We appreciate your work out there. More information, we're sure to come. Conroy mentioned some of the resources that are available, and that is something that is information not just coming in from the city, but from a lot of our local organizations like the Muhammad Ali Center, which posted a statement today saying it's going to be offering free admission to JCPS students and parents and guardians due to the school closures. They said, quote, "We continue to send our hearts and condolences out to all who were impacted by yesterday's tragedy."
And with this, a number of organizations in Kentucky are already reaching out to do what they can to help. We learned the Kentucky Baptist Convention helped with the disaster relief efforts just last night, preparing over 300 meals for more than 200 of the first responders who worked at the UPS plane crash. According to a Facebook post, Kentucky Baptist Convention said it'll continue providing those meals today as well.
And they thanked all of the volunteers who helped make the meals last night, saying via Facebook, quote, "Praise the Lord for all these great volunteers and our cooperative effort as Baptists to serve in the hardest of places." You know, now getting back out to some of our reporters who have been on the scene of this crash all morning long. We know that this was over on the UPS side of the airport, but of course there were a lot of people that were there waiting to get on flights. They were taking videos as they were getting on and off of planes.
Yeah, they were taxiing back and forth. So we heard from a number of them, some who just stayed at the airport after it closed overnight when nothing was going on, and some who've come back this morning and are going through the TSA checkpoints. And we're being told from our Clary Shaley, who's on scene right now, that things are starting to move a little bit, you know, better, slowly, but still better with one runway open. But to really be checking in with your flight if you have any type of departures or arrivals coming in today or tomorrow.
And that's similar to the message from Airport or Air Authority CEO Dan Mann. I think we're getting out to Clarice now, live at the airport, where Clarice, you've been all morning long.
Yes, Grace and Brooke, I have been here all morning long, still looking at those departure times, those arrival times. They, at least when I checked about a half hour ago, are still doing all right. We've got some arrival times that are a little pushed back, delayed a little bit, but departure times still are showing some on-time departures from the Muhammad Ali International Airport here. I did speak to one person who came back, expected to have his flight now almost 24 hours later to go out to Boston. He said that he was getting onto the flight, and then they told him, no, you have to get back off, and he realized, looked outside, saw all of the smoke from the plane crash, and immediately his heart went out to those people, and his thoughts went out to those people who were affected by this. I do want to show you again some of that video we received from people in the airport area. This is people that were driving along I-65 and in the surrounding areas as well, in the surrounding neighborhoods, as police and fire blocked roads leading to the airport. A lot of people I've spoken to have also seen this video either on social media or they've just seen it in person themselves. It expanded through across the metro. I did just speak to one person who was waiting to catch her flight to Dallas that continues to get delayed, and she says she saw that cloud of smoke and immediately knew something was wrong. Then she learned more about the situation. Again, those flights at the airport were delayed or canceled because of that crash, and we did just hear from authorities earlier that there is still debris on some of those runways, and that it will take a while to get those cleared. You can still see those times, and the airport is saying that travelers need to keep an eye out for their flights with those delays and cancellations. And again, you can do that on Louisville's airport's website. That's flylouisville.com. Grace, Brooke.
All right, Clarice, thank you. As we wrap up our noon hour here, what you need to know this afternoon: a UPS cargo plane, a McDonnell Douglas MD-11, crashed around 5:15 yesterday. We know that 9 people have died.
All right, and that wraps it up for us here. Of course, we don't know how many more we might have. Those numbers could change, and we'll keep you updated, as well as continuing our live coverage on WHAS 11+. All right, what we know so far here at the top of the hour, it is 1 o'clock Eastern time, and continuing to bring you that coverage on WHAS 11+ regarding that UPS cargo plane, a McDonnell Douglas MD-11 that crashed around 5:15 p.m. local time yesterday. The plane was departing from SDF and heading to Honolulu. 9 people confirmed to have died. There are reports of multiple injuries. U of L Health had said they took in 15 injuries last night, and 2 of whom are still in the hospital in critical condition. The UPS sorting hub has paused operations while recovery efforts continue. And flights at the Louisville airport were delayed or canceled because of that crash. Taking a look at that video right there, devastating to say the least, when you know we have 3 crew members on board. The status has not officially been confirmed, but again, we know 9 dead and at least 1 other anticipated, according to the governor. Families had reported 16 missing overnight, but that number is a little iffy as they start to try and figure out who really is missing and who might just not be in communication with their families. You can see this right here, just from about a half a mile from the airport. And the devastation, more than a city block now. We want to show you the map of where the flight path took. right from the Ollie International. That's where the plane crashed, and then about 50 to 100 yards further off the runway went in off of, that's flight radar 24. This is what you're seeing right here according to that flight path, but it went into a number of businesses, 2 of which were directly impacted, and a number of semis sitting there. We have our Jim Stratman, who is out around the Grade Lane intersection, which has been shut down since this happened and likely will be shut down for days. Jim, what can you tell us?
Well, Brooke, days could be even a week. I mean, the Okolona Fire Chief said that they are prepared to be out here on scene at the crash site for up to a week while the NTSB conducts their investigation. Our photojournalist Philip Merle over here can show you exactly what we're looking at as we zoom a little bit further down. We've seen a number of different trucks from a pumping company move down here, fire trucks, police officers, all of them have come up and down Grades Lane as the day has gone on. The road, of course, blocked off. We've also been able to see at times fire crews using ladder trucks and spraying water down onto hot spots. White smoke rising from those spots as well. That Okolona Fire Chief told us about an hour ago that they are going to let these spots, for the most part, burn out unless they need attention. It's something that they've been monitoring for hours and hours and hours at this point. Of course, the crash happened at 5:15 last night. Crews have been on scene ever since, working around the clock, trying to contain what has been described as really just a massive crash zone and debris area that is just off to my right. They have been working tirelessly to bring those flames under control, and once they did that, now the effort turns towards sifting through the debris. That's what the NTSB and their investigators will be able to do, hopefully later on today. That is going to be key, but as we heard earlier today, that debris zone is so large, it's hard to tell how many victims they're still looking for. They could be underneath that debris in some instances, and they're still working on trying to get some moving apparatuses down to that site so that they can clean up this area, pick up everything that they need for the investigation, and continue to look for victims or survivors. It's going to be an ongoing effort, Brooke. It's been an all-day process out here, and as you mentioned, it could be like this for days to come still.
Jim, thank you. I want to show you video from an employee near the tarmac, the plane on fire on the runway. This is one of the original videos that circulated yesterday evening after this crash.
You tell me when you want me to walk on.
And it is 1:03 right now, and our Travis Breeze is getting ready to join me at the moment, if you could hear him. But that is that fireball that just lit up the sky there at Ollie International. 38,000 gallons of jet fuel. This plane was headed for a nonstop to Honolulu, Hawaii. That is why it was loaded with that fuel and why you saw such a humongous fireball in the sky, essentially just decimating everything in its path. We heard from Okolona's Fire Chief Mark Little that they have yet to even see the fuselage, if there is one still intact. They have not seen it. So that is the type of destruction and just horrific scenes that we're seeing from there. And this is the kind of UPS plane that crashed, the third biggest in the fleet, which is an MD-11 just a couple years ago. Travis looked back through the records and found that there may be 15% of the fleet were these type of planes. They are supposed to be some of the strongest, the best in the air at this point. The map right now showing the crash site and the quarter-mile radius that the shelter in place remains intact for. Part of the difficulty for the investigation, we've been told by multiple people, including the firefighters at the scene, is that the debris field is just so large. They don't even know how many victims to be looking for. You can see right there on the map where we're talking about. And I know Governor Andy Beshear had mentioned too, if you're not familiar with this place, very nearby is the Ford factory and the Expo Center. So when you're talking about the proximity to some of these other buildings that could have been even more catastrophic, and looking at the damage right now, it's it's a good thing it didn't hit anything else, but we know of 2 buildings that did take a direct hit. That's debris left from the runway. That's part of the engine. And Travis, I want to bring you in because when we were talking to some of our aviation experts and attorneys that have dealt with these crashes before, they said these planes are supposed to handle. I mean, if you were to have an engine fire, any kind of malfunction, a lot of it is able to be handled in the air once you take flight. But what they saw in the video, the type of damage and debris they're seeing in the field before the major part of the debris field really begins, that was very telling for them, that something malfunctioned. That was not what was supposed to happen, that crew is trained to take off once they get to that speed and handle it and have a valve cut off and be able to shut off the engine and lose the engine if need be. And
so, what I just heard from our people in the booth is that this is a photo from our Reed Yaden that he got from someone or may have acquired himself. And this is consistent with what aviation experts are saying about the reason why this was such a catastrophic event, is that there are pieces of the engine on the runway before or as the plane was taking off. And Brooke is correct that I just spoke with an aviation lawyer who did say that it is, I don't want to say common, but it is possible for a plane to take off with losing an engine.
Right.
What I just heard from that aviation expert, Lad Sanger, who's based in Texas, who I'm going to be putting together a package with him in a couple hours, is that probably the main issue here with this one is that, yes, they lost one engine under the wing, but as they were taking off, they also lost the second engine on the tail. And once that happened, the plane was tilted up at that point, and once they lost that second engine, it was no longer flyable. But yes, it's not against the rules to take off if you've lost one engine. That is protocol in some of these situations. And we don't know what the pilots knew and didn't know in that moment. They may not have known that anything was wrong.
They said they're so like tunnel vision. They're looking at all the instruments inside. You don't know what they knew if they knew that the left side of the plane was engulfed already.
I want to talk a little bit more about this specific aircraft that took off yesterday. So we were told that the accident happened around 5:15 p.m. According to Flight Aware, this plane was supposed to depart SDF at 3 p.m. So it was delayed 2 hours and 15 minutes. In speaking to the attorney, Mr. Sanger, he said it was perfect weather in Louisville yesterday. Why would the plane have been delayed 2 hours and 15 minutes? I know we asked that question, I believe, to Dan Mann, the LRAA director, in the press conference. I'm not aware what his answer was at this time, but I'll dig that up when we get off the air here. And like you said, the MD-11, that is the plane that crashed yesterday, and the MD-11 is a modified version of a DC-10. I'm not trying to get too technical here, but the expert I spoke to said that there is a history of engines falling off of DC-10s. There is a history of engine issues with DC-10s. He pointed to one incident, American Airlines Flight 191 out of Chicago in 1979. Also, United Airlines Flight 232 in 1989 that were also catastrophic events involving a DC-10. And he felt that it is appropriate to group those together, DC-10 incidents and MD-11
Even though they're 50 years apart from what you're saying as far as those later crashes.
Yes. I mean, he said that anything after the 70s is considered modern aviation.
Really? Okay.
And it's appropriate to view those incidents together. And he said that now having 3 incidents with either a DC-10 or an MD-11, likely involving an engine problem, and 3 catastrophic events, he said we should take note of that. He did not believe that the MD-11 should be grounded nationwide. He did not suggest that.
Because clearly, I mean, that's UPS. That's the third largest in its fleet. So that would do a number of cause a number of events to happen with that. Yeah. Okay, Travis, thank you. We've got a number of reporters who are out and about. We've got our Jim Stratman, who's been down at Grade Lane, where things are blocked off. They're asking the public not to go there anymore. This is going to be a number of days where NTSB is out. We had our Conroy DeLuche, who had been monitoring the situation with Louisville's mayor, who gave us the latest from the Regional Airport Authority. Conroy, when it comes down to it, I know he didn't want to say, he didn't really give us too much more as far as the numbers. We're still, unfortunately, at that death toll of 9, but we'd heard from the governor earlier, they are anticipating at least 1 more.
And right now it is still, as you just said, 9 confirmed dead, many more still in treatment for injuries. And unfortunately, we are expecting that total to go up. And we're expecting another update coming up later on this afternoon. Once the mayor and once Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who is here as well, once they are briefed by NTSB, who is on scene right now, probably maybe a mile or 2 away from us. They are inspecting the site of the crash and also where the plane took off. And the Airport Authority's director, Dan Mann, did confirm that there was some debris that landed near the runway, which is why NTSB is investigating that, and why one runway currently at the airport is open, but the other one is not. 16 flights have been canceled so far today, and that's after 21 were canceled last night. But the airport right now itself is operational, but obviously not at full capacity at this time. Now, we did hear from Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who called this scene apocalyptic. Here's what he had to say.
This is awful. This is not something you think happens here. And when it does, it impacts every single one of us. Everybody here knows everybody. We're the biggest small city in America, and if you don't know someone directly impacted by this, you know someone who does. But this is when we're also at our best, is when things are worst. And we come together. And I can tell you, we're all working together. The mayor's office, the governor's office, Senator McConnell's office, Senator Paul's office, Congressman Guthrie's office, the entire delegation. We are bringing the full resources of the federal government to bear on this tragedy.
Now, staying with the federal government, McGarvey said that NTSB, their investigation, despite the government shutdown, has not been impacted, that they have their full capacity out here and they are combing through the wreckage and they're trying to get down to what's going on. We do have a press conference that will be coming at 3 o'clock from NTSB. That is confirmed. We will certainly be here for that. That will be here at the Louisville Regional Airport Authority, where we heard from Congressman McGarvey and Mayor Greenberg a short time ago. Mayor Greenberg calling this just heartbreaking, unimaginable for the city. McGarvey describing the scene as apocalyptic. What you could see from up above, just the flames and the extent of the smoke that you could see yesterday afternoon in that crash that happened nearly 20 hours ago. Hard to believe it's less than a day ago that this happened. And he was describing how some neighbors could see ash falling down, debris, oil raining down. And that's why there was that huge air quality concern, the black smoke that was spreading from south of the airport all the way north to southern Indiana. But obviously, as we've heard this morning, that the air quality measurements are okay, except for that immediate quarter-mile radius of where that crash happened near Grade Lane. Obviously, a lot more to keep an eye on. Louisville Water. We have heard from the mayor that there are some water concerns, but Louisville Water, if there are any, they have reached out to those who are affected. So if you've not been reached out to Louisville Water, the mayor said the drinking water should be okay. And obviously, there are still some people without power. LG&E is working to restore that. So there's still a lot of balls in the air, still a lot of things to investigate. NTSB, we're going to learn what they're looking into at the airport, what answers we're going to learn as time goes on. But it's still very early on in the investigation, and we're going to stay with you all afternoon and continue to find out what's going on. But for now, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Conroy DeLuche, thank you so much for joining us and sticking on this today. I know he was out all yesterday when this eventually all took shape. And I want to let you know just some more details from Raleigh International Airport when it comes to the number of cancellations that we had. If you were wondering, Dan Mann with the Airport Authority told us 16% of their total flights were canceled yesterday, and about 12% have been canceled today. So again, one runway up and running. Flights have been taking off. It's just going to be a little bit slower than normal.
And if you've ever looked at SDF on a map, you'll notice that the western runway is longer than the eastern runway. And from the work I've done on noise around the airport, I've found out throughout the years that UPS majorly uses the western runway as opposed to the eastern runway. So for them to say that they have one runway open instead of two, you know, they're really only able probably to do about 30 to 40% maybe of all their flights, because you're talking about the runway that UPS most often prefers because it's longer.
Right.
That is the one that's out of service. And I don't know if we've asked UPS for any kind of figures on how many packages might be delayed, you know, things of that sort.
That's really good information to know. So really, when you're talking about the commercial flights for our passengers, that the runway that they use is the one that's open that normally would be transporting
But
them.
it's possible that they're now having to alternate
With
a
UPS.
UPS, a commercial, you know, and it's not that simple. I'm oversimplifying it, but it is true that the runway that's down right now is the one that UPS mainly uses.
Okay. Good to know. And again, this debris field is so large. There are still first responders out there right now. Okolona Fire, they named about 17 or 18 other fire departments who helped respond, 38 companies in all. And then they had backups that were coming and helping out with those communities where they sent trucks to us and they had to backfill that. We had been told about 135 people were without power. I mean, small but significant to this community, and LG&E is working to get that back on. I think Conroy mentioned the water consumption. As long as you have not been notified anywhere in Louisville, you should be able to drink your water safely, and Louisville Water Company should be putting out more information on that on their social media pages, and of course, we will relay that information to you as well. But overall, we are just keeping our thoughts, our prayers. I know that said a lot, but when you see what happened yesterday and you look at those videos, you can't help but feel the devastation that at least 9 families, possibly 10, are feeling right now. And many more families who are still missing, literally missing someone who has not been identified.
And I know we have a lot of reporters trying to get closer to that area today, because I think a big question that I woke up with this morning is the people who are in the hospital, those who have died, you know, what were they doing? What businesses were they at when this happened?
Right.
And it's so tragic that we have to have those discussions. But yesterday, with the shelter in place and with how much activity there was around the airport, we could not get very close, and it got dark pretty quickly. So that's one thing. We're still waiting to really see a lot of those images of what it looks like down there today.
Yeah, and I will tell you, we want to share something that Mayor Craig Greenberg told us earlier. So many people, you know, in today's world have drones, and they're taking it upon themselves to try and go and get the activity that's going on at Ollie International and the recovery efforts, and the mayor essentially saying, knock it off, we're not tolerating it.
Right now, there's a temporary flight restriction that's been put in place by the FAA surrounding the crash site. There's no reason for any drones from private individuals or other organizations to be flying right now. They could get in the way of our recovery operations. If you are flying a drone within this TFR area, we will find your drone and you run the risk of prosecution, of heavy federal fines. Please do not be that person that is getting in the way of our recovery efforts.
That being said, that goes for media too, which is why we are not, I mean, choppers, drones, there's nothing flying in that airspace right now aside from the planes.
And I want to follow up on one question I kind of left out there about 10 minutes ago about why this flight was delayed 2 hours and 15 minutes yesterday. We asked the airport director if he could confirm if the flight was delayed for maintenance, or specifically engine maintenance. His answer was that the plane passed a pre-flight inspection before it took off, which is obviously what we would expect.
Right.
So he didn't directly comment on whether or not it was a delay related to maintenance. But at this moment, there's no indication yet that the flight crew did anything wrong. They likely were not aware of what was going on behind them. They may have passed the decision point where they had reached the speed where they could not abort their takeoff.
Yeah.
And like we said before, planes can take off with one less engine, but as the plane tilted up, this situation just devolved and became so tragic.
And it happened within seconds, as you saw some of the video. Travis, thank you so much for your input. Really good to have that information about the different runways, and that the runway that is closed is the UPS runway, essentially, and that the passenger airplanes still have a runway to be used. It just is a matter of how much they have to share now with UPS. So thank you for that. And we do, as we say goodbye to Travis, want to get back over to Clary Shaley, who has been at the airport all morning. Are you seeing lines at the TSA checkpoint? What are you seeing? Are you getting more people, or has it been pretty stagnant?
It's been pretty stagnant, Brooke. We have seen a lot of people actually getting off the plane, at least coming through TSA to come down and maybe get their baggage. But just looking at those signs for arrivals and departures, there are still some delays or changes in times, but some of them are only by a few minutes, and some of them are actually early. So it looks like a lot of those changes are happening in the arrivals and not necessarily in the departures. But there are still people here who are still waiting on flights that were canceled or delayed. They've been delayed maybe multiple times, or they were canceled that they were supposed to get on yesterday. Ran into one guy who is headed out to Boston, and he said he was actually getting on the flight when the crash happened, and they were told, you have to get off. And then he saw the smoke that came from that crash and immediately knew something was very, very wrong. And his heart, his thoughts, and his prayers, as many have been saying, did go out to all those people affected. He also said that he was not too upset about it going on. He's very understanding of it, saying that things like this, taking flights can be rescheduled, but people's lives cannot. So I do want to bring up the video again of what a lot of people saw yesterday, either in the airport area or around Louisville. They saw the crash and the plume of smoke that came from that. This is from people who were in the I-65 area and surrounding areas as first responders, police, and firefighters came to the scene and were securing the scene. Again, I've talked to plenty of people. Another person who was headed out to Dallas who had her flight canceled as well. Also very understanding of the situation that's going on here. But as the airport continues to work through this and everyone around here continues to work through this, they ask you to continue to look at your flights and cancellations and delays. And you can do that by looking on the airport's website, that is flylouisville.com. Brooke?
Clarice, thank you. And clearly, really the only people who will be getting an aerial view of this devastation today are those getting ready to take flight behind you. So we'll, of course, keep you updated on that. But SDF at Ollie International is operational at this point. We are going to cut just for a moment and go to our meteorologist, Matthew Willoughby, talking about the forecast today. Nothing weather-wise delaying any type of movement in the skies today.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, one of our warmest days we've seen. But give you a time lapse of what exactly happened yesterday with this devastating plane crash. You can see the plume of smoke with this time lapse right here. And also, it did, in fact, show up on radar yesterday. As you can see, the reflectivity is what we usually see. You can see how much smoke was really involved in this as well as we've gone throughout yesterday and into today. So with that, also give you a look at the traffic tracker. We're seeing several road closures due to this plane crash as well. You can see right here, a lot of those roads are closed for us this afternoon and will likely continue to be closed for us over the next several days. As far as the air quality goes, not really bad. Just some sensitive groups, including asthma and breathing problems, expected to be impacted. But overall, the air quality is good really across our area. Looking outside right now, beautiful blue skies really for this Wednesday, as temperatures are into the upper 60s. Reaching 70 degrees possibly at both airports as we go towards today. Current temperatures across Kentuckiana are already 70 degrees at Bedford, 66 in Paoli, Palmyra at 70 degrees. So a much warmer day than what we've seen, honestly, the past week or so. So we're continuing to see at least those warmer conditions out there for us as we head towards this afternoon. Satellite and radar does have not much going on, really, just a few passing clouds into central Kentucky. But as we go towards the next couple of days, they'll quickly change with some rain showers on the way. High temperatures, lower 70s really across the area. So it'll be one of our warmest days we've seen in about a couple of weeks, actually. It'll be a nice, mild and breezy day. But of course, we talked about the breezing conditions. We're talking anywhere from possibly 25, 30 mile per hour wind gusts today as well. But back into tonight's, we'll see those wind gusts calm down anywhere from 10 to 15. Hometown forecast does have some cooler temperatures. We saw the upper 40s just last night and this morning, but we'll drop off into the 30s again at places into southern Indiana, 35 degrees in Salem, Scottsburg 33, but right here in Louisville, we'll be at 40 degrees. Overall, take you through that futurecast. Eventually by this afternoon, still nice and quiet. Overall, heading back into your Thursday, we'll still see some sunny skies as you wake up on your Thursday. Back into the afternoon, back into the lower 60s actually, but we are tracking some rain showers and possibly some storms to roll through as we head towards about 4 p.m. on Friday. Really likely to see some heavy downpours with this throughout Louisville, Tell City, and into Paoli. That will continue throughout the afternoon and evening hours, so eventually drying out as we head towards your Saturday. So the SPC, which is the Storm Prediction Center, does have our area and portions of our area 2 out of 5 risk into Campbellsville and Columbia, and a 1 out of 5 risk, which is a marginal risk right here in Louisville. So with that, we do have a weather impact alert day for that, and we have a weather impact alert day as well for next week for some first fall freeze conditions. So that will be Monday night into Tuesday morning, as we do need likely you to cover your plants as we head towards at least the next week. So with this cold pattern, really going to be a pattern shift on the way for us as this cold air really comes down from Canada and brings it real well into our area, into Kentucky. We're talking Tennessee, well into Indiana and Ohio, as this cold air really going to drop temperatures significantly as we head towards at least your Monday, where temperatures into the 20s, back into the 30s, even for your Monday afternoon. We're talking highs, not even into the 50s as we head towards the next week. So overall for your Wednesday, as we break the 7-day forecast down, 70 degrees for your Wednesday, very warm outside. But going into your Thursday, we'll drop off into the lower 60s, but we do have that weather impact alert day in store for us for your Friday, where you could likely see some afternoon showers and storms. Some of those could involve some gusty winds and heavy downpours. Back into your Saturday, a few late showers. And eventually we'll see more showers on the way for your Sunday, but big temperature drop. We go from the upper 60s Friday to 50 degrees for a high on Sunday, with some freeze conditions back into your Sunday night, back into Monday morning. That once again happened for your Monday night, back into Tuesday morning. And we also do have a weather impact alert day in store for that as well, as temperatures will only reach the mid 40s on the way for your Monday. And back into Veterans Day, we'll slowly start to warm up near 50 degrees, but definitely some cool days ahead as we head towards next week. We'll send it back over to you, Brooke.
Matthew, thank you so much. At least looking at those next 2 days, I know that's going to be a big help to our investigators and our first responders who are still combing the scene over at Ollie International right now. We know at this point, some of the top things you should know: 9 people dead, that number expected to rise. The governor said to expect at least 1 more. The airport has reopened the main runway for at least commercial traffic at this point, so passenger planes should be a go. And then the shelter in place, which had spanned more than 5 miles last night, is now reduced to a 1/4 mile radius, and that is also again has been shrinking throughout the day. They had mentioned water consumption in the area. You should be good to go on that unless directly notified. And NTSB is on the scene and will be in direct communication with us. We are expecting a news conference today with the NTSB investigators in Louisville on the ground right now at 3 o'clock. That's about an hour and a half from now local time. So a lot of things coming together at this moment. I want to take you through just a few more things as far as what we have learned. I mean, so many people have been talking about it was a blazing inferno, raining oil over Louisville. Those are words from the governor and from Congressman Morgan McGarvey. We know it was en route to Honolulu, Hawaii yesterday when it took off, and within seconds, right around 5:14 is the exact time it gave us yesterday evening, is when it burst into flames. We saw in video taken from a number of angles that it appeared an engine, the wing, the left side of the plane was engulfed, so it looked like the first engine went down, and within 100 feet or so in the air, a second engine went down, and that's when the whole plane just pretty much went upside down, and just catastrophic damage and loss of life there. Okolona Fire was the main crew on site. You can see the smoke billowing, and that's because you had 38,000 gallons of fuel headed for that direct flight to Hawaii. So it was packed with jet fuel there, and that's why you had that shelter in place, because you had all that debris and the smoke and the ash in the air that was filtering across a number of homes where they originally told all of us in that eastern in the northern section of Louisville to shut off our AC, shut off the heat, whatever you have, close your doors and stay inside. So that after a few hours was lifted. We know is an extraordinary amount of manpower putting out that fire. They credited Okolona Fire and 38 other companies. I mean, from Oldham County, Fairdale, Shepherdsville, Lexington, Bardstown, Mount Washington, the list goes on as far as how many responders were coming to their aid and those that were performing backups. Again, the type of UPS plane, this was a cargo plane, a McDonnell Douglas MD-11, and it crashed just around 5:15 local time. 9 people dead, and again, expecting at least 1 more. They said 16 originally were reported missing from families. They're still working on that number today to see if that in fact is the exact number there. And then we know from U of L Health that 15 people were transported to a number of hospitals, 2 of whom are still in the hospital and ICU at the burn unit at U of L Hospital. Want to take a look from Morgan McGarvey, our congressman here from Louisville, Congressman Morgan McGarvey. He was just with the mayor earlier this morning at the airport, really just talking about the overall tragedy and how the community needs to really focus its attention on those affected today.
This is awful. This is not something you think happens here. And when it does, it impacts every single one of us. Everybody here knows everybody. We're the biggest small city in America, and if you don't know someone directly impacted by this, you know someone who does. But this is when we're also at our best, is when things are worst. And we come together. And I can tell you, we're all working together. The mayor's office, the governor's office, Senator McConnell's office, Senator Paul's office, Congressman Guthrie's office, the entire delegation. We are bringing the full resources of the federal government to bear on this tragedy.
The plume of smoke right there, just one of the many angles and the views from drivers along 65, again, just during the afternoon rush. And we talk about the timing of this and the number of people who may have been affected when we talk about the death toll and the number of victims. It happened right there. We've got the UPS Worldport, but also Kentucky Petroleum Recycling took a direct hit. So did Gray A Auto Parts. Originally, they were still trying to account for all of their employees and the clients who might have been there. It was hard because with that timing, you had people leaving work. You still had some clients or customers going into a number of places in this park. This is pretty much an industrial area. And that is actually some of the better news when you talk to investigators and firefighters on scene. They said, you know, thankfully it wasn't residential, that you had much wider spans of parking lots where a number of semis were, and that's really where we're seeing the bulk of our dash cam videos from, where people that were sitting in their trucks getting ready for the evening and a plane just goes sideways right in front of them into this huge fireball. And firefighters also telling us they have yet to find the fuselage. That was something that really struck me when we heard from Okolona's Fire Chief Mark Little earlier today, with the devastation and how intense that explosion was. There's really probably not too much of the plane still left. There's a lot of debris and metal that they said, mangled up metal. And so they have to go and move that. And they've also had trouble getting their equipment in to move such big pieces of the metal and the debris that's there. So there's really no idea of how much is underneath it, who might be underneath it. The debris field's so big, they just don't know how many people or who they are looking for. Take a look at what Mayor Greenberg had to say.
Right now, there's a temporary flight restriction that's been put in place by the FAA surrounding the crash site. There's no reason for any drones from private individuals or other organizations to be flying right now. They could get in the way of our recovery operations. If you are flying a drone within this TFR area, we will find your drone and you run the risk of prosecution, of heavy federal fines. Please do not be that person that is getting in the way of our recovery efforts.
And that, of course, goes for everyone, whether you're a hobbyist, drone pilot, or even the media. We are not allowed. They've had all media choppers go down in, away. No one is getting over this airfield at the moment. And again, more scenes from last night. I want to show you some new dash cam video. We've been talking about those people that were able to capture that plane crash from earlier, one of which shows the terrifying moments that plane careens wing first and then burst into flames right in front of a truck driver. We were told he was sitting off of the runway, off the airport property about half a mile. You see him sitting in a semi, and then the plane just topples over into this massive blazing inferno. So we do have that video and a number of others to share with you. I also want to mention the Team Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund. If you've been a Kentuckian resident for the last few years, this is something we've talked about over and over again because we are no stranger to disasters, unfortunately, here, but we know we come together. And the governor told us this morning that with this emergency relief fund, which is normally raising money for families affected by natural disasters like the tornadoes we saw in western Kentucky, the eastern Kentucky floods, that has now opened up to the victims of this plane crash. And the very first thing that money always goes to, according to Andy Beshear, our governor, he said it will go to cover the full cost of the funerals. So today we know we will be covering at least 9 funerals, possibly more. And that is really at the heart of what today is about, is the people that we have lost. We have yet to have any of them identified at this point. That'll be up to the coroner and calling their families first. And we also know tomorrow, Teamsters Local 89 will be holding a candlelight vigil for those killed in that crash. According to the Facebook post, the vigil will be at the Union Hall at 5 p.m. So again, that's the Teamsters Local 89's Union Hall off Taylor Boulevard. The Union chaplain will be leading community members in prayer for all the victims, and everyone is welcomed and encouraged to attend. Our Jim Stratman has been out off of Grade Lane throughout the morning. That is, of course, one of the main hubs where you're seeing emergency first responders coming and going throughout the day. Another area where they've asked the public to stay away from, within that quarter of a mile from that intersection where the crash happened. If we can go over to Jim just to kind of let me know exactly what you're seeing. I know they pushed us back quite a bit. We're not seeing anything. We will be getting to him momentarily. But again, just kind of taking a look at everything we've got going on. I want to put out a number really quick for anyone who's needing assistance, who might have been affected from this. Dare to Care is always there, and the number there is 966-3821. Obviously a very heavy topic as well for anyone who has seen the videos and realizing the impact that this has had on our community. They told us that mental health hotline, the crisis suicide hotline, 988. 3 numbers, that's all you need, and you'll have someone there. Going back to Ali International Airport, we've talked about it for the last couple hours. It is back up and operational with the main commercial flight runway open to passengers. Our Clary Shaley has been there throughout the morning, talking to passengers who've pretty much been understanding after realizing what happened there yesterday. Clary.
Yes, very understanding, especially considering what has happened and the death toll that has taken and continues to develop as we go out throughout the days here. So I did just hear a Dallas-Fort Worth plane has landed here. There have been a few extra people coming through, getting off of their planes. Again, looking at those departure and arrival screens, it shows that there are some changes in those times. This is also from 1 o'clock, just for reference, but there are changes in those times, but some of them are just by a few minutes. There are some that are actually a bit early too, a lot of on time with departures as well. I've been talking to a lot of people who have been going through this airport, some that were here even yesterday and saw the clouds of smoke from that crash. One told us that he was actually getting on the plane and was told he had to get off because of what had happened outside, and immediately he saw that and immediately thought that this is a serious situation. His heart, his thoughts, his prayers went out to the people who were involved in that situation. I'll go ahead and let you take another look at what some of those people around the airport area were seeing. This is video sent to us of people on I-65, also in surrounding neighborhoods, as police and other first responders rushed to the scene yesterday. I also talked to another woman who was waiting on her continuously delayed flight, and she also was very understanding and remarked seeing those clouds of smoke as well. And the airport continues to tell travelers to keep an eye on your cancellations and delays. You can do that by looking on their website at flylouisville.com. Brooke?
Clary Shaley, thank you so much. She's been with us for most of the morning there at STF at the Albee International Airport. We now want to turn to some live coverage now from U of L Health, I believe with Dr. Jason Smith, who's been talking throughout this morning. They are the central hospital network that took in all of the patients, 15 in fact. And as of the last hour or so, the latest update from them was that they still had 2 people critically injured in their burn unit at U of L Hospital. I do believe that he is about to speak if we want to go ahead and check in with them over at U of L. Still not over there yet. Okay, so we will just let me know as soon as he starts walking up. And we had Travis Breeze on, who's kind of helping us with our local aviation expertise here. You know, when we're talking about the SDF in the west versus the east runways and why UPS prefers the west runway, it's because of really what you're flying over. He says if you are flying in or out of the west runway, which is to the north, you're flying over Old Louisville, the football stadium, the fairgrounds. If you're flying into or out of the east runway, which is to the north, you're flying over Germantown, Schnitzelburg, Parkway Village, more homes than you're lower to the ground. So again, the west runway is the one we are talking about here that is closed, where this debris field is, where investigators are taking a look. So the other runway in question that is open, that's the one that more than likely commercial airlines will be sharing the runway with UPS, I would imagine. Have not gotten that confirmed, but we do know in seeing from Clarice that people are taking flight, but there are still a number of flights that were canceled today, 16 in fact at this point, according to Dan Mann from this morning with the Airport Authority, which is about 12% of today's flights at this point. And with this tragedy, a number of organizations in Kentucky's community are already reaching out to do what they can. We heard from the Kentucky Baptist Convention, who helped with disaster reliefs last night, and they prepared over 300 meals for more than 200 first responders who worked on the UPS plane crash. According to their Facebook post, Kentucky Baptist Convention said it'll continue providing those meals today as well, and we know they will be very much appreciated. Kentucky Baptist Convention thanked all for the volunteers who helped make that happen last night, saying praise the Lord for all these great volunteers and our cooperative effort as Baptists to serve in the hardest of places. And here in Louisville, that surely is. Let's take a look at some of the latest pictures coming in to us from the airfield and the tarmac there. Pretty much one of the plane's engines. That might be one of the few pieces that are still intact after that explosion from the runway. From our Reed Yaden there, who is a pilot himself and one of the experts who will call in and let us know what is happening. But that is part of the engine. We heard from another one of our aviation experts earlier this morning that you could very visibly see in some of the videos that we have seen from workers and staff there, from Worldport and otherwise, that the wing and the first engine there on the left side was pretty much engulfed before it even took flight. But once the plane gets to a certain speed, those crew members, and everyone is saying that it seems those crew members did exactly what they were supposed to do, that there is a no return at that point. Once you get to a certain speed, you take flight. If you're dealing with a fire, you deal with it in the air. And there are a number of mechanisms that will be able to shut it off and to take the fire out. That didn't happen this time. Not, in fact, just one engine went down, but 2. And that, it seems, is when the explosion really happened and took down the plane. 3 people on board. We know 9 altogether have died as a result of this crash, though still no official word from any of our officials that the 3 on board are counted within that 9. When you see the video, it's hard to believe it would be any different. But of course, our thoughts and prayers are with those families there. This was an MD-11. Again, 3 crew on board. We are waiting. There you see Dr. Jason Smith from U of L Health getting ready to speak. Let's listen in.
Give it a minute or 2.
Could you just do a quick mic check for us, Dr. Smith?
Yep. Jason Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
This is Dr.
I'm one
Jason
of the trauma
Smith.
surgeons and CEO of.
And he's just giving a quick mic check for all of us there, though. But he is going to be talking about the number of patients they had yesterday. We were told 15, 13 of whom have been released.
I've got 1:45, so we can start.
Okay. We good? All right, so I'll start briefly with a statement. First of all, everyone at U of L Health wants to thank our partners in fire, EMS, as well as our police departments who responded to this tragedy. They went above and beyond the call of duty. Although we partner with them every single day, it is always a reminder when something like this happens, how many people really respond to help the members of our community, and we are proud to be a part of that from U of L Health. So from all of us here to all of them, thank you very much for that. We're still caring for some of the individuals that came in from this tragedy. We still have 2 folks in the hospital that are currently in critical condition. Over the course of the evening, we treated around 15 across the different parts of our healthcare system from the incident itself, as well as also treating some folks that responded to smoke inhalation or other healthcare problems that were exacerbated by this. This is obviously a huge tragedy for our community. UPS is a wonderful partner in our community, not just here with us at U of L Health, but for everyone. And while we are a city that knows each other very well. So our hearts go out to our friends and colleagues at UPS, as well as to the other businesses, to the airport, and to all of those that were affected yesterday. So with that, I'm happy to answer as many questions as I can. My only reminder to the folks is we do still have patients in the hospital. I won't be able to give you all particulars around their care, but I'm happy to offer general answers if you have any, or any to your questions if you have any.
Could you give us a description of the range of injuries that you may have seen?
Yeah, so we've seen burns, obviously, based upon the fire, and we've seen those from being very severe to minor. We've seen blast injuries from the explosion itself. We've also seen some shrapnel injuries where flying pieces of debris have hit either bystanders or people in relatively close proximity to the accident when it occurred. So really a gamut of that, as well as conditions that were exacerbated from the smoke and all of the other things that came into the hospital that were treated.
What comes next for the 2 patients? I don't know how far you can go into the details, but if you could say the likelihood to survive, are you able to say that?
Yeah, I can't really tell you the likelihood of survival of the patients. They're both in critical condition right now. Both are very sick, so we're still working on treating them from their injuries from that standpoint. Yeah, so Code Yellow is our internal term for our disaster preparedness. So we actually drill very consistently, both with the local EMS and the local police, as well as internally for management of disasters, since we are the trauma response hospital for the area and the region. That allows us to mobilize all of our staff. And so, for example, last evening we were able to keep staff on premises or call staff in case we had a number of casualties. Particularly early on, we didn't know the type of airplane that might have crashed. And so, thinking worst case scenario, if it was a massive passenger airplane, you can talk hundreds and hundreds of casualties. And so we would stand up all of our capabilities in order to treat those patients, as well as work with the local providers to say, hey, other hospitals can help, and how can we support those hospitals with knowledge as well as other help that we can provide.
Can you clarify the 15 people you treated? Does that include the 2 that are critical, or you treated 15 less than 15?
That includes the 2 that are still in critical condition.
Was this an all-hands-on-deck situation based on preliminary following news that a plane had crashed?
Absolutely. So when something like this occurs and you really don't know the extent of the injuries, you always think worst case scenario. So for this, we brought in everything that we possibly could to the hospital and the healthcare system at large. We placed all of our hospitals on standby for disaster alerts so that we could be able to afford whatever care was needed. And then as the night progressed and we saw that there were fewer and fewer casualties coming in, we were able to kind of draw that down a bit and get back to normal operations.
What kind of manpower does it take to sustain an operation like this?
It's an immense amount of manpower. We had hundreds of people, not just at our hospital, but across the healthcare system that were back in trying to work. And that goes from everything from supply chain. We had warehouse staff that were actually in relative proximity to the accident that occurred, that were working on developing supplies. And then we had further folks that were brought into other outside healthcare organizations as well as our own in order to try and say, hey, if we couldn't take care of somebody, where would we send them next? And we could stand up those capabilities, for example, at Jewish Hospital, at South Hospital, and at Mary and Elizabeth.
Can you talk a little bit more about the two injuries and are you able to say, were they suffering burns or some other type of injury?
Yeah, I can't tell you particulars because we have so few number of patients in the hospital. I can't tell you particularly about their injuries, but they're severe at this time.
What does it say about the staff here that you all were able to respond in such a way that you felt that you got the best case scenario out of the worst case scenario?
Yeah, so our staff is phenomenal. I think it talks to the level and dedication of our staff. Even before we declared the disaster alert, when people started seeing this on social media or the news and we didn't know what was occurring, we had folks really starting to come back in and were staging. They said, I'm in the parking lot in my car, call if you need me. I'm in the cafeteria, I came back into work. And I think that just talks to the dedication of the people here at U of L Health. Like, this is what we do. This is why we're here. We're here to serve the community. It's a role that we take very seriously and we're honored to be a part of.
Were there any precautions you had to take at the hospital because of the proximity to where this occurred and that shelter in place?
Yeah, so we actually were in a shelter in place for a while, so we actually made all staff and anyone leaving or entering the building stay put until we could get a better understanding of what was going on. Additionally to that, we were working with FAA for our own helicopter transports to make sure that, what did we need to do as far as managing the helicopter transports in. And then the other part was keeping it open depending on the number of ambulance transports we might have. It's keeping the routes open to allow that access so they weren't clogged down with other people coming into the hospital, cars, things like that.
What are the conversations like, if any, between U of L and the FAA and the TSB, particularly with the patients who are needing to be released from the hospital?
Yeah, so it actually is a great partnership with Louisville Metro. They kind of ran most of the emergency preparedness discussions, as well as some at the state level, and being able to give us the information back and forth on what could and couldn't occur at the hospital. Additionally with that, particularly with the National Transportation Safety Board, we've been in contact with them for most of the evening, trying to connect them with the patients so they can understand who was here, who might have been at the scene, and who they may have to discuss or interview as they examine this accident. I don't know currently if there are patients taken to other hospitals besides ours, but it wouldn't surprise me, particularly with the amount of smoke in the other hospitals. Again, the other hospitals in the area are excellent as well, and so I'm sure they were able to take care of those folks as they came in. Yeah, so we actually do massive, what we call massive disaster drills at least once a year, and we actually just had one about a month and a half ago that was involving a quote-unquote plane crash at the airport. And so we had drilled for this about 4 to 6 weeks prior, and we were able to kind of work through our own internal processes. Luckily, we didn't have to activate all of those based on the number of people that came in last night, but it's an example of what we do. Internally, we do this about once a quarter, and some of those are simple paper exercises. Others involve much more substantial areas where we look at maybe throughput in the emergency department or in the operating room, depending on what's coming through the door. Yeah, so luckily with the number of casualties coming last night, triage was not a factor. We were able to manage and take care of anyone that would come to us. But I don't think you can overstate the importance of, for example, decontamination and triage at the scene. There was a massive amount of jet fuel that was spilled in the area, so they were taking care of those patients, cleaning them, making sure they're decontaminated before they ever got to us. Yeah, I can't give you specifics around the treatments. I can't give you specifics about the patients. I can give you in general. You know, if I look at generalities, patients that suffer blast injuries, the biggest problem we have with blast injuries is it's basically like a car accident, is that multiple areas can be injured all at the same time. You contrast that, for example, from a shrapnel injury, which would be more like a bullet wound or a stab wound, where you can identify, you know, what's actually injured based upon some external signs that you see. Burns are obviously a completely different beast. Burns can take a long time for care. They usually take a lot of skin grafting and other things. Luckily, we are an ABA burn center. We're one of the few in the country that are an ABA burn center. And so we've got the resources to manage some of these larger burns that might come in, be that in this area or in other accidents that we may have. So we do have those capabilities, but it can be a very long time depending on how severely someone might be burned or what's going on with them. Sure. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Sure. There's that one. Gotcha. Yeah. This is ours.
Yes.
Closing in on the top of the hour here, 1:56, and you've just heard from U of L Health CEO Dr. Jason Smith, who is kind of going over the details of what it's like to be at trauma hospital in the midst of a mass casualty situation like we encountered yesterday at Ollie International. 9 people dead after a cargo plane with UPS crashed. At least 1 or 2 of its engines essentially caught fire. Then we saw an explosion, and that plane just rolled over, and right in front of a lot of dash cams, and people on the highway saw this. Just a tragic scene there. But he mentioned that at the hospital, in a number of hospitals within the U of L Health network, that 15 people were taken to the hospitals, some much more with serious injuries than others. You had smoke inhalation for some who might have been in the area, others who were directly impacted when that plane hit, not only off of the tarmac, the runway, but into a number of other buildings in that industrial district there. But he said as far as U of L Health is concerned with their burn unit, they are one of the few in the country who are able to deal with the impacts of these type of serious burns that are all over your body. And he mentioned that blast injuries like we saw yesterday, while he didn't go into specifics for HIPAA reasons, he said blast injuries are much like a car crash. You're going to have breaks, you're going to have things all over your body. It's not maybe like a gunshot wound where one part is affected. So they were on alert. They were all hands on deck there at the hospitals, especially U of L Health. He said they actually kind of were put in place and didn't let anyone leave until they realized the extent and who would need to stay to help those victims. But of the 15 that were taken to the hospital, only 2 remain in the burn unit with very critical injuries. So we'll be keeping a close eye on those details at the moment. But here are 3 things that you need to know on top of that. Again, 9 people confirmed dead. The governor telling us that number is expected to rise. He said he was expecting at least 1 more at this point today. The airport has reopened 1 runway. This is, according to our Travis Priest, the main runway that takes off and brings in passenger airplanes. So that's the good news for a number of our commercial flights. The shelter in place that was in effect for most of Louisville north of the Waterson yesterday has been reduced to a 1/4 mile radius, and that's getting even better. The air quality, they said, was not bad. They had been monitoring the air and the water. Water consumption is good to go unless you've been notified directly, and the NTSB is on the scene. We want to show you a map of where all of this happened if you are not familiar with the Louisville area. This is right off of the Waterson and 65, southwest of that that area, and that is where the UPS Worldport is. This is the hub. We have thousands of UPSers who know and love this place. This is what we call home, and we see hundreds, if not thousands, of these planes take off every day, and that is the flight path of that plane that was headed for Honolulu, Hawaii, a 9-hour trip about or around that, which was a direct flight. So we've also been told that it was loaded with jet fuel, about 38,000 gallons of fuel. And just moments ago, our Senator Mitch McConnell from Kentucky took to the Senate floor to talk about this crash.
I know that many of our colleagues and the American people have seen the tragic news out of my hometown just yesterday. I'm grateful for their thoughts and their prayers this morning directed toward the people of Louisville. Folks around our county, Jefferson County, need those prayers right now in the days and weeks to come. The death toll from last evening's UPS crash has continued to rise throughout the day. For the families of these victims and for the injured survivors being treated at area hospitals, life will never be the same. There's a lot of grief welling up right now in Kentucky. This would be true even in the case of a single life lost. But as local first responders, state officials, and federal investigators continue their work today, I'd like to help our colleagues understand what makes this tragedy such a gut punch in a place like Louisville. During the day, Louisville International hums with thousands of passengers from all across the country. But around the clock, Louisville is also a hub for global shipping and logistics, business supplies, consumer goods, Christmas gifts. If it's going somewhere in short order, there's a very good chance it's passing through UPS Worldport in my hometown of Louisville. None of this is possible without teams of devoted professionals. Louisville is home to logistic experts, warehouse workers, aircraft crew, and maintenance. They take pride in their work, and their community takes pride in them. That's why this crash cuts so deep. It's about all of us. Today, Jefferson County schools and many local businesses are completely closed. Neighbors are mourning neighbors, so today will be a tough day in the Commonwealth. But the people of Louisville are grateful for the swift, life-saving efforts of our first responders from local police, fire, and EMS. They can trust in the prayers of their fellow Americans. And I want them to know that their representatives here in Washington are making sure that every federal resource they need is on the ground and headed their way soon. I spoke with Mayor Greenberg this morning, and my team and I will continue to stay in close contact with local, state, and federal officials, including at the FAA and the NTSB in the coming days. But first and foremost, I'm keeping my fellow Kentuckians in my prayers and asking our colleagues to do the same.
And that is Senator Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor just moments ago addressing what had happened yesterday with this plane crash.
Yes, asking for prayers for the Louisville community, talking about UPS and how important it is to this community, how vital the company is in this community.
It's our world port.
It sure is.
We are headquartered.
And he talked about how packages going from one part of the world to the other will probably go through Worldport.
Right.
Just trying to explain to them the significance of what has happened here in his home city. And certainly also talking about the NTSB, saying he's staying in contact with the NTSB, as are Morgan McGarvey, Congressman Morgan McGarvey, and the Louisville mayor and the governor.
Yeah.
Brooke, I'm just coming in as you've been here all morning, all day, covering what's been unfolding as light came up and we could see more of the crash. It is a tragic situation, and as we continue to learn more, it just continues to be worse, it seems like. Although the only good thing is the way that our emergency responders went in and took care of the people they could take care of.
We had over 200 firefighters and EMS responding. I mean, you remember the GE fire, right, years ago. That's the only thing in my recent memory that could even qualify to this kind of response. This might be bigger and surely more deadly. And we heard from Oklahoma's fire chief, Mark Little, and he said the debris field is so massive. They have no idea who they're looking for, how many people. You know, they've got the 9 confirmed, but they have such big pieces of mangled up metal. They have to get their equipment in to remove that before they can see what's under it. So they're just having to go really inch by inch, a full city block that caught fire after this.
Right, it's unbelievable. I mean, just the looking at the level of destruction and the path that it took, it's really quite devastating when you look at the aftermath. And also, Chief Little did mention, though, folks who are worried about the firefighters, they did bring in a fresh crew, so some of those folks could get some rest who've been out there all night, and they are on those recovery missions, kind of going and looking for any more victims or information that they can.
And taking a look there, and that's the direct flight path. You see where it runs off the runway in the wider gray section there. That's how much further it went into, affecting a number of other businesses in that industrial district there. Grade A Auto Parts and Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. So as far as the victims, we don't know exactly where they're from. They haven't been identified. We've yet to have an official word on the victims from the plane, the 3 people aboard that plane. We don't know if they're local. Obviously, we are based here in Louisville, but they come near and far. But this is going to take several days to even just get to all of the debris. That is the type of plane there that crashed, the third biggest.
Yes, that's an MD-11. The aircraft is one of the largest aircrafts in the UPS fleet, by the way. It is a global aircraft. Pilots on these aircraft travel around the world. They have immense training. And this particular flight 2976, this was a 34-year-old wide-body jet, by the way. 3 crew members, as we know, were headed to Honolulu, and that was a 9-hour flight. They had that much fuel on board, 38,000 gallons, roughly 220,000 pounds. That's needed for such a long flight, and the plane, as we know, is equipped with General Electric engines, by the way.
And we know at least 2 of them failed, according to video, and our aviation experts said you saw one in that video engulfed, and then by the explosion, the time of the explosion, that's when the second one had gone out and taken that plane down. And you're taking a look at some of the smoke that a lot of people off 65, I mean, it just billowed from there at the Waterson and 65 all the way over into Jeffersonville. That is no small feat there to see. I mean, Conroy DeLuche told us this morning when we were hearing from our officials, it was raining oil is what people were saying in those neighborhoods. I mean, a fireball with all that jet fuel, you don't see that very often.
And going back over the information, Brooke, for the folks that are just now joining us, joining our live coverage here, we know that it was UPS, a cargo plane, the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. It did crash. The governor put it at 5:14 local time. The plane was departing from SDF, heading to Honolulu, as we just mentioned. 9 people, he upgraded to 9 from 7 that we heard last night when he gave his press briefing earlier today. 9 people confirmed dead, and he said that he feels very confident that's probably going to increase with another fatality at least. There are reports of multiple others injured. We know from U of L Hospital that they treated at their different medical facilities 15 people and released 13 overnight. 2 are in the burn unit with critical condition.
And in just the last 10 minutes or so, we just want to let you know Governor Andy Beshear has ordered flags to go at half-staff in honor of those who were a part of the plane crash. Now, here in Louisville and really across much of our area, flags were already at half-staff because we had the death of former Vice President Dick Cheney as well as former Governor to Kentucky, Martha Lane Collins. So a number of us had already brought our flags down for both of those, but that is something that he has requested in lieu of this.
I was going to say the mayor, of course, while you were on, brought an update to folks along with our emergency officials. He also talked to ABC News. We want to take a listen to that.
It's a tough morning here in Louisville. I do want to provide one update. We now have 9 known fatalities. That number may rise throughout the day, but right now we can confirm 9 fatalities as a result of this crash. In terms of your question, I'm going to be heading out shortly, just in a couple of minutes after I'm done with this interview, back to the airport this morning. NTSB officials will be on the ground within the hour, and I'll be meeting them, and they will immediately get to work on the crash site and begin to provide some answers.
All right, so Mayor Craig, letting people know what was happening.
It was incredibly difficult.
It's hard. He was zooming right now, so the audio is actually just taking the mayor's information. So we'll go ahead and come back to us because it might be a little bit hard to piece together. I know at the scene there, you know, I think I mentioned this already, but the fire chief said that there's really hard to see like pieces of the plane. I mean, that's what they're dealing with. The fuselage, the main body of the plane, they haven't found it after, you know, going on 22 hours or so.
And that has to be just because of the immense fire.
Intensity.
Yes, that we saw last night. And I was just talking to Jim Stratman in the newsroom. He had been out there for you guys all morning. He was saying that the smoke is really, you know, it's not a problem at this point. They got those flames out before midnight. And so in the air quality, also not a problem right now. And we did get information that the mayor, just after 1 o'clock, said that it was okay to drink the water. That was a change from earlier, where the folks that were in that shelter-in-place area were asked not to, because I believe some petroleum actually from some of those businesses may have gotten into water.
But they had said unless you were directly notified, everyone in Louisville should be good. Louisville Water Company was going to be putting out any kind of messages that need be, so no concern there. There was about 135 people without power with this, and they said LG&E is on site and should be getting those back. On a side note for us here locally, we were told 8,000 are without power right now after damaged equipment in the J-Town area. So not related to this, but still a significant amount of people in our viewing area.
Yeah, they said that was a high transmission power line went offline, and that's what's causing the problem. So hopefully they'll get that taken care of pretty soon.
Yeah. Just the whole day.
Yeah,
I mean, when
it's
you sit
very
there
difficult.
You were here last night.
Yep.
I mean, I've been here this morning. You were there while it was going on. And just kind of the chaos. And then the thing had happened too. I mean, 5:15 now after daylight saving, it was dark within, you know, 45 minutes or so, which I'm sure made it very hard for them to really not know the scope until this morning when daylight hit.
And that kind of hurt your heart when you're thinking about not only the people that were involved in the crash and the businesses that were involved in the crash, but our first responders who were going into it in the dark. Obviously, they have high-tech equipment and they can get in there. And thank goodness they said it was very helpful to have that emergency drill a couple weeks ago that helped them get out there. But I know that they are very thankful for those firefighters that just went in. Okolona was the first to get in there with their firefighters as well as airport firefighters. And, you know, the governor, again, saying today that thank goodness for them, because them getting in there and getting those flames out before midnight is the reason that the shelter in place did not go bigger and is in fact reducing, hour by hour.
Yeah. So, I mean, we, of course, are very thankful for our first responders, more than 200 of them. And we know that they all, once they go through, especially a mass casualty situation like this, they go through like a critical incident debriefing.
Right.
They have professionals come in. That's a whole thing in the last 10 years with the PTSD and, and seeing how much they see on a daily basis. And something like this that was horrific. I'm sure the adrenaline is still kicking in right now for sure. But days later, that's going to start changing a little bit for them, and it's good to know that we've got people helping them out.
Yeah, that's what the fire chief said. He was asked about their mental health right now, and he said, I don't think they're fine now, but a few weeks later, and we had Greg Gitcher, chaplain who's working with 5 police departments right now. He's done it, for years, as well as security and police experience. And, he said that's usually the way it goes, that it is, maybe even a month later when he's in and talking to people, and really they just need a sounding board. Yeah. They want you to listen.
They might be quiet right now, and that is okay. For families and friends, they know the drill. We have our Ian Hardwitt out, who's been talking with a number of witnesses and people who were really close to the scene yesterday. Let's take a listen.
We ran out. I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded. 2-3 minutes later, when the oil tank started exploding and the oil started burning, it was more. We have like an older gentleman, 2 fences down, and he was living in an RV. I don't know what's the deal with him.
Are you worried about it?
Yeah, of course. He's a human being like me.
I mean, you don't get much closer than that without getting hurt.
Wow.
It's amazing. I mean, when you look at that.
It was hard to stop watching the aftermath last night. Even at home, continued watching videos and looking at the photographs. It's pretty unbelievable. And also, our thoughts are with the businesses that were over there. The 2 businesses, of course, that were hit, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. And also, the governor was saying earlier today when he was on live on national broadcast, he was saying that, besides, being lucky because we've got Ford, right there.
In the Expo Center.
Right, and hundreds of employees at both locations. Timing was something because thank goodness it was after 5 o'clock. A lot of employees had left for the day. So that's another, when he's saying it could have been much worse, he was saying a restaurant was also almost hit. That was, I believe he was talking about Stooges, and Debbie Self, who's the owner, she had put a post up today letting people know that she said on the Facebook page, the bar restaurant caters to workers from UPS and Ford's assembly plant. The business appears to be undamaged, she said, but it is closed until further notice. She thanks God and sending prayers to the UPS family and to everybody's family who's involved in this. She did say another Louisville business was even offering to hire her workers temporarily until they could find some work because they don't know when they're going to be able to open back up. And, this is something Greg Gitcher talked about last night, is all of us, in any little way we can. We all know someone, a firefighter, a police officer, someone who works at UPS, a pilot, and we can help, in little ways just by, picking up somebody's kids if they need a ride or whatever it is.
Just calling ahead and be like, hey, you got daycare. We know JCPS is out today, but yeah, so many needs that they might have that they're not thinking to call a neighbor for.
Exactly.
So you need to be that person to reach out. The governor did say that we are in a state of emergency. He declared a state of emergency for the state of Kentucky. While this is a small area, of course, inside Louisville, it's more to get the resources flowing faster than normal, getting the first responders to where they need to be, moving money around. He also mentioned the Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund, which, as many of you know, is what we have fundraised millions of dollars for over the last few years for our tornado and flood victims from East and West Louisville. He said now he has opened that relief fund up to the victims of the cargo plane crash. And I've been talking about this all morning, and it really hits home when you think about it. But he said the first batch of money that goes out of that fund, is to pay for the funeral cost of the victims. And so today they are planning at least 9 funerals with that money that many of us across Kentucky have helped donate to.
Right, and unfortunately, possibly one more. As he said, he does expect another fatality to be announced sometime today.
And we still had 16 families report someone missing last night, though the number could change a little bit when more communication is made.
Right.
They said that's still kind of an iffy number right there.
We just heard from Senator McConnell, who was speaking on the Senate floor about his hometown. Congressman Morgan McGarvey was talking with us last night. He's been out at the airport. He was there for the press conference this morning. We want to listen in, if we can, to a little bit of what Congressman Morgan McGarvey had to say about the latest in this plane crash.
This is awful. This is not something you think happens here. And when it does, it impacts every single one of us. Everybody here knows everybody. We're the biggest small city in America, and if you don't know someone directly impacted by this, you know someone who does. But this is when we're also at our best, is when things are worst. And we come together. And I can tell you, we're all working together. The mayor's office, the governor's office, Senator McConnell's office, Senator Paul's office, Congressman Guthrie's office, the entire delegation. We are bringing the full resources of the federal government to bear on this tragedy.
You know, he talked about how you never think it's going to happen here, Congressman Morgan McGarvey. Back on October 21st is when we had a mass casualty simulation at our airport with all of these first responders who actually had to respond to that same situation in real life.
It's wild when you think about that.
Just weeks ago.
It's a little eerie when you think about that they were out there preparing. And at the time, you know, I'm thinking as I'm watching this emergency drill, you know, wow, we're very lucky here in Louisville. We haven't had some of these tragedies that other cities have had. And then we had yesterday at 5:14 p.m.
But to know that we have the people in place at any time to respond to an emergency like that, we're very, very fortunate to have our firefighters and especially Okolona, who was the very first one and kind of taken over the scene. We spoke to Dan Mann with the Regional Airport Authority here in Louisville earlier this morning during a news conference. Let's listen in.
Thanks for being here today. First, I'd like to really start just by saying, you know, our hearts and thoughts and prayers are with all the families, friends, and everybody that's been affected by this tragedy. All the first responders that have been out spending a lot of hours last night, still going this morning. Really instrumental in us being able to open the airport. Special kudos to the traffic control and our folks at TSA who were here and available and getting this place ready to go. We are operational. We have one runway open. We do have some delays. We had 21 flights cancel yesterday. That's 16% of the total flights. And then as of today, we've had 16 flights cancel, 12% of our total flights. We expect there'll probably be many delays and a few more cancellations until we get another runway open. But we are operational. TSA is screening passengers and the tower is clearing aircraft. And so we are moving along in that fashion. The last part I'd like to say is the NTSB has arrived. They're on the scene. I expect you will hear from them later today. We don't have an exact time, but they are out on the airfield, and I believe they will be in sometime this afternoon, and you'll hear more information on that.
And we saw video, Dan Mann there, he was talking about the NTSB, of the mayor and Congressman Morgan McGarvey welcoming the 28 members of the NTSB who are here. Again, Morgan McGarvey saying that these folks are the best of the best. They are here. They are the experts. Do not speculate on exactly what happened. These are the people who will tell us once they get that flight data recorder. We're going to know much more about what the crew was going through.
It's been a really rough year for the NTSB. NTSB.
Yeah, it really has.
They've got their work cut out for them, and just the intensity of all of this. We know it's going to take them a while. So we'll, of course, keep you abreast of everything that comes from that investigation. They are expected to actually be giving us their very first update with boots on the ground here at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So that's about a little half hour from now.
And we'll bring that to you, of course. The mayor, we just heard from him a minute ago, but one of the things that he did once he got back into town last night, because he was out of town, making his way back in, talking to everyone on the phone, and he did go down to the center, the police training center on Taylor Boulevard, where families are getting notified and getting their information, and he had a chance to talk with some of those families. So we want to listen to what he had to say about that.
First, I want to speak directly to the families who are still waiting for information about their loved ones. I know there are simply no words that can undo what happened, that can provide true comfort at this moment with lack of information and pain that you're feeling. But please know that everyone in Louisville, myself, all levels of government across the state, the federal level, we are all here for you. We are here to support you, to provide you with the resources that you need. People are working right now to get you the information you're seeking as quick as we possibly can, and we will continue to stay with you. This is not something that will go away overnight. We know that your pain will continue for days, months, years ahead, and so we are here to support each and every one of you. I was there last night at the Family Reunification Center to try to provide some comfort to families who are looking for information, and we're continuing to work every day.
Our Mayor Craig Greenberg there speaking with those families. We're continuing our coverage here in TSB again in the next half hour, giving us an update. But Austin, we saw all of this play out on your radar last night.
That's the one interesting thing about weather radar. It does not measure liquid or anything like that. It measures particles in the air, and that's what smoke is. And obviously, when that fire started, we could very plainly see it on our radar system. I pulled it up on the radar that I had when all of this broke on my phone at home yesterday, and we, even when the sun went down on the camera and we couldn't see anything anymore, we could still see the smoke on our radar and on other weather instruments, satellite and whatnot. So that is something we'll be continuing to show throughout the rest of the day. And we're really going to be keeping an eye on this entire situation. We are tracking some rain on the way. One thing I'm very thankful for is that the weather is not part of the problem today. It's a beautiful day out there. It's a bit windy out there with gusts potentially up to about 30 miles per hour. We do have a big cool down on the way as well. And we're looking at the potential for some stronger storms, mainly Friday. You can see southern portions of Kentucky and under a 2 out of 5 slight risk for severe weather. The Louisville metro area under that 1 out of 5 risk. We're going to be monitoring this as well. This is that cold front that a lot of people have been talking about on social media. We got colder than average temperatures on the way that will likely impact us throughout the week next week. And here is the wind speed right now. Like I said, it's been a bit breezy, up to about 17 miles per hour sustained, depending on your location, gusting up to about 24 miles per hour in Columbia. That's our fastest on this particular map. So just hold on to your hats, essentially, when outside. Also, and look at fall foliage. We are at the peak season pretty much across Kentuckiana. So we will start to see past peak fill in this map over the next little bit. Here's a look from downtown. Again, beautiful blue skies overhead right now. Again, I'm very glad that the weather is not adding to the issues with this situation. You can see we're going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow. And then Friday, back to kind of where we're sitting right now. That's ahead of that cold front. That's really going to do a number on our temperatures as we head into next week. And we got that big rain chance on Friday. Could see some lingering rain, maybe a few flakes or so, but nothing impactful in terms of that. It's just going to get quite cold. Satellite radar not showing anything right now, and that's going to be the case pretty much going forward. forward, though it will be, again, windy throughout the rest of today. And overnight will drop into the low to mid 30s for a lot of us for overnight lows. And then your Thursday also looking very nice, though it will be quite a bit cooler than where we are currently sitting. And lows tonight dropping again into the 30s for most of us, maybe the lower 40s here in Louisville. That chilly and clear overnight. And here's that bus stop forecast for tomorrow. Chilly start to the day. Temperatures will be a little bit warmer, but right near average as we head throughout the afternoon tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine, highs right near 60 once again. It might be a little bit breezy, but it's not going to be anything like today. And here's that 7-day forecast. Friday is a weather alert day due to that threat for severe weather, or at least strong to severe weather. And then we are also issuing a weather impact alert period for Sunday and Monday due to what is likely going to be the coldest freeze that we have received this cold season so far. And then going into next week, sunshine returns. It's still going to be pretty chilly on Tuesday of next week. Wednesday will warm up a little bit more from there.
All right, Austin, thank you so much for that. I know when we were just talking with Jim Stratman earlier today, he was out there. I was asking him about air quality. He said that, you know, he's been told that's not a problem now, which is good news. The smoke, he does not believe that's a problem. Did say firefighters are out there monitoring hot spots, because that is what they are worried about, that it might kick back up again because this area is so big that they are having to monitor about 30
and it was
to 40.
an industrial area too, like the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. I mean, that's a place you don't want to crash into. So there are hazardous materials there in itself. Thanks for watching us here. We're racking and starting up for you here at 2:30 Eastern Time, talking about this catastrophic UPS cargo plane that crashed yesterday evening, 5:14 p.m. We have been told that they confirmed 9 people dead from that crash, and a majority of them were on the ground, not in the plane. And the amount of people who may still be out there, the amount of victims is still unknown at this point. Such a wide and massive debris field. And they're just trying to get to the areas to clear the mangled wreckage, what's left of it, to even see who may have been hit by this crash.
It's pretty incredible just looking at that shot, Brooke. Right. I mean, it truly looks like a war zone of some sort. And this is our hometown. You know, we were talking about, you know, people just trying to get information when this started happening yesterday. You know, we're in here in the newsroom, all of us, getting texts, photos from people that were driving you know, by it and saying what in the world is happening. People who were at the airport, people who were outside of the county but were seeing the smoke and scared to death with what was going on. Certainly, those families that are affected were trying to find out what had happened, you know, to their loved ones. Right. It was such a shock.
And that's about as close up as they are allowing us. This is from our drone coverage from this morning, miles away from this site. Air traffic control, the FAA has pretty much banned any type of drone usage, whether it's from the media or someone at home trying to get this from their backyard. No drones, nothing aside from the planes that air traffic control is telling to go there. But as you mentioned, it's just, it's catastrophic. It's wide. It's more than a city block at this point, if you're familiar with this area. And we are going on, what, 22, 23 hours now that hundreds of first responders are down there trying to get through the wreckage.
Right. All right, we want to listen into some of the earlier press conference that happened today with the mayor, if we can.
There's no reason for any drones from private individuals.
Right, that was Mayor Craig Greenberg talking exactly about what we did. Let's try to go back to it about the drones.
Right now, there's a temporary flight restriction that's been put in place by the FAA surrounding the crash site. There's no reason for any drones from private individuals or other organizations to be flying right now. They could get in the way of our recovery operations. If you are flying a drone within this TFR area, we will find your drone, and you run the risk of prosecution, of heavy federal fines. Please do not be that person that is getting in the way of our recovery efforts.
All right, so let's give you the three things you need to know. Again, 9 people confirmed dead. That number is expected to rise. The governor this morning said he anticipated at least one more that he knows of. Airport at SDF has reopened the main runway for commercial traffic, and there's still that shelter in place for the 1/4 mile of residents and businesses within that space at Great Lane.
Right, and going back to the airport, you know, we heard from Dan Mann with Louisville International, and you know, they have had a long night as well. They have been dealing with passengers who's are understanding, but their flights were canceled. They were trying to figure out what's going on.
Right.
And, you know, again, they opened up a runway, and so there are flights going in and coming out, but they ask that you check with your airline because there are quite a few canceled and delayed flights because of all this.
They said about 12% of today's flights were canceled. So I feel like that was more the morning. We are known for our morning rush, you know, in that 6 o'clock hour here. So fortunately, I think in the afternoon, they're trying to get as many in the air now.
Right, and Congressman Morgan McGarvey was saying last night, as he was trying to get back, it was very difficult. He was even saying Lexington, because of everything that was going on with Louisville's airport, was backed up. And so just a lot of issues, you know, at the airport. They've done a very nice job of, you know, certainly their firefighters and their emergency crews have been praised for their quick action.
Most definitely. Here is a look at the map there and the flight path. It was on the west runway, as we would say. That's the more than likely, our Travis Breeze was telling us, that is the runway that UPS uses almost always. It's a longer runway than the other, which is why they like it. When you're talking about these big cargo planes, they have that extra room, but you can see the flight path. It explodes and then goes off of the runway into the grass and hits Grade A auto parts as well as the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. And when we talk about the number of victims and who they were, it's very possible that they were a part of these two companies, if not those injured.
Right.
Those were the people that were sitting in the semis and sitting in the parking lots waiting.
Yeah, a pretty scary situation. Those two companies, by the way, as you see on the map there, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, it was hit, and Grade A Auto Parts. At the time, they did find all but 2 employees were all accounted for. But, you know, again, this being at 5:14, the hit time yesterday when the crash happened, many of these employees had gone home for the day, they said. And so that's very helpful. Also that there weren't a lot of customers in that area at the time. But, you know, again, we don't know the extent of the injuries and the victims in this case yet.
And it's going to be a while. Let's take a look at the kind of UPS plane that crashed, the 3rd biggest in their fleet. That's the MD-11. Just a couple years ago, we were told that about 15% of the fleet was this type of plane, and it is supposed to be, you know, a beast in the air, very suitable for this. I mean, they all are, but when you want to talk about the safety, you know, we heard from one of our aviation attorneys and pilots this morning that when an engine goes down, catches fire, there are mechanisms in the air that the crew members are trained to deal with that allow it to continue on flight. It puts the fire out. You can lose the engine if you need to. It had 3, but in some instance, it did not happen in this case.
Well, and you wonder what the crew knew and when they knew it, and what the procedures are. We're going to be having, you know, more aviation experts on today to kind of give us an idea of that. Again, the NTSB is the final official word. However, a lot of these folks have worked with UPS and have worked with other airlines, and they do know this plane.
And that's one of the engines right there, a photo from our Reed Yaden. So that telling me too, that's still on the airport property roundabout. So that came off that plane before the main.
Right.
I mean, you've got the debris field that's past that and just incinerated everything else. So I'd be curious to know if that's probably the biggest piece intact that they have.
It's very confusing because you've heard that that's what they're supposed to do. If something goes wrong, they come off. So just this explosion and fire is what people are really wanting answers to. But again, we have to wait until the investigators do their job and not speculate on this. I also wanted to say, Brooke, we were talking about it. We have obviously shown you the video of the crash as it happened. We're scaling back on that a little bit, only unless we are talking specifically about the crash itself and what may have taken place with some of our experts. But we're trying to pull back on that just because it is so heartbreaking for so many in the community, and especially
for the families. And we know that they're probably a lot more invested somewhere else right now. But yeah, it's just, I think they're probably staying off social media at this point. But to see the videos that have been circulating, you have seen them, and the balls of fire that just took over our city last night. Yeah, we will be starting to show a little bit less of that.
Right.
And just talk you through the process now, because it is all about them and the people we have lost. On a side note, a lot of people know that JCPS was called off.
Yeah.
This was due to that shelter in place in the response to the crash. So the closure has been treated like a snow day. All the kids are home, no online instruction, no sports or extracurriculars.
Right.
And we haven't heard yet about what tomorrow will entail. JCPS officials told us that they'll be checking the water and the air quality before the sites and all the schools across the district reopen. But it does sound good. We have heard that the air quality is good at this point. So.
And Brooke, we're just getting this breaking news that JCPS has told us that they will be open again on Thursday. So for all parents out there bringing you this news, JCPS Schools has announced that they will be back open on Thursday.
Okay. Well, and in the meantime, the Muhammad Ali Center, with JCPS being closed today and a lot of parents scrambling to figure out childcare, the Muhammad Ali Center has free admission to JCPS students and their parents and guardians. That's for today only, of course. During the closures, they said they want to continue to send their hearts and condolences out to all who were impacted by yesterday's tragedy. And we also want to let you know about a vigil happening tomorrow. Teamsters Local 89 will be holding a candlelight vigil for those killed in the crash. That was posted to a Facebook post saying the vigil will be at the Union Hall at 5 p.m. That is the Teamsters Local 89's Union Hall there on Taylor Boulevard. We've got the chaplain who'll be leading all of the community members in prayer, and everyone is encouraged to attend that tomorrow evening.
And also, we want to mention with this tragedy, a number of organizations in the Kentucky community are already reaching out to do what they can to help, because everybody wants to help in some way. The Kentucky Baptist Convention, they helped with disaster relief efforts last night. They prepared over 300 meals for those first responders who just ran into this situation and who worked on the UPS plane crash last night through the morning, overnight. Out there right now. And according to a Facebook post, Kentucky Baptist Convention says that it will continue providing those meals, as we just said, throughout the day.
We want to let you know we're about 20 minutes away from what we're expecting is the first briefing with the media for the NTSB. They've been on the ground the last several hours here. They are going to be the go-to. If you're looking for causation in this crash, they are the ones to ask questions, and they will be giving us that update at 3 o'clock. And then Governor Beshear, Congressman McGarvey, and Mayor Greenberg are going to be hosting another news conference shortly after at 3:45 this afternoon at the Regional Airport Authority. So some back-to-back news conferences to let us know what they found.
Yes, and I will say they've been doing a great job
really have.
of getting local information out so people can be aware. We want to take a look at a statement that UPS released last night. We are terribly saddened by the accident in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities we serve. This is particularly true in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. Now, we are engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident and are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. UPS's second day air sort at Worldport also was canceled today. Hub and ramp employees on the second day air sort should not go to work. I'm sure they've been advised at this point.
Right. And I want to just quickly mention, when we mentioned the first responders and how many of them came to our aid. Okolona was the first, but when the governor was revealing just how many came very quickly, you had Okolona, Oldham, Fairdale, Louisville, Fern Creek, PRP, Anchorage, Middletown, Fairdale, J-Town, Zonetown, Mount Washington. Then you get out of the county, Southeast Bullitt, Lexington. We had Lexington firefighters and trucks on the scene last night. Bardstown, Nichols, Shepherdsville, Simpsonville, Lebanon Junction. I mean, if that tells you, we had more than 50 trucks on scene. And then other neighborhood fire departments for the backups, like Vine Grove, Shelby County, several others. I apologize for not getting to all of them, but those are the ones that kind of, when all of those 38 companies left their stations, then you had to have backups.
Well, and that's
everyone.
Why the fire chief said, you know, he's so thankful for everybody who came in and why, you know, he was able to refresh and also protect the city, saying that, you know, we have called in the amount we need, but we also have other firefighters out there that are monitoring the city. There's no need to worry. So they were really taking care of everything last night. Also, folks very busy last night were the folks at U of L Hospital, U of L Health. And we heard from them earlier today. They had 15 going into the hospital. 13 were released overnight after they were treated for injuries. And of course, 2 in the burn unit in critical condition. We want to go to Dr. Jason Smith, who gave an update.
We actually do massive, what we call massive disaster drills at least once a year. And we actually just had one about a month and a half ago that was involving a quote-unquote plane crash at the airport. And so we had drilled for this about 4 to 6 weeks prior, and we were able to kind of work through our own internal processes. Luckily, we didn't have to activate all of those based on the number of people that came in last night, but it's an example of what we do. Internally, we do this about once a quarter, and some of those are simple paper exercises. Others involve much more substantial areas where we look at maybe throughput in the emergency department or in the operating room, depending on what's coming through the door.
Dr. Jason Smith there talking about the way they have to triage and really talked about the blast injuries are much like a car crash.
Right.
Where, I mean, it's just total body devastation.
Yeah, it was interesting
to the type of
hear him
injuries.
talk about this and how they were, you know, ready and had so many staff ready to help out.
Yeah, so let's take a look.
Triage was not a factor. We were able to manage and take care of anyone that would come to us. But I don't think you can overstate the importance of, for example, decontamination and triage at the scene. There was a massive amount of jet fuel that was spilled in the area, so they were taking care of those patients, cleaning them, making sure they're decontaminated before they ever got to us.
He did mention that U of L Health, U of L Hospital specifically with their burn center is one of the few in the country that can handle the type of burns that the people last night had.
Yeah, it's a level 1 trauma center, so thank goodness we have them here in our community. We certainly needed them last night. I know he said that they had hundreds of employees come in from the healthcare response system that were able to come in and help, and you know, and then they were able to go back to regular procedure after they realized that the casualties were not as big when they heard plane crash. They didn't know what they were dealing with. So once they were able to figure out what they had and were just treating people, then they were able to go back to regular procedure.
That was the scary part, because when you saw that smoke, all of us, before we had anything, before we heard UPS anything, we knew that had to be a commercial, some type of major jet to put off that kind of smoke and fire. So I'm sure everyone just scrambled.
Right, and then just the other businesses that were around. We had no idea how many folks we were talking about that might be injured.
Yeah, so it's kind of, I mean, it's a back and forth when it's fortunate that they weren't needed at the hospital because there were so few, but we have still yet to figure out how many victims, the lives and souls that they've claimed there. You notice too, I want to mention, even in his soundbite today, the wind blowing. Right. We were dealing with that yesterday, and that was a big factor in trying to not only control the fire, but to keep it from spreading even further.
Right, and the only issue that they may have is those hot spots, and the wind, it's probably not great to have the wind kicking up, which could kick up some of those hot spots, the Oklahoma Fire Chief said earlier today, but they are going to be monitoring it, keeping a close eye. We have so many emergency officials that are here in the city that are helping, and hopefully they will get all that contained, and the NTSB can go in and do their investigation, and we will get the answers that we need.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock is when we're expecting to hear from the NTSB, followed by a 3:45 news conference with Governor Beshear, Congressman McGarvey, and Mayor Craig Greenberg, all of whom, again, to all of our city and state officials, our emergency first responders, Louisville Metro EMA, they've done a fantastic job keeping us updated to the best of their ability. Of course, we know their first priority is not necessarily to us, but to the victims and the people on the ground.
Of course.
that effort there at Ollie International.
So many officials coming in to help in any way they can. We had Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who came back into town. He was there at the press conference earlier. Senator Mitch McConnell spoke to his colleagues on the Senate floor. We want to take a listen to that right now, if we can.
I know that many of our colleagues and the American people have seen the tragic news out of my hometown just yesterday. I'm grateful for their thoughts and their prayers this morning directed toward the people of Louisville. Folks around our county, Jefferson County, need those prayers right now in the days and weeks to come. The death toll from last evening's UPS crash has continued to rise throughout the day. For the families of these victims and for the injured survivors being treated at area hospitals, life will never be the same. There's a lot of grief welling up right now in Kentucky. This would be true even in the case of a single life lost. But as local first responders, state officials, and federal investigators continue their work today, I'd like to help our colleagues understand what makes this tragedy such a gut punch in a place like Louisville. During the day, Louisville International hums with thousands of passengers from all across the country. But around the clock, Louisville is also a hub for global shipping and logistics, business supplies, consumer goods, Christmas gifts. If it's going somewhere in short order, there's a very good chance it's passing through UPS Worldport in my hometown of Louisville. None of this is possible without teams of devoted professionals. Louisville is home to logistic experts, warehouse workers, aircraft crew, and maintenance. They take pride in their work, and their community takes pride in them. That's why this crash cuts so deep. It's about all of us. Today, Jefferson County schools and many local businesses are completely closed. Neighbors are mourning neighbors, so today will be a tough day in the Commonwealth. But the people of Louisville are grateful for the swift, life-saving efforts of our first responders from local police, fire, and EMS. They can trust in the prayers of their fellow Americans. And I want them to know that their representatives here in Washington are making sure that every federal resource they need is on the ground and headed their way soon. I spoke with Mayor Greenberg this morning, and my team and I will continue to stay in close contact with local, state, and federal officials, including at the FAA and the NTSB in the coming days. But first and foremost, I'm keeping my fellow Kentuckians in my prayers and asking our colleagues to do the same.
Senator Mitch McConnell speaking today, asking for folks to keep the city of Louisville in their prayers, as well as UPS and their families. Talked about the importance, Doug Proffitt, as you come in right now, as we continue our coverage live here. of UPS and Worldport in the city of Louisville, trying to get everyone to understand just how important this company is.
Absolutely. I mean, even today, as coming in down here downtown, people, all they wanted to talk about was the crash,
Sure.
UPS, any connection they may have. And we have a lot to bring you. We want to set the stage of what's coming up. Back-to-back news conferences getting ready to begin at 3. Our Reed Yaden, our longtime aviation expert, is joining us. We're going to hear the first comments from the NTSB coming up at 3 p.m. We'll be carrying that live here on WHAS 11 Plus and WHAS TV 11. Also, after that, I'm being told by the office of Morgan McGarvey that local politicians are once again having a news conference right after the briefing. Just a couple of hours ago, interestingly enough, Connie, the governor, the mayor, and Morgan McGarvey took a tour of the site with the NTSB. And the head of the NTSB, Todd Inman, is a Owensboro, Kentucky native, so he knows it. He knows it very well. And Reed, do you think his understanding of our airport will help in this investigation?
It certainly won't hurt any, and I have an idea that's why he was chosen to come over here and lead the team. I think what you're going to see is kind of a setting up of how this thing is going to run while they're here. They divide up into teams and use various expertise, identify the stakeholders that are going to be involved in this, kind of set the stage for how things are going to unfold. It's a very methodical thing that they do.
How hard will it be for them to do their job right now as this fire is still smoldering out there, Reed?
It's somewhat difficult. They'll be working in areas that are still, as you say, active, but they're used to that. They're not going to encounter anything that they haven't done many, many times, in some cases, under worse circumstances. So these are, in my opinion, the best in the world when it comes to the NTSB.
We're going to be asking you a lot about this because you, of course, have expert sources that you broke a lot of the news with us on TV and on our streaming coverage yesterday as this was beginning. Have you learned any new information about what happened yesterday at 5:15 when this flight to Hawaii was taking off?
Only, I think it has become extremely clear what happened, and that is the fact that there was an engine on fire at the time they were departing. We now know also that part of the cowling of the engine departed the aircraft about a third of the way down the runway, and then the engine actually departed right as they broke ground.
We have put this video together for you. What does each different frame tell? What kind of story does it tell you?
Okay, the key thing, the first thing we see here is the aircraft going down the runway. He's accelerating. The crew is watching the airspeed at this point. But look at it. There's already fire there. He has not reached the point of what we call V1. V standing for velocity. V1 is the point at which you go or don't go. Beyond V1, you're committed. You're going to fly, or try to fly at least. You can no longer stop on the runway is what V1 means.
Did they get to 145 feet, do you believe?
They crossed V1, and I believe they got, looking at FlightAware, they were about maybe max for just a second or so, about 145 feet in the air. And there's the aircraft, right? As it's reaching the point of V1, then right as they lift off, things start happening rather rapidly.
Right.
The aircraft goes into a very steep bank.
So different people have looked at this video. They didn't know whether the nose actually got to lift off, but we've now since seen some of those side videos from surveillance cameras. It was up in the air. You think about how many feet in the air?
From what I saw on FlightAware, and this is picking, FlightAware picks it up off beacons or data coming from the aircraft. The ADS-B data is what it's called. I think he got up to about 145 feet. That's not very much.
Right.
But I have a picture, a still frame, we'll show you later, where you can see the nose in the air and the aircraft tilted at a very steep angle. It's all very difficult video to see, no matter how many times you look at it.
Absolutely.
But it is important for investigatory purposes.
What does it say to you? We've had a lot of others weigh in on this, that engine was on fire nearly immediately.
That tells us something. Something was going on. Either the engine was, as we say, consuming itself. This is a jet engine. Parts could have been coming off of it. Could have been any number of things. A fuel line could have been loose. Any number of things. One fact that I'm hearing over and over, and we're trying to get it confirmed from UPS, was that this aircraft had some maintenance done on it prior to leaving and may have been a little bit late in leaving because they were doing some maintenance on the aircraft, possibly on the engine. Can't get that confirmed, but it's turning up a whole lot.
All right. They are doing mic checks, by the way, at this NTSB briefing, excuse me. And so as soon, we just want to say, as soon as they are ready to go, we will go to it live. Want to keep talking to you until then, Reed. You talked about the cowling in the engine. What is that? Explain to people at home.
The cowling on the engine, think of it as the hood on a car. The cowling is that metal shroud around the engine.
Okay.
And it's designed to be taken off for maintenance purposes. But the cowling came off for some reason. And it's laying there, was laying there about a third of the way down the runway. And then the engine departed the aircraft. There have been a number of pictures of it laying there on the ground. It departed the aircraft right as the aircraft was leaving ground. There we go. Okay. There we see that he broke ground. You see the one of the gear hanging down there, but look at the angle of the deck there, the flight deck. Look how steep he is right there. And I believe, and we can look at the video later, the UPS building has a big crease down the middle of it there, that white building. I believe it was the wing that scraped that building right as the aircraft was making contact with the ground. This is about the last frame before the aircraft went down. It was trailing fire at this point, but just looking at that severe angle there, that low to the ground.
Yeah, I was watching different analysts talking this morning about how rare this is for that type of aircraft.
It is. The reliability on jet engines is very, very high. The MD-11 is kind of known as a maintenance hog, but
we're getting ready to join WHAS TV 11 here for the live news conference coming up in just a few seconds. So we want to hang tight here for just a second. Right now, this is a live special report from WHAS 11 News. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here at 3 o'clock. I'm Doug Proffitt, along with Connie Leonard and our aviation expert, of course, longtime Reed Yaden from WHAS 11 News. We are getting ready to go live to the very first news conference of the NTSB, the lead investigation into yesterday's UPS cargo jet crash at the airport. Right now, as we stand coming on the air here, 9 people are dead. Of course, there was a crew of 3, 15 people injured, 16 people still reported missing in our community. And U of L held a briefing a little while ago saying 2 people are in critical condition. They said very sick, but at last night's briefing we were told 2 people are in the burn unit. And we should say that the head of the NTSB is Todd Inman. You're going to see him. He is an Owensboro, Kentucky native, and he knows our airport very well.
Right, and we're taking a live look at the podium, this press conference with the NTSB. We're going to hear the very first comments from them about what they're seeing out there with the plane crash, 2976, Doug. And again, the governor also said he anticipates more fatalities, at least one more today.
Yes, the NTSB got here this morning. They were greeted at the airport by the mayor and Morgan McGarvey. We should let you know within the last hour or two, the governor, the mayor, and Congressman Morgan McGarvey Reed took a tour of the scene. And I thought it was interesting. The Okolona fire chief was at the news conference earlier, and he was asked, you know, what is left? And he said, there's barely any fuselage left. There's barely any of the businesses where trucks were, semis where the fire obliterated that. Said it could be a lot worse because if it had gone into the businesses down there before people started leaving home from work at 5 o'clock.
No doubt about it. Fate plays a large part in a lot of things, I believe. I was flying yesterday earlier in the day, and they were departing to the north.
Here we go.
Let's go
live to the news conference. NTSB here in Louisville.
Transportation Safety Board. I'm here to represent and will be briefing you on the NTSB GO team that arrived in Louisville, Kentucky early this morning. Now we're just beginning our investigation into an airplane crash that occurred at approximately 5:15 last night at the Louisville airport. The NTSB is an independent federal agency that is tasked by Congress to investigate every civil aviation accident that occurs in the United States, along with significant railroad, pipeline, rail, and highway events. We also issue safety recommendations aimed at preventing future losses. Now, before I go any further, on behalf of the entire NTSB, I want to just express our sincere condolences to those who were not only affected by losing family members in this accident, but those that were also injured and those that are still missing. It is a tough day for Louisville, for Kentucky. It's a tough day as being a Kentuckian myself, and I know what a great community this is, how impactful those people that suffered and have died are, and we've seen it all day. We know it is tearing at the community, and we're deeply sorry, and we are here to try to find out not only what happened, but why it happened, and more importantly, how do we prevent it from happening again? So here is some factual information we have at this time. And I'm going to read a few notes to make sure we have it exact. The airplane involved was a McDonnell Douglas II, which was then altered to be an MD-11F. The F stands for freighter. It is now handled by the Boeing Corporation. So whenever you hear that Boeing is a party, it is because of the merger with McDonnell Douglas many years ago. The plane was manufactured in 1991 with the tail number of November 259 UP. The plane was traveling from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii. There were 3 souls on board the plane. After being cleared for takeoff, a large plume of fire in the area of the left wing occurred during the takeoff roll. The plane lifted off and gained enough altitude to clear the fence at the end of runway 17R. Shortly after clearing that fence, it made impact with structures and the terrain off of the airport property. A post-impact fire ensued, which covers approximately almost a half of a mile. Now, we have viewed airport CCTV security coverage, which shows the left engine detaching from the wing during the takeoff roll. This and other videos, along with evidence we are finding, are a very valuable asset to our investigators in helping us hone further which areas we were going to be focusing on as we move into further days of the investigation. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our process at the NTSB. What we will do is analyze the facts, determine the probable cause of this accident, and then issue a report on those recommendations. Now, the investigator in charge of this is with me here. It's Chi-Hoon Shin, who has been with the NTSB for 13 years. He is one of our more senior investigators, and in fact was leading one of the groups during the DCA crash. He has a number of other individuals with them. We have approximately 28 from our headquarters and other locations that are either on the ground or will be here before the end of the day. They're also being supported by dozens of individuals at our headquarters in Washington, D.C. and other field offices. As part of this investigation, we will be forming specific groups. And when we form a group, it will be a focus area led by an NTSB individual along with subject matter experts that are in that field that can provide expertise to help analyze the evidence. Our current groups that are being formed are operations. They will review the history of the accident flight and the crew members' duties for as many days before the crash that appear relevant. Our structures group will document the airframe wreckage, the accident scene, including the calculation of the impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We also have a power plants group. They will work on the examination of the engines and engine accessories. We have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. Now, outside of that group, we have also brought in, and another group that we'll have will be maintenance, which will obviously be looking at maintenance records, any work that's been done on this plane for as long as back as needed. We are also bringing in specialists in air traffic control, human performance, aircraft performance, recorders, government relations, media relations, In addition to our investigators, we have brought 5 of our transportation disaster assistance team. They will be dealing with the survivors, the families, and others under what we call a federally legislated accident from the 1996 Family Assistance Act. Now, tonight we will be holding an organizational meeting and establishing parties to our investigation. Because we're very new into it, we will not be announcing the parties at this moment, but they will obviously be manufacturers of the aircraft, operators of the aircraft, unions representing some of the members. We'll have more details on that probably tomorrow during a briefing. Now, the NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees or activities or equipment involved in the accident. And we offer this because they have subject matter expertise and technical expertise and relevant information to help support the development of the best possible report. Now, once a party joins an NTSB investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. Now, you can rest assured right now, all of the parties or potential parties are complying with that requirement, and they're cooperating fully with the NTSB investigators. Again, it will be only the NTSB that will release information regarding this accident going forward. Tomorrow will be our first full day on scene. Our investigative teams, we anticipate, will be here at least a week, if not longer. Our mission, again, is to understand not only what happened, but why it happened, and recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. We will not be determining the probable cause while we are here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this. Now, since we're just beginning with the investigation, we don't have more factual information to give you at this time, but we believe over the next couple of days we'll be able to unveil a little bit further for you. I do want to also mention this just happened in the last basically 30 minutes. We have identified the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. This is what is commonly referred to as a black box. We have investigators now that have located it. As you can imagine, it's suffered some heat, not intrusion, but heat around it. These recorders are built for that. And just before we get the question, these recorders were updated from its original manufacturer. They are L3 Harris, installed at 2 different dates. We're going back and verifying that. But we feel comfortable once we get these to our lab in DC that we will be able to get a good readout of the applicable data, and that will be yet another point of information that will really help us understand what happened during this point of flight. So I would ask, though, if you have the opportunity to let the public know, we know there's a lot of debris out there. And it's in some yards, it's in some business locations. If you can have any debris or you see something that you think is from an aircraft, please contact us at the email address witness@ntsb.gov. Again, that email address is witness@ntsb.gov. Sometimes we get some very good information from items that are found, and with a debris field a half-mile long, we're still making the determination of exactly where and what parts of the airplane and where they're at. Now, be happy to take a few questions. Again, we are limited in the information. When you do, please tell me who you're with and what your name is. Tom, you made the trip.
Thank you, sir. Member Inman, can you talk about a photo that we've seen and video as well, what appears to be an engine sitting on the side of a road or on the road? Is that, in fact, do you believe that's the #1 left side engine? And separately, you talked about the black boxes that you've identified them, and they should be able to withstand heat, but can you describe what they look like and what, if any, marks, sear marks, black marks there are on those black boxes?
Okay, the first question was basically the engine that's been seen in some photographs. We do believe that that is the engine from the left side of the plane. It is actually on the airfield, so it's not off the airport property. That correlates with the video that we've seen of it detaching from the airplane while it is in flight. We also know that a fire was occurring during that time, and so we're analyzing that. In fact, we have teams right now that are preparing to do the runway in what we call a FOD walk. That is foreign object debris. Obviously, the runways have been shut down, but we need to not only take drone coverage and video coverage of where every piece of this is, but then we need to recover it and tag it those will give us even more pieces of information. So right now it's still on the field. We're making arrangements for that evidence to be recovered and stored in a secure location. And once we are able to analyze it, we may need to ship it off for specialists for things like that. But we do feel comfortable that we're going to get a lot of good information from it. What was your second part?
Judd, can you describe the physical condition, what you saw, how those black boxes actually look?
The physical condition of the black boxes. I've only seen one picture. You could easily tell that it was a black box, about two types of cylinders on top. Our specialists said they were able to easily identify that. We don't know until it gets to Washington, D.C. I will tell you that they're manufactured to a very specific standard. Luckily, they were not in a post-impact fire for multiple days or on the bottom of the ocean. So while the fire may have been intense, it is built to withstand that. Once we get them to D.C. and we can open them up and take these steps, and sometimes we have to take multiple steps. Now, it will be multiple, or at least several days before we have a readout of those, because as we take them apart, we need to let some of our groups go through and do what's called audition them, and then they'll come up with a potential or partial transcript, looking for identifying markers that we need to delve into further while we're on the ground. So, and as always, we will never be releasing the actual audio of any of those conversations out of respect for those who are involved in the aircraft. Yes, sir.
Alex Capriello with News Nation. While the black boxes and the data recorders are certainly built to withstand heat and exposure and the sort of catastrophe that occurred here, can you give us an idea about the rest of the aircraft, the fuselage, if anything exists, and then perhaps even larger point, the difficulty for you and your investigators when there is a debris field that's half a mile long?
So the question is how the rest of the fuselage, the airplane, as it rests right now, what we may have seen, and how it impacts the investigation. We've seen some aerial videos and some photographs. The emergency management here, along with the first responders, have done an amazing job. We've been working with them since we've gotten on the ground. They have some command posts set up, and I just want to applaud them for not only the work they've done and the work they are doing and the courtesies they're providing us, along with the UPS staff and everyone here at the airport. But to answer the ultimate question, there are a lot of different parts of this airplane in different places. I mean, whenever you have a post-impact to not only structures but also to the terrain, you have to analyze why it came there and then how do you recover it correctly in order to analyze it. So I can't give you a real good definition of what it is. There's a lot of different parts. It doesn't complicate it to where it's not recoverable. A mile and a half, a half a mile is a pretty large distance, but we have to be very cautious. The main thing we're also worried about are the safety of not only the investigators, but the first responders that are there. We know that there's been some shelter in places in the area. We also know that while the fire departments were working throughout the night, there were occasionally little flare-ups in different spots. So they're having to constantly monitor that to make sure it's safe for someone to get in. So it may not be the length of the debris field. It may be where the debris field is in, say, a recycling facility or another location, and the amount of course, fuel that the plane was carrying. Those can all add to the complexity of an investigation. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jeff from Epic Times. Is there a chance that staffing shortages caused by the government shutdown in any capacity could be tied to this?
So the question was, are we aware of any staffing shortages because of the government shutdown? We are not at this time. SDF Tower, from what we can see and what we've been told, was at its proper complement. I don't have the exact records, but I will put you to the fact that we have formed groups in areas that we're focusing information on. We have not formed an ATC group. We have specialists in that, but at this point, it has not elevated itself to the point to where we feel they need an entire working group. And I would go back to the same thing in regard to the shutdown. Our investigators have been working since the day it started, the shutdown occurred. I've been working every day since then. We've only recalled a few individuals yesterday just to handle some of the logistics of our travel and our movements. But we have everyone we need and then some in order to make sure we're performing this investigation. Yes, sir.
Looking for some context. How rare is it that you see a plane with this much fuel on it going down and creating the fire that we saw here?
Okay, so the question is how much fire in regard to this fuel load and how, in the United States, we don't see it very much. which is great. And it means that the recommendations, we've made over 15,000 recommendations in our 65-year history. We have about an 82% success ratio. We have a mantra that used to be in front of our training facility, and it's from tragedy we draw knowledge to improve the safety for all. And so for every tragedy we've had, we draw more knowledge and we try to learn from that. And we hope that we don't repeat the same mistakes. So in this case, I'm sure we're going to learn some new things. We're going to make some recommendations and some findings. What they are yet, we do not know. But I would say a freighter that's fully loaded, that's going to Honolulu, is going to have a large amount of fuel. And that obviously was part of the post-accident response. Yes, sir.
What's the rotating speed of a fully fueled MD-11? How fast is it going to take off?
The question was, what is the rotation speed?
Takeoff speed.
Takeoff speed? 175, 180? I don't have the exact figures for you. I apologize. I'm not a pilot. We will be looking at that. Typically, you're looking at speeds in the 150s to 180s, 190s, but I don't want to give you a definitive number because I would be guessing. And some of those are based upon exactly what's occurring at what point of flight that it's occurring. So there's a lot of different things that go into it in addition to the weight and balance. All of these have been mapped out over decades to specifically know how much thrust and speed is needed to obtain lift and to achieve it, and if necessary, to do an emergency diversion. So we've had a lot of experience with that. I don't know at this point if it will be a factor, but it's certainly something we'll look at. Yes, sir.
Dylan Lovin, Associated Press. Was this flight delayed and was maintenance being done on this flight before it was gone?
So the question was this flight delayed or was maintenance being done before that? We, as part of the maintenance group, they will be going back and looking at every aspect of maintenance that was done on this plane and how many cycles since it's occurred. To date, UPS has indicated to us that it was not delayed and that there was not maintenance work done immediately before. Now, again, that is information that we will still collaborate and independently verify, but at least by first glance, we do not see that happening. I know it's been reported some places, but we have not found something to lead us into looking at an immediate pre-takeoff.
Two more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any airworthiness directives that were out regarding MD-11 or the engine manufacturers?
The question is in regard to airworthiness directives regarding the engine or the actual aircraft. I am not aware of any. We go through a very regimented process of things that we view and try to review: maintenance records, airworthiness directives, advisory circulars, service bulletins. To say that there's none would be probably very unlikely because an aircraft that's been flying for that many years could have had multiple different generations. It will be something that we'll look at. We'll be confirming whether the work was done or how it was done and who did it. But at this point, we have not seen anything that's said we need to hone in on a specific area. One more question? Yes, sir.
Tom Regulars, WHAS here in Louisville. How much of your investigation focuses on the runway itself here at SDF, and will the runway remain shut down as you continue to investigate?
So the question is in regard to how much of our investigation will focus on the runway and how long it will be shut down. The runway itself, from what we have seen, was obviously being used continually. Louisville has a lot of operations every day. They have a really great crew that works on their operations, maintenance, and upkeep. We'll be looking at any type of factors such as when they last did a FOD scan or whether there was good skid, whatever. A lot of different things go into the actual pavement. So right now, we're not seeing something that says we need to open up an airport working group. In regard to the closure of the runway, we're very cognizant. I mean, I was here 4 months ago meeting with the safety staff. They invited me up, got to talk to the president of UPS Airlines and all of their safety staff. We were walking through a lot of different scenarios. And one of the things that struck me was not only is this a company that moves freight, they are delivering life-saving drugs, postal products, food, supplements, you name it, that come through this hub every night. And so we've been emphasizing the need to make sure we're getting every piece of perishable evidence and doing it in the most diligent way, but at the same time, understanding that this investigation could slow down a lot of important products, not just for this company, but for Americans across the country and across the world. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. That's the reason why we were working so diligently today to try to do the mapping and to get the FOD walk. In regard to actually keeping the runway shut down, we do not shut down runways as the airport authority. Obviously, they have been working with us in a great fashion and are trying to do everything they can to make sure we have the information. But we are hopeful that we can turn over at least one of the runways shortly, and as soon as possible the other runway, while still preserving all the evidence. Thank you very much.
About the timeline, when you might have a preliminary report out?
Long time. There you have it, our first briefing from the NTSB, which arrived in Louisville just a few hours ago. That was Todd Inman leading the effort here in Metro Louisville. Todd Inman, a native of Owensboro, Kentucky. Let's go over to the major headlines that came out of this 3 p.m. briefing. By the way, another news conference is coming up in just a few minutes, so we're going to stay on the air with you here on WHAS 11 and WHAS 11 Plus live streaming. They discovered the flight data recorder had some burning damage to it, but pretty good shape.
Very important. Also, we just heard our own Conroy Deluche asking that last question there about the runway. They said they hope to be able to turn at least one over pretty soon.
So Reed, let's talk about the flight data recorder. Yep. How crucial is that, considering we saw that fireball, that inferno, and which did so much damage to many other things around the area?
It is extremely, it is a vital piece that they use. Those flight data recorders are extremely rugged, so I have every confidence that they get all the data out of there. Now, there's 2 kinds of data they get. They get the area microphones in the cockpit, but they also get a lot of data off of sensors on the airplane. So they'll know everything, all the parameters of the stresses that were on the airplane, the deck angle when it took off, when it left the ground. They'll know every bit of that, all the parameters on the engines and everything.
Is there any concern that he mentioned the heat damage to it? Because, I mean, I would think that would happen in a lot of accidents.
It does. It is very common that they'll have some, on the case, they can get some heat damage. But even in cases where there's been a very high G impact on one, they can do miraculous things in going in and retrieving the data after the fact.
I thought a couple of things he said about the flight data recorder were interesting, since it's a 1991 jet.
Right.
But this one has been pretty much recently updated and was pretty much a modern version. Let's talk about a couple of other things. There's a photograph that's been going around. We have it of the left engine there. It is on the airport property. It was right, and he talked about how the left engine fell off the jet, Reed. So
it is.
What's that going to tell him?
It fell off just before they broke
right
ground.
here.
There's the engine off the aircraft.
This is on airport property.
It is on airport property.
On the airfield, as he said.
Yes, on the airfield. Prior to that, the cowling that covers the engine had come off about a third of the way down the runway. The engine remained on until just as they were breaking ground, then it came off. So it's down in the last third of the runway laying there. I can assure you it hasn't been moved yet. They'll take all the data on it. And then the other thing, he was talking about the FOD walk that they do. That's very important.
Explain, what does that mean?
Okay, FOD is foreign objects and debris on an airport. The airport authority will do several FOD scans a day. Just drive the runway, check the taxiways, look for pieces of metal or whatever shouldn't be there. In this particular case, what they're going to be looking for when they do the FOD check is they'll collect all the FOD out there, but they're looking for parts, pieces, no matter how small, connected with that airplane from the time it started its roll to the time it left the end of the runway. And they'll also track it from the UPS ramp all the way on the taxiway and all the way out.
Another key point. UPS says that this flight was not delayed for maintenance on the jet before takeoff. There had been speculation out there that this flight had been held up 2 hours before it left for Honolulu. Address that, Reed.
Okay. That is cleared up. We had asked the question. Other people have asked it of UPS today. We did not get an answer, but when the NTSB asked, they got a quick answer. No, it had not been delayed for maintenance. But maintenance of it in itself doesn't mean something sinister or something bad.
Right.
You know, many times we've all been on planes where you take a delay and the captain come on and say, we have a minor problem here. We're going to deal with it. Get the paperwork signed off, and we'll be on our way. But in this case, there was none. Airplanes go into maintenance all the time, especially ones in high utilization rate like the UPS airplanes, any airline. They have regularly scheduled maintenance that they go in. Some periods are longer, some periods are shorter, depending on what they're doing to the aircraft. So
we also learned for the first time the length of the debris field. It's a half of mile long.
not surprised. Not surprised at that from the way this thing left the ground.
It
and
almost
scattered.
looks longer.
It
from
does.
some of the video
Yeah,
and pictures.
It does.
So we have a map that we're zeroing in on the area there. We do have sound that I'd like to run when we can of the Okolona Fire Chief. He appeared with the Louisville mayor earlier, and he addresses the debris field. So when we have that, just let me know, and we'll introduce him. It was very interesting. He had been out to the scene and talked about what was left of the scene and any parts of the aircraft itself.
And I think the NTSB lead there indicated that there's not a lot of that aircraft left. When you've got 38,000 gallons of Jet A and it burns, over a wide area, there's not a huge amount left there. But the NTSB doesn't need a lot either. These people are the best that you can find in the world.
28 members here.
They've thrown everything they've got
The lead
here.
investigator did the Washington, D.C. crash with the Delta
And I saw an
commuter jet.
article about that guy. He is one sharp guy in aircraft investigations. He may be the best in the world. He's going to be the lead on this investigation.
It's good to know that he's here.
Yep.
Also, they talked about the teams that they have. I believe they have 5 of them. One of them looks at the operation of the plane and of the crew members. This was a highly trained crew that flies this plane, because this is a plane that flies around the world.
Yep. The MD, we can talk later on about the MD-11, but one of the teams will look at the crew, look at their training records, look at all of their flight logs, how much flight time they've got, what type of flying it is. And UPS does impeccable work there.
A couple of things. They've asked people, if you find any debris, to use a special website. It is easy to remember. It's witness@ntsp.gov. A lot of debris all over the area. They want those photographs because, Reed, they're going to be looking at everything that is man-made, machine-made, environmental. Each little part that they can find. So why are those photographs so important for the public?
Because it'll show what the piece is, exactly where it was laying, a position, the type of piece it is. Position has a lot to do with it, things that we can only imagine. So it is very important. If you should come across any of that wreckage, do not disturb it. Photograph it and contact the email address.
Yeah, it's witness@ntsb.gov.
And I feel like someone will probably
right
retrieve that piece and it'll be taken. But this is very, very important.
What about the drone video, other videos and photos that the team will be looking at?
They will be
talked about
looking at every photo. They'll collect any private video that they can get their hands on that people want to give them. Cameras all around the airport.
And there are a lot of them, right?
He also said they were
many.
going to study the human performance, the air traffic controllers, and the human performance on that. Do you see a factor in that? I mean, there is something that you and I talked about as we take a look at the firefighting efforts still underway from video earlier.
And this is some of the drone.
Could this flight have been aborted? It seems like that engine was on fire the minute they rolled, and Todd Inman just said it as they were rolling down the airfield.
I don't know how quickly. This is where the cockpit voice recorder will come in very handy. I have not heard the ATC communication with the aircraft. I do know apparently everything was standard, because right as he was breaking ground, the tower handed him off to the departure control, which is radar control, takes you 25 to 50 miles out of town, then hands you off to a regional center, such as St. Louis. So all of that seemed normal. As far as, we get asked the question a lot, well, why don't you just stop on the runway? Okay, first of all, he lines up. When he gets clearance to depart, full power on those 3 engines. It's a tri-jet, full power. It gains speed very rapidly. What they're looking for is a speed that we call V1. V for velocity, 1, it's the first speed we're going to look at. When V1 is called out, you can no longer land the aircraft. You can no longer stop the aircraft on the runway. It's done. That speed is a variable speed. It's determined by the weight of the aircraft, weather conditions, runway conditions, a lot of variables come in there. So the first call that the co-pilot would make is V1. And then shortly after that, you get rotate, which is V2. They obviously, I think you'll hear those, or the NTSB will be looking for those calls on the recording.
He said left engine detached during the takeoff roll.
Right.
Explain that.
I think, from what I'm able to gather, it was right as the aircraft just prior to lifting. It was like almost simultaneous. And the question is, why does an engine detach from an airplane? That is a big deal.
Another quote of his, after being cleared, large fire appeared during takeoff roll. So that was right after being cleared for takeoff.
Shortly thereafter, they began to see fire coming out of it. Or it was observed. Now, again, they'll be able to pin this down because there are a lot of cameras looking at those runways. So they will know right to the second when the first blaze or flames begin to appear out of the engine. Was there smoke, puff of smoke or something first? So, and they'll have a timeline.
We have, from earlier, a news conference, the Okolona fire chief was there, and of course he talked about how there are 40 firefighters there still going through the debris scene.
Monitoring those hot
search
spots.
and recovery.
Yeah.
But he was also asked specific questions about being out at the scene and what was left and what did he see. Here's some of what he said from just a little while ago this morning.
Situation last night, about 5 o'clock, shortly thereafter, we were dispatched on a explosion. Shortly thereafter, we were informed that it was a plane crash. And as the governor pointed out, just about 2 weeks ago, we did train with Louisville Fire along with the Airport Authority. This is something that we do annually. You hope that you never have to do this, but unfortunately it happened. So last night we had roughly 38 companies on scene. We had multiple agencies from across the state. We had, and please forgive me, those agencies if I do not name you, but Bardstown, Bullitt County, Lexington, all responded here. We worked with MetroSafe, Louisville Metro EMS, Louisville PD, and all the county fire departments across our county here. They were all represented. So we had roughly 30 ambulances here last night, and today we've downscaled tremendously. We currently have 4 engines, 4 trucks, 2 ambulances on scene. We have roughly 30 to 40 firefighters that are on scene. We have a SARS team. It's a search and rescue team that is represented by all the county departments along with Louisville Fire, and there's approximately 40 members here doing search and rescue through the debris zone. We are currently working with NTSB. We have some hot spots that are out there that we're trying to, some of them we're going to let burn. They're so insignificant right now, but as they flare up, we will extinguish them. One of the issues that we are currently having is the size of the debris zone and actually getting our apparatus there. So will we be out there? We'll be out there. We're planning to be there for at least a week or longer. We'll be out there as long as the NTSB needs us to be there. We are prepared for this. So I don't know how many victims we're actually looking for. That's one of the issues. And the debris zone is so large. So trying to get people back there. And with the debris zone, some of that debris is going to have to be moved and searched underneath. So it will take us quite a while.
What is the size of the debris zone?
I don't have a footage or a square mileage, but so Fern Valley Road, probably about 50 yards past Melton. I don't know if you know how long or how far that is. So, but it's a very large debris zone.
Can you give us any other details about that debris zone?
As far as that debris zone, there were a petroleum recycle business that was there that created some issues for us. The oil that was stored there came across the roadways, got into the waterways. LMSD's on scene taking care of that. The other businesses, there were for the fuselage, we've not seen much of it, to tell you the truth. There's wreckage that starts from almost Fern Valley Road and does go all the way down past Melton. So there are landing gear that's out there. You would not see a whole fuselage. With the intense fire that was there, most of things are gone. So including some of the vehicles, the semis, and the plane. Right here, we're so lucky, to be honest with you. This is not a residential area. Thank God that some of the employees had already left, being after 5 o'clock, so it could have been more catastrophic for us. Our firefighters are doing very well. So we did a shift change this morning, so we have fresh bodies on scene that are capable of handling this. So
Are you offering them any?
we do have refreshments, and many local businesses have offered to donate food and refreshments.
Well, what about
The mental issues, we've not had any at this point. Down the road, we will open that up. We have in-house counsel that comes in and visits with them. We have other programs should something arise and they need to speak to someone.
We know what the
Situation.
That's Okolona Fire Chief Mark Little. He was speaking at the airport along with the mayor at around noon today. He was asked the question, how could this have been worse? We were hearing that the governor said it last night. He referenced that, and that was his answer right there. He said, you know, this was not a residential area, and people had left work just maybe a few minutes before this plane took off at 5:15.
I was flying, there's another way it could have been worse. I was flying yesterday and talking to the tower, and they were landing, or they were taking off to the north.
Which would have put it over many neighborhoods.
Over many neighborhoods, fairgrounds, and the like.
And the governor mentioning that Ford is right there as well, and they had hundreds of workers there. So
Very near that, and of course the U of L campus not far from there. Let's talk about some key things that he said, because he was out there as an eyewitness. The fuselage, he said there's not much of that left. Tell us about the fuselage. Where is it? What is it in a
The fuselage is the main body of the aircraft. You have the wings, fuselage, the tail, basically, the vertical and horizontal stabilizers on it. And that fuselage sounds like there's not much left of it. Sounds like the fire, and I would imagine wouldn't think there would be much of the wings either, because the fuel is in the wings. Then there was one of the engines is up on the tail of that aircraft.
That came up for the first time. Connie and I heard that last night. That this with the SIMD-11, which is of course the two engines on the wings and the one on the tail, that the fuel is in the actual jet engines itself, or in the wings.
Part of the fuel would be in the wings.
Right, fueling the engines there. So would that have fed that left engine fire as big as it was?
Sure, because when the engine went, you had fuel lines to the engine were suddenly just hanging there. And they would just become like a blowtorch. You've got raw fuel coming out of there all of a sudden. Instead of going to the engine, it's just coming out, burning as it goes.
The fire chief also talking just about the debris zone size being something that's difficult for them right now. Wreckage starting from Fern Valley Road all the way down past Melton. We know, the good news is that they got those flames out before midnight. And that really helped. The governor was talking about that today as far as the shelter in place. That helped it get smaller and smaller instead of widening.
In fact, the chief's saying today,
the air quality much better.
The hot spots, they're just going to let them burn out. They're pretty manageable.
And we want to mention for folks who are just turning in now, if you didn't hear it earlier, JCPS is telling us that there will be school tomorrow. We announced that earlier, but if folks are just tuning in, JCPS will be back in school tomorrow. Also, folks were told not to drink drink the water that were in that area for a while, but now the mayor earlier today saying that folks could again drink the water.
Now, the mayor's office just put out that their news conference with Morgan McGarvey and Andy Bashir has now been moved to 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So we were expecting that any minute now, but of course that's just a few minutes away. One other thing that the NTSB also just put out on social media, read at 3:30, that the FBI is assisting now with this investigation, but they sort of clarify that, saying that they have a long-standing agreement with the FBI, but they're on the scene collecting evidence, taking photographs, mapping and measuring the wreckage field, and generally serving as a force multiplier for the NTSB.
And that's exactly a force multiplier. Get the job done quicker. You've got a lot of trained investigators with the FBI. They can assist out there, so speeds the process along. I don't think that has any sinister meaning to it or anything. The fact
this is new video.
New video coming in from down on the ground when this was going on yesterday.
Jason Hatcher providing this video to us, and many, a lot of this was covered by many people using their cell phones, and we're just continuing to see different angles, which have told a bigger story, Reed.
Yes.
A bigger whole picture for this.
Well, I had a friend in the Highlands who called and said, "Wow, we got shook. We heard it." I think it says a lot about the people that were managing this fire out there. You burned 38,000 gallons of Jet A spread over a distance. They had it basically out for all intents and major intents and purposes by midnight. That's incredible work. I was out there after midnight at a distance. You could see the lights, but there were just a few hot spots left. They did incredible work out there. The airport authority has some very well-trained firefighters there, and a lot of very good equipment too.
Well, Todd Inman was complimentary of what he had seen there, and of course we've been telling you since yesterday that massive training, the drill they did there just 2 weeks ago, which was practicing for this kind of disaster.
I can't say enough about the training that the airport authority does with its police and they're cross-trained police officer and firefighter. And I can't say enough about the training they do for incidents like this. They train, they retrain. They have spent big money over the past several years upgrading the equipment that they have.
And how odd
put them
is
up
it
against anybody.
that they were just out there? I mean, last night I was thinking they just had this drill
Exactly.
to run into this situation, and
So
wow.
it was fresh. Everybody knew what to do.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is live special report coverage. Again, day number 2 here from WHAS 11 News. We're also live streaming on WHAS 11 Plus, where we just carried a news conference at 3 o'clock from the NTSB board member who was in town leading the investigation, named Todd Inman, an Owensboro, Kentucky native. He knows our airport well. Well, we're going to be bringing you some of the sound that he had here throughout our coverage, so stay with us. And we're in a bit of a standby for another news conference from the mayor, the governor, and Congressman Morgan McGarvey coming up at the top of the hour, joined by Reed Yaden, our aviation expert. You've been actually giving your expertise to media companies across the country, along with helping WHAS 11. There's a lot of interest in this crash.
A lot of time through the evening and through the overnight last night doing that. I had some of the first video, I had access to it, that showed what went on.
Yeah.
And when you looked at that video, you immediately knew. You could see the aircraft lifting off and see the fire and the end result. I mean, it happened over a matter of seconds.
That's the video we've been showing
Yes.
as it was on its takeoff roll, as they called it. What was the speed that this aircraft was able to get?
FlightAware showed he lifted, V1 was about, I believe, 140 knots, something like that, which would be pretty standard.
Also, is this standard, the NTSB saying that they think they'll be here about a week, maybe a little bit more?
Let me correct one thing.
Oh, yes.
V1 was about 140 knots. The liftoff would be a little more than that, where you do V2 and rotate. V1 is the point where you can't land on the runway anymore.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
Now they're putting out from the mayor's office that this news conference is coming up any minute. So our folks in the control room, take a look at that. They've changed the time a little bit. It's going back and forth, but could be coming up here any moment now.
So Reed, again, back to the NTSB. Is that pretty standard to be here, an investigation like this to take about a week?
We went through this similar when we had the Comair crash in Lexington. About a week would be pretty standard, but he said if we need to stay longer, we will.
Right.
I think it's important not to raise expectations here. This is the investigation phase. I think we'll get bits and pieces like we got today, where it said there was no maintenance delay yesterday on the aircraft. But you're not going to get a cause. You're not going to get any speculation out of these people, and they're not going to talk about it. They have the one guy there that will talk.
In the course of it, though, we usually do learn a preliminary.
You'll get maybe some preliminary findings, not before they leave. I think that could be maybe a month, 6 weeks, very preliminary. First thing they'll issue will be just a statement of findings. Here's what happened.
One thing about the NTSB, and I remember from the Lexington coverage, is they do a lot of news conferences.
Oh, they do. We'll get a daily news conference.
We might get another
one
today, maybe not until tomorrow.
I don't think today, but tomorrow we definitely get one news conference tomorrow, maybe more. They're very forthcoming. They explain the whole process. They divide up into work groups. And if you're going to be specializing on, say, the engines, then your group that's what you do. Another group would be working on other human factors and just on down the line.
And they will report some findings, correct? Like this group did see this, or, they'll give us some clues to what's happened.
I don't think they're going to give a detailed rundown every day, but they'll get parts and pieces. They'll say our X group feels they have accomplished, they found this much debris or found some debris they didn't expect to find.
He said they're going to also focus on maintenance, which seems to be the obvious.
Very important.
But on the list of the checklist, Reed, is maintenance like right at near the top for this possible cause of this crash? Or
in this particular case,
that's what they're going to try to determine?
You got to go back and look a long way before you have an engine that fell off an aircraft in the United States. And the last one, I believe, I was looking it up today, was a DC-10. I think it was a United Airlines flight that landed out there in Iowa.
In fact, our focus investigator, Travis Breeze, has been looking into that today, and his story will be coming up a little later. This aircraft goes back to 1991. Should we make anything about the age?
No. If it's maintained properly and all of the, you heard the NTSB spokesperson there refer to SBs, service bulletins, or recalls, things that are required to be done to the aircraft that they found need to be corrected. They'll look at all those records.
So what's the average age of a plane like this?
Oh, this fleet is pretty old because it started flying in the early 90s.
Right.
Now, that's not to say, I'm talking the fleet as a whole.
Okay.
They made 200 of the MD-11s. It's a derivative. It was not a clean sheet airplane. It's a derivative of the DC-10 that McDonnell Douglas built. Well, when McDouglas merged or was consumed by Boeing, Boeing had this airplane and said, what are we going to do with it? Because the airlines weren't real happy with it. A tri-jet, transcontinental, but they weren't real happy with it. So they decided to stretch it by 17 feet, and here's a biggie. The DC-10 required a 3-person crew. The MD-11, and 2-person crew.
Todd Inman said it had been altered to be a freighter. Which is obvious there.
Yeah, sure.
No concern there about the alteration.
No.
Look, you spend so much time at our airport. Can you talk about the UPS safety record in general? Our airport, this is the first major crash that we've experienced here in Louisville. And they've been here really in this full force ever since Worldport opened.
Exactly.
Through the 90s.
I have been out there many times. We did a complete Saturday morning show out there. They gave us complete unlimited access to the ramp with security checks. The aircraft, we went in a brand new 747, showed how everything works. They are, again, in my opinion, they are impeccable with what they do out there. Their track record is really, really good. And I hate to see this happen, but they'll get to the bottom of it.
So before we go to the news conference, it's going to be with Congressman Morgan McGarvey, Mayor Craig Greenberg, and others coming up here. Let's run some of the sound from Todd Inman
Right.
just a moment ago. Again, this news conference was from 3 o'clock. We know a lot of you are just sort of joining us here on WHAS 11 and WHAS 11 Plus. Here's what he said about the flight data recorders, better known as the black box.
We have identified the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. This is what is commonly referred to as a black box. We have investigators now that have located it. As you can imagine, it's suffered some heat, not intrusion, but heat around it. These recorders are built for that. And just before we get the question, these recorders were updated from its original manufacturer. They are L3 Harris.
Some heat issues around it, but a key point he said there, Reed, not an intrusion. In other words, heat didn't get inside of them.
No, it did not. On the case, superficial, they have been able to retrieve data from black boxes and bring it back that were submerged in the ocean.
So here's my question. We've always heard about them when they find these things, they get them right to Washington right away. Is that, you think that's already happening?
Oh, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
If they're not,
really,
those black boxes on the way.
Okay.
Right now. If they're still in Louisville, I'd be surprised.
If we can, we also wanted to hear from Todd Inman, who is from Kentucky, Doug, as you mentioned, who's here from the NTSB, what he had to say about that and being here in the community where, you know, he grew up as a Kentuckian.
I want to just express our sincere condolences to those who were not only affected by losing family members in this accident, but those that were also injured and those that are still missing. It is a tough day for Louisville, for Kentucky. It's a tough day as being a Kentuckian myself. And I know what a great community this is, how impactful those people that suffered and have died are, and we've seen it all day. We know it is tearing at the community.
Again, Todd Inman speaking an hour ago, their first briefing after arriving in Louisville this morning. Video on social media showing Congressman Morgan McGarvey and the mayor greeting them as they came in here in their special Learjet.
They have a
executive
jet
that came in and brought him in here quickly, a team of 28.
They have a Go team. I think it's actually a Gulfstream, Doug.
Okay, I know. you're Mr. Aircraft. That's why you are here.
They that jet is ready 24/7, and they have this Go team identified. And if you're on the Go team, phone rings, you've got your stuff packed, you go, the jet's ready.
And by the way, they were asked about the government shutdown and if they've been affected at all as they are trying to go to emergencies and investigate these kinds of things. And he said not at all.
Nope, not one bit.
Well, and even the governor referenced that yesterday. He was assured that they would send one of the largest teams that's available that they've seen in any kind of investigation. And sure enough, when you bring 28 people who are going to be here for a week.
Here's what you've got. UPS is a worldwide operation. They fly a lot of aircraft. If there is a problem in the fleet, they want to identify it. And I don't think there is personally. But if it is, they want to identify it. So this is a big deal. So they're throwing everything they've got at it. But I think that I'm convinced they will get an answer.
So we're moments away now from a live news conference. We have a live picture of the room. This is going to be, again, they've been meeting at the airport. Again, that's the airport the area there, the administration building right off the terminal that everybody arrives to. And we'll be bringing that to you live. We want to also let you know that throughout our newscast through this evening, Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, will be joining Connie and I live here, along with Congressman Morgan McGarvey. Will be coming in here to the station to talk to us one-on-one as we head into it'll be the 24-hour mark at 5:15 tonight.
Yeah, both of them were there to meet the NTSB team as they came into town. Both of them speaking today about how much this community means to them and just the courage of those first responders who went in last night and stayed all night. Again, a lot of those firefighters, folks at home are like, oh my gosh, how are they? But they did get relief. The Okolona fire chief said that they were relieved this morning.
And it's bravery. They were the first in. They had about 30 firefighters just racing there, dropping everything. I mean, and Morgan McGarvey's quotes from earlier I thought were interesting. He said, witnesses told him it looked like it was raining oil around the scene. Last night, Louisville was apocalyptic.
That's
That's what
an
they
accurate
Yeah.
description.
And we do want to say, you know, of course, planes now coming in and going out again at the Louisville airport. And our Ian Hardwick was there talking with some folks today after they've had some time to let this sink in what happened at our Louisville airport.
So you own Kentucky Truck Auto Parts and everything?
Yeah, one of the owners.
Yeah.
We are two of us, yes.
Two owners. So you're one of the owners. He was telling me that like the plane cut right through.
Yes, yes. We was on the way to building to our shop. We just washed our hands, and as soon as we went inside, maybe walked like to second room of the shop, an explosion happened. It knocked me out of my foot.
He feel bad.
Yeah. And when we ran out, I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded. That's why I recorded the video. If you saw that walking out of a shop. So then we ran behind the shop and we ran for our lives, I guess.
You ran for your life?
Yeah.
And we trapped over there too?
Yeah, we trapped for an hour, 2 hours behind our business. Because not our business, the old businesses, they have a fence and you cannot escape, like jump through the fence and go straight. So then we walk all the way to the waste management and there was bigger fence, we cannot escape from there. Then we walk back. We'll find a path between this electric station, I guess, and the other empty land. So we walk all the way down, and we found the gates, and there was a little creek. The police officers was on the other side, so he whistled, I whistle, we wait with our flashlights and stuff. Then they come around, and I told them to bring bolt cutters. So they cut the gate, and that's how we left. And he picked it up us from over there because everything was shut down. Wow. Smelled diesel, and it was so hot. You can feel the heat. So when we went home, he told me too, your face kind of like, it was too much heat. You know, it's like cracking or something, but it went away, it's okay.
Yeah. So I mean, you literally had to run for your lives and then escape as everything was still burning,
Yes,
right?
Yes. It was right after the crash, it was burning really bad, but 2-3 minutes later when the oil tank started exploding and the oil started burning, it was more heat. Yeah, we was pretty far behind our shop, and by the electric place you can feel the heat, like it's really hot. But when we was walking out of a shop, it's like you touching the sun. That's what it was.
Are you grateful to have your life today?
Of course, yeah. I feel grateful, but at the same time I feel bad because someone else lost a life.
Many people.
Yeah, it's 9, I think. And our neighbors, the guys who run a junkyard, I think maybe they're still alive, I don't know. We have like an older gentleman, 2 fences down, and he was living in an RV. I don't know what's the deal with him.
Are you worried about him?
Yeah, of course, he's a human being like me.
What did you think about when you went to bed last night, or did you even get to sleep?
Went and sleep 3 in the morning and wake up like 6. I don't know. As soon as you close your eyes, the flames is in front of you. Yeah. I mean, I never experienced that kind of thing, you know, so that's why.
You guys have been here about like 20 years, you said 20 years?
25.
25. Never seen anything like this?
No,
in your time?
hell no.
Yeah.
I see firecrackers, explosion and stuff, but not this. It was bad though.
I mean, I know where you're at. The planes are
Constantly, yeah. Maybe 10 planes a day, sometimes 5. You know, the planes are from us maybe 300-400 feet above. That's where they're flying, landing
And right now you're continuing to watch special WHAS11 News coverage as we are beginning WHAS11 News at 4 o'clock here. Thank you very much for being with us. We've been on the air with you all day long and brought you a live news conference from the NTSB at 3 p.m. We've got another news conference coming up for you moments ago from Congressman Morgan McGarvey, Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, all at the airport.
Right, and I'm hearing maybe they're looking like they might be getting ready to start it pretty soon. I'm not sure if that is the case. A lot of press conferences have been happening today. You mentioned the NTSB, U of L Health also having a press conference confirming some of the elements that the governor brought to us today. 9 dead, most likely going to be more than that, 2 in critical condition. All right, here we are.
Let's go live. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear leading it off.
All right, good afternoon. It's now been about 23 hours since the catastrophic plane crash of the UPS flight that was headed from here, Louisville, Kentucky, to Honolulu. The mayor, and the congressman, and I have just visited the site, both where the plane first impacted, both structures and the ground, and then when the last portion of it came to rest. As governor, I've seen a lot. I've had to order freezer trucks in a pandemic. I've walked the line of an F4 tornado through my dad's hometown. I've seen towns hit by flooding we'd only describe as biblical, and what this scene is violent. Where the plane hit, at best, is destroyed. What you see are mangled remnants of what was in its path, completely burnt and blackened. Where the plane hit and where the initial explosion happened, you have significant damage. And then, like a lot of these disasters, just 5 or 6 feet away, not even the paint is disturbed on another vehicle or another building. As we walked through, there were a couple things that I thank God for. The restaurant, fully intact, could have had a lot of people, could have caused additional losses of life. Those owners have opened up their restrooms that the first responders are able to use, and for that, we're grateful, and I look forward to thanking them in person. The other thing we see are first responders from all over the area working seamlessly. Until you see their actual shirt up close, you couldn't tell one was from one department and another was from a different one. Thankfully, there's been a shift change, and most of the individuals that were out all night heroically fighting a massive fire that is under control with only a few hot spots left. Thankfully, most folks that were out late last night are sleeping if they can sleep, with a whole new group that is out. Why? Because these departments are sending everybody. They are all working together. It's an incredible credit to cooperation. In tough news of the day, our fatality count is now up to 11. I expect it to reach 12 possibly by the end of the day. And there are a handful of other people that we're still searching for that we hope weren't on site and that we hear were somewhere else. The other piece of news is we are moving from a rescue to a recovery mode. We do not expect to find anyone else alive in the area. Because of that, we now move and put the safety of the first responders at the top of the list. And so we're going to have limited operations at night, because if you walk through this debris field, it's very easy for somebody to get hurt. And we want to make sure that everyone on site is safe. After disasters, we have lost people. And I don't want that to happen here. Not from a heart attack through overexertion, not through somebody tripping and hurting themselves at night. So these individuals have sacrificed for us. They've shown such incredible bravery, and we're going to make sure that we put their safety first. FBI is joining us today with our special agent in charge. They're going to be working with the NTSB on cataloging the debris and with debris removal. What that means is they'll be working through all of those reports that are coming in through the city, who did a great job in setting that website up very, very quickly. That's actually one of the newest innovations that I've seen in response to something like this. So, Mayor, thank you for doing that. But the FBI is going to provide their agents to go to those scenes. So if you've reported debris removal and the FBI knocks on your door, that's the reason. I think that's just important for people to know. They are cooperating and helping in this investigation, and we are grateful for them, grateful for our special agent in charge. For the 11 that we know we've lost, we're really hurting for their families. We believe that we'll learn that there was one child in those 11, and a young child at that, which makes it all the harder. So please remember that the images of yesterday may fade in people's minds over time, but the trauma that these families that have lost somebody yesterday are going through is going to last for years. And so Louisville and Kentucky are loving communities. We take care of our people. We just got to make sure that we are as strong as we push through this one as we've been through every other one, and we do not forget those that have been impacted. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, and then we'll hear from the congressman.
Thank you, Governor Beshear. Thank you for your leadership since the initial moments of this horrible tragedy, and for the cooperation and partnership between the state and local federal authorities. This is another example, as the governor just said, about how everyone is working so closely together. What we just saw at the crash site is devastating beyond words. The impact and intensity of the wreckage, of the charred wreckage, is unlike anything I've ever seen before, and certainly nothing that I ever want to see again. The vast size of the debris field where the plane crashed in flames is completely heartbreaking. And our thoughts and prayers are going to be with the victims' families for as long as it takes for them to begin the recovery process, which certainly is going to take a while. We know that they're struggling with profound loss right now, with lots of questions. And we are incredibly thankful for the first responders that were on the scene within minutes, and that, as you just heard, are still on the scene, working incredibly hard to identify victims, to provide information, to help begin the recovery process. So thanks to everybody. It's another reminder of how fragile life is, and how each of us should give an extra hug to people that we care about today, tonight, and every day, and every night. We learned also earlier today that a good friend of Governor Beshear, Congressman McGarvey, and mine is the owner of one of the businesses that has been devastated by this crash. I spoke to Sean just a little bit ago. He believes he's lost some employees, some customers that were at his location. It's just another reflection of the small town nature of this large city, Louisville, that we all live in, and how closely we are connected. And that's why we ask that we hug one another, support one another, contribute to the Team Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund, do whatever you can to continue that help others, starting with the victims' families. That relief fund is Team KY Emergency Relief Fund.ky.gov. And similar to other relief funds that the governor has organized in the past, every dollar donated will go directly to those who have been impacted. We're joining together, the city, the entire state, anyone from around the nation or world that wants to contribute. So the investigation, as mentioned, is underway. We will continue to provide information as it's available. We believe now that we're in the recovery phase, these updates will become a little less frequent. They might be via other means, but we will continue to provide information to the entire community as soon as it's available, and we'll continue to be available for questions that the community has. Again, our Family Assistance Center will continue to be there as long as it's necessary to help the families, and we're so incredibly thankful for the outpouring of support that we've continued to see throughout this day, just as we always do anytime there's a tragedy. I'm now going to turn it over to Congressman McGarvey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, always for your steadfast leadership in any moment, for always bringing everyone in our Commonwealth together. We are grateful you are here and for marshaling all of the state's resources. Our Mayor, also, your leadership is incredible in this issue. Being on the ground nonstop, the three of us in communication, making sure federal, state, local resources are here. You all have both been incredible leaders in this moment, and I think it shows who we are. Go home and hug your kids. Go home and hug your loved ones tonight. Go hug your neighbors. This hurts. Yesterday it was a Tuesday at 5:15 in the afternoon. And it is going to change people's lives in this community forever. The skies over Louisville looked apocalyptic last night. People scared all over our community. Debris falling, ash falling, people sheltering in place. My family, one of those families. But what the three of us just went and witnessed at the site, it's like a scene out of a Terminator movie. It is burned and mangled wreckage beyond anything I've ever seen. The smells, the sights. These are things that are not going to escape us when we close our eyes tonight. Go hug your loved ones. Check on your neighbors. People are hurting right now. But it's in these moments of pain when I do, like the governor said, see signs of hope. The people at Stooges who were there last night checking on their restaurant, which somehow went unharmed, opening up the bathrooms for people today. The outpouring of food. This is when you know you're in the South. I think our first responders have enough food right now that they're going to be well fed for a long time. The emergency personnel, the first responders, the Oklahoma Fire Department, who ran head first into a blaze, the destruction of which we saw today. I can't imagine what it was like, but it was described as hotter than hell and raining down oil. They ran head first to protect, to do everything they could to save what they could. That's the spirit we're going at this with. That's why you see the federal, the state, the local level working together. I know that I've been on the phone with NTSB nonstop. The mayor and I were there to greet them as they got off the plane today. They are here. They have a dedicated team. The full resources of the federal government are being brought to bear on this. And we are working with everyone, the entire delegation, especially our senators, Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, Congressman Brett Guthrie. I've spoken recently with Congressman Andy Barr, asking what he can do as well. The state, the local groups are assisting the NTSB. They're in control of the investigation now. I think it's important to talk about some of the things they want highlighted. They are going to do their best to get us answers. As much as we're hurting right now, we want those answers quickly. They want to make sure, though, that they're both thorough, that they're right, and that they're showing respect for everyone involved. We will continue working with them and giving them everything they need. They are also asking people to contact the NTSB if you have debris that you believe is from an airplane in your yard. Contact them. You can email them at witness@ntsb.gov. Witness@ntsb.gov. As the governor said, as a special agent in charge of the Louisville office has mentioned, you could have FBI agents coming out to retrieve that evidence. Do not be alarmed. Just like our local and state agencies are working together, our federal agencies are working together. The FBI is working with the NTSB because just as the NTSB is they're experts in reconstructing these types of accidents, the FBI, they are experts in collecting evidence. That's what they are doing. We will continue to work together because there's so much work being done. And I want to call out some of the unseen work being done as well today. The site where this happened is unbelievable. But all around this place, people are working. Yes, it's our first responders. It's the people who are at the airport today. It's the pilots. It's the people at UPS. It's the people who are having to go back to work today and somehow carry on as if it's normal. Air aviation is a small community. As we all know, Louisville is a small community. If you don't know someone directly impacted by this, you know someone who does. And that's why it's important we lift each other up. We lift up the people who are doing the work on the ground. And I know you have the commitment from our incredible governor, our great mayor, myself, and all of the agencies involved, that we will work together to get as many answers and get as much relief as we possibly can.
Yeah, that's fine. One thing we mentioned, we forgot, is JCPS is back in school tomorrow. So, you know, for our firefighters and first responders to render the area and general area safe, at least outside the crash area itself this quickly is pretty special, and everybody is going to benefit from it. We'll open it up to questions. The one thing that we will not do is speculate on the cause, even with videos that are out there. That's what the NTSB is here for, and I wouldn't describe what I'm willing to do as being patient, but I will be reasonable, understanding that they do need to gather that evidence, but there is a lot out there. And at least for me as governor, my expectation is this can't drag on for years. We're going to need to get some answers in a time frame to where if we need to take additional steps, we can do that. That's what's important to me. Yes.
Governor Alex Capriello with News Nation. You mentioned a child being one of the deceased. Obviously, I know a lot of this is sensitive and protected information. Can you just give us any more context in what a child might have been doing in this sort of commercialized area of business? And then on top of that, if there is anything else you could tell us about the victims and maybe...
So identities of the victims will be released by the coroner. I will tell you that the coroner was on the site removing bodies as we were there and as we were leaving. And so that process is moving right now. I will say that the condition may make it a little more difficult to identify some. That may take some testing. But I'm certainly going to convey, having all of us been through an incident where we lost a friend and it took a long time for us to hear that it's really important to get that news, especially to the families, that, you know, while they want to be 100% sure, being 98% sure is enough to start talking to these families and letting them process their grief. I think most of these families have been generally identified, have shown up looking for their loved ones. And then what this business is both people can come looking to purchase parts, they can also sell different materials there. So this is probably a family or part of a family that was here with the parent doing that part of either the buying or the selling.
Any of the deceased, anyone that was already in the hospital or anything like that, or is this just...
I do not believe any of the new numbers that we've announced today are in the hospital. I believe those two individuals are still in critical condition or are still in the hospital but have not passed away, at least to my knowledge.
Mayor, do you know how many businesses are affected, either damaged or closed from this? Are we still figuring that out?
So we don't have an exact number for you, but given the large area that's closed off right now, restricted for emergency vehicles, there are a significant number of businesses that are impacted. You just heard about One Stooges, that's a restaurant right there, but there are a lot of other operating. River Metals is across the street there. Lots of businesses all along that street that, while they might not have direct damage from the incident, their business right now is not accessible. We need to let our first responders do that, but of course we're going to try to let businesses get back open as soon as we safely can, consistent with the investigation.
You mentioned Kentucky Petroleum getting bought out.
Yes, and also we've been talking about the other business that is in the path of the destruction, both grade A auto parts that we were just talking about where we know the owner. Then there was also Kentucky Petroleum that has a new name, I think, as a result of some ownership change. I believe it's GL Environmental. So that's the same company, but a different name. We were on their property as well, viewing some of that horrible wreckage.
What else can you share about the person who you do know who owns the business, Grade A Auto Parts, you were just alluding to, and then the connection that you guys have to him?
Is a personal friend of the three of ours that we've all known for a while, and he is in grief for the loss of of employees, of customers, seeing his business literally now having gone up in flames, being charred ruins. We'll be there for him as friends, and we'll be there for all of the businesses that are impacted and their ownership group and their employees, just as we are for the victims of the family. Again, tragedies like this impact so many people in so many different ways. That's why we continue to encourage people to call 988 to seek other help that we've provided the phone numbers for if people want to talk to somebody. This has an impact far beyond the victims who were killed by this fatal tragedy.
Let me add, if I can. You know, the mayor advised me as I arrived today whose business it was. I've been there. I've taken a tour of it, seeing how the operation works. He works there with his sons. They take their dogs to work. Got a lot of great employees there. He knows everyone that's on that lot, and I just can't imagine how this feels for them today.
And Governor, moving into the recovery mode instead of the rescue mode, how is that impacting the emergency personnel? Are numbers going to be going down?
Yes. The numbers on the site are already down significantly from fighting a giant blaze. We were able to do a shift change, so most people are now getting some sleep. When we've got a couple of the fire trucks that are still on site because you got a couple of hot spots and they're right there ready for them watching. You'll now have more personnel from NTSB and others that are on. You'll still have people until we get through the entire grid multiple times doing the search for any other bodies, because that's all we're going to find at this point, unfortunately. And so you'll see them reduce from that point as well. You're going to see at least a few emergency personnel and ambulances stay to make sure if anybody's hurt on the site that they get that help immediately. But I've got to say, to be able to put out a blaze like that and to be able to stabilize a site this size from a giant airplane filled with aviation fuel this quickly, get kids in school the next day is pretty special. And I'm amazed by not only the training of all of these different groups, but their ability to work so seamlessly together. It's a lesson that we all ought to take and try to put into practice.
Governor, earlier in Kentucky, you talked about the 16 families that were still looking for loved ones and how that number might change. Do you have an update for that?
I don't. I'm hoping some of them have found their loved one. Again, I think the number 11 is going to increase. I hope it doesn't increase significantly. Anybody else? All right. Thank you all very much. And
Have you had a chance to speak to President Trump yet?
I have not, but we're speaking to all the different agencies that are involved. We're getting everything we need from the federal government. So, no criticism. As long as we get the help we need, that's all that matters. No D, no R, just all of us showing up, doing the best we can for our people. Thank you all.
Thank you all very much.
That wraps up the live news conference at the Louisville Airport. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, Congressman Morgan McGarvey, and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. That news conference beginning just a little while ago, and we are on the air with you here on WHAS11, WHAS11 Plus, live streaming. This is WHAS11 News at 4 o'clock. Connie, we have a lot of information to pass along. Many news conferences throughout the day, but I thought was most telling when the governor said we do not expect to find anyone else alive in the debris field and that the number of dead will increase.
Right. Troubling update tonight. At the top, the three things that you need to know, at least 11 people dead now, the governor said. He expects that to go up to 12 tonight, including of the dead, a young child. The airport, of course, has reopened one of the runways, NTSB on the scene. We heard from them earlier in the last hour or so, and Team Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund has been set up, and that is to help the victims directly. They said something that was also interesting, Doug, that the mayor talked about was that Congressman McGarvey and the governor all knew the business owner, Sean Garber, who owns the two businesses that were hit, and that is Grade A Auto Parts and
saying that customers were lost and employees were lost.
Right, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. Those two businesses were hit. He is the CEO of both of those businesses. You heard them say they have been in there, met employees, and again, he was very saddened to pass along the news that he believes that he has employees and customers that are among the dead.
We knew, we were prepared yesterday for this to be one of the most ultimate tragedies we've had in this community, one of the largest number of people dead in a tragedy, but now you have a young child involved among the victims. We want to let you know that as our coverage continues, the mayor is coming directly here to WHAS and is going to be joining us for a one-on-one interview, and Morgan McGarvey will be here a little later for our coverage too as well. Team Kentucky has set up a relief fund, and we want to also show you this new video that came into us today from yesterday. It shows the chaotic scene immediately on the ground from a viewer named Jason Hatcher. Now, this is the area we are talking about. You can see the plane that the path the plane was taking as it was coming down the runway, and then those two businesses that were hit. The plane toppled over and exploded, and this was the aftermath of that, the devastating ball of fire. Earlier this afternoon in another news conference, we heard from U of L Health CEO Dr. Jason Smith. He was giving updates on the conditions of those who were taken to University Hospital, which is the city's top trauma hospital, last night. He also talked about how the hospital is handling this ongoing disaster.
I can't give you specifics about the patients. I can give you in general. You know, if I look at generalities, patients that suffer blast injuries, the biggest problem we have with blast injuries is it's basically like a car accident, is that multiple areas can be injured all at the same time. You contrast that, for example, from a shrapnel injury, which would be more like a bullet wound or a stab wound, where you can identify, you know, what's actually injured based upon some external signs that you see. Burns are obviously a completely different beast. Burns can take a long time for care. They usually take a lot of skin grafting and other things. Luckily, we are an ABA burn center. We're one of the few in the country that are an ABA burn center. And so we've got the resources to manage some of these larger burns that might come in, be that in this area or in other accidents that we may have. So we do have those capabilities, but it can be a very long time depending on how severely someone might be burned or what's going on with them.
Dr. Jason Smith, who has been with U of L Hospital, U of L Health for quite a while, but he's now become the CEO running the operation there. We learned yesterday, last night in the briefing from the governor, that 2 people were in the burn unit in critical condition there. We don't know their status here tonight.
Right, and luckily, the 15 that they originally had, 13 of those folks were treated and released overnight. So that is some good news that a lot of the folks who had injuries were released overnight.
So we are picking up now for you in our regular newscast. By the way, we want to acknowledge and welcome our aviation expert, Reed Yaden, who is a pilot himself. He's going to be joining us for an interview to break down a lot of the information we've been getting, especially from the NTSB, which happened at 3 o'clock. Here's our Alex Dieter with more of our coverage tonight. Alex, you were there at the news conference. What is your takeaway from that? A lot of new information came out of this within just the last 25 minutes.
Right, Doug. Well, we are less than 24 hours since this plane crashed, and so just about an hour ago we heard from NTSB and we got the first glimpse into their investigation on what could have happened. I know a lot of questions still remain. So about an hour ago we heard from Todd Enum, and he is a board member with the NTSB, and for him, he said that this issue hits very close to home.
I want to just express our sincere condolences to those who were not only affected by losing family members in this accident, but those that were also injured and those that are still missing. It is a tough day for Louisville, for Kentucky. It's a tough day as being a Kentuckian myself. And I know what a great community this is, how impactful those people that suffered and have died are. And we've seen it all day. We know it is tearing at the community.
So Inman is from Owensboro, and NTSB investigative crews have been on the ground for less than a day. They arrived this morning, and what they did confirm to us was that it was a freighter plane. It was manufactured in 1991 and is now handled by Boeing. And so they did confirm to us that after the plane was cleared for takeoff yesterday evening, there was a large plume of fire near the left wing of that airplane. The left engine then detached from the wing, and you can see that in some of the photos and videos that have been circulating throughout our community. So the plane did lift off the ground, and it did gain enough altitude that it cleared a fence nearby. But that is when it crashed into those two businesses that have been the main hit spots in this area, and those two businesses again are Grade A Auto Parts and Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. So post-fire impact is right about half of a mile, and that is where investigators are currently looking for debris. The investigators did also tell us today that they've recovered a black box, which is a crucial and critical point for their investigation.
We have identified the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. This is what is commonly referred to as a black box. We have investigators now that have located it. As you can imagine, it's suffered some heat, not intrusion, but heat around it. These recorders are built for that. And just before we get the question, these recorders were updated from its original manufacturer. They are L3 Harris.
Now, what Inman told us today was that this black box was found just south of the Louisville airport in that debris zone where they're also looking for other debris right now. And this black box contains the cockpit's voice recording and other crucial data that is critical to this investigation. And what Inman told us today was, of course, this voice recording from that cockpit is not going to be released out of respect for the victims and their families. So what we know right now is at least 28 NTSB investigators are either on the scene right now around the Louisville airport, or they're currently en route to Louisville. And their plan is to be there on the scene for at least a week, although NTSB does expect it to last longer. And again, we just heard some of those updated numbers from Governor Beshear. A devastating 11 people have died from this plane crash. One of those includes a child. And right now, at least a dozen others are still injured. We are still waiting for those updates from U of L on their latest condition, but right now the NTSB said they'll give a preliminary report in about 3 days. They said they are not going to speculate on what could have caused this crash, but their goal right now is to prevent it from happening again. Doug, Connie.
All right, Alex Dieterer, who's been covering the story from the beginning. Thank you so much for covering that press conference, Alex.
And again, did we also learn that this number is expected, according to the mayor and the governor, to rise to 12 dead by the end of the day. We're also learning, of course, among the dead, the 3-person crew aboard that UPS jet and customers and employees of the businesses down by the airport where the plane exploded as it crashed.
Right, and we were talking about business owners. The governor mentioned the restaurant and bar that's right there. Very lucky that that restaurant did not get hit. That is, by the way, that is Stooges.
It's a good point. That's on Grade Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Popular watering hole with
very
a lot
popular.
of
and it's full.
The pilots and also Ford workers
Yep.
also go there.
It just is out of nowhere when you drive down there, and he said that it's fully intact. The restaurant came so close to the loss of life could have been really huge there.
All right, speaking of business owners, our Ian Hardwood has been talking with some.
That's right. He is live near the crash site. And Ian, you've been talking to some of the business owners there. What are they telling you about the scene down there today as at 5:15 we will hit the 24-hour mark since this disaster?
Doug, the governor and the mayor have actually been able to go inside. They would be able to talk better about what it actually looks like in there. Many business owners have come by the intersection here at Fern Valley and Grade Lane trying to see what the flames actually took from them, and they still have no idea. They're not allowed to come through. We're as close as they could get. If you want to get a sense for how far away we are from where the crash happened, if you look just a little bit further down, that stoplight down there, past that is the railroad tracks. That's south of the runway where that plane was departing from yesterday. That's where all these businesses that we're talking about are. We spoke to a bartender from Stooges who said she could feel the heat. She could feel the rattle of the ground from that crash. We also talked to another man who has some surveillance video you'll see right here of when that plane went through the air. On fire during takeoff, UPS Flight 2976 hurtled by this security camera at Kentucky Truck Parts and Service.
It was like a hurricane with the fire.
Sabit Aliyev co-owns the business he had to abandon. He took this video as the fire closed in.
We ran out. I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded it.
Only cleanup crews made it through the police blockade towards the crash site where airplane gas and industrial oil burned. The smoke haunting Louisville.
You don't think it's going to happen until it does.
Bartender Keela Kennedy escaped the fireball. She's at O'Dolly's bar while Stooges, a favorite for airport workers, is blocked off.
I feel like going back to work when we eventually get to, it's just hearing the planes pass over, just be like traumatizing, PTSD, and just like reliving the moment again. It shows you how life is very precious and short.
And while she's with her coworkers at O'Dolly's, she knows she's one of the lucky ones.
The vision that I have is that plane just in air above our volleyball courts. I have that replaying in my head over and over.
A vision that plays out even in dreams.
As soon as you close your eyes, the flames is in front of you.
One more thing the bartender Kennedy had mentioned. She says people at the bar, Stooges, would talk all the time about what would happen if one of those planes crashed. We're talking about hundreds of planes every day that go over all these businesses south of the airport, and this is the first time one has ever come down on top of them. In Louisville, I'm Ian Hardwick for WHAS11, on your side.
Your interview is so telling today, showing how the community coming together. They're back there, sitting outside today on this day.
And by the way, the Stooges owner said that even though the restaurant bar was not hit, they are closed indefinitely until further notice. And she did say another bar and restaurant offered to employ some of her employees temporarily so they could have some money coming in until they can figure out what to do.
So many continuing examples like that as we're going to weave it together for you. We'll be back with more of our coverage. This is WHAS 11 News at 4. We're going to be talking to Reed Yaden, his view on what came out today from the NTSB just a little while ago this afternoon. Back with WHAS 11 News here in the 4 o'clock hour as our ongoing coverage continues here for you for the evening as we are continuing our second day of coverage of the UPS jet crash disaster at our airport. We got really some of the first news conferences starting of the day, Connie, around noon.
Right, absolutely. The mayor was talking at that point. The governor has been giving updates all day long. And our Conroy Deluge was at the most recent news conference. He heard from several officials. Conroy, what are you learning? Were you able to talk to some more folks after the news conference?
Well, this was the first time that we saw Governor Beshear, Congressman Morgan McGarvey, and Mayor Craig Greenberg all together, and they had just come from touring the site. And we heard from Mayor Greenberg and Congressman McGarvey just before lunch, and they were talking about just what they had seen on video, what they had heard. But they said once seeing it, that really is what changing things. Just seeing it on the ground, the length of the debris field, Governor Beshear described it as violent. Congressman McGarvey simply said, just hug your kids. And Mayor Greenberg said it was simply beyond words what he could describe. And they talked about the personal side of this because Louisville is a small town. It really is. It's, you know, we have several 100,000 people, but everybody knows each other once you're here for a little while. And they know the business owner there, as you've been talking about, at Grade A Auto Parts. And they talked about how their conversation with him earlier today, just talking about the toll that this is taking on the businesses over there, the human toll especially. Let's hear what Governor Beshear had to say about the rise in death toll that we just learned about to 11.
We believe that we'll learn that there was one child in those 11, and a young child at that, which makes it all the harder. So please remember that the images of yesterday may fade in people's minds over time, but the trauma that these families that have lost somebody yesterday are going through is going to last for years. And so Louisville and Kentucky are loving communities.
And a few reminders after that. They said if you see any debris in your area to contact NTSB directly, send them an email. Do not touch it, do not remove it, don't dial 911. Contact NTSB. They are on the ground and they are the ones who are able to handle that destruction. Now, we've been talking about the 16 families that Governor Beshear was talking about this morning in his Team Kentucky update. There were 16 families that were still looking for missing ones, still not sure. Right now, they don't have an updated total. Even though we've heard the death toll has gone up, we don't know how many of those families, those 16 families that we learned about this morning, have gotten answers to this point. And the governor was also asked about the shutdown. Is that affecting operations for NTSB or the investigation? He said that he hadn't talked to President Trump's office at this time, but he said he's gotten everything that he's asked for so far with the investigation, that NTSB is working, and as long as that's happening, he has no criticism at this time. So still a lot of moving parts. We're still learning a lot of new information, but right now we do know 11 dead. Sounds like one of them is a child, and we could hear about another possible death later on at some point, and we're expecting to learn more information as the night goes on.
Conroy, before you leave, I'm glad you brought up the 16 missing people. I was wondering, I've been seeing through the day that the Victim Reunification Center there on Taylor Boulevard at the Waterston Expressway, which is the LMPD Training Center, has been open today. Is it continuing to stay open through the evening? Do you know anything on the status on that?
Yes, as far as we know, that reunification center at the LMPD training site on Taylor Boulevard is still open at this time. And we've heard that that's the place to go if you're still looking for loved ones, still looking for answers. And one thing, we bring that back up because this is shifting. The operation has shifted actually to a recovery mission, not necessarily a search and rescue, a recovery, which means that they're actually dialing back their teams because as night falls, it's going to become more dangerous for first responders to be out there. So things may move a little bit slower, especially as we get into the nighttime hours. For right now, they're dialing back the teams for the safety of the first responders. But once again, they're in a recovery mission. So that's just the heaviness of the situation that they and this entire city is facing right now.
Conroy, I think we should point out the Salvation Army is there at Taylor Boulevard providing meals and drinks as well and offering emotional and spiritual care at the Family Reunification Center, so they continue to staff it. All right, we want to talk to our aviation expert, longtime aviation expert, Reed Yaden, who is a pilot here in Metro Louisville as well. You fly all over the country still, and you have been analyzing this video. We want to go to the video that you wanted to talk about frame by frame because of the story it's now telling.
Yeah, this is a key piece of video, and you can look at the aircraft here. It's on its takeoff roll. It is over halfway down the runway. At this point, the shroud on the engine is probably missing. Look at the fire already. He's still rolling. Now, stopping the video here because this is about the point where he's hitting what we call V1, the point where you are beyond the point where you can land. You're far enough along, you can't stop the aircraft on the ground anymore. It's gonna, you're gonna fly or you're gonna roll off the end of the runway or whatever. That's a key point. They were doing probably about 140 knots at that particular point on that aircraft. It was shortly after they rotated, that is to say, lift the nose gear off the ground, that the engine departed the aircraft and is laying there beside the runway. So you had a lot of debris spread down that runway that the NTSB is going to go after because
half mile long.
Yeah, the shroud came off in about the first third, and then the engine departed in the last third of the runway. And there were flames coming out of there. You know, what caused that? Well, that's what the NTSB is going to be going after.
And the big news to come out of that NTSB press conference today was that they did recover the black box.
Yes, they did.
The flight data recorders? And
yes.
Do you think they may be already on the way to Washington
I
for
suspect they
analysis?
Are. Yes, they put them in red bags. They're tagged. My belief is they're gone. They'll be in D.C. tonight.
Curious about your thoughts on what Todd Inman said with the NTSB. After being cleared, large fire occurred during the takeoff roll. Well, enough altitude to clear the fence, and it hit right there, holding right off the end of the property there. Hit buildings right off the end of the property. The left engine detached during takeoff.
Right. And that was what we saw with that engine coming to rest there on the ground. The fire developed, and I suspect it was rather quick. There you go.
Yeah.
And we stopped it there because the aircraft is at a real pitch over angle there with that engine off. It's not symmetrical anymore.
Speak to the pilots here that there was no way people have asked, well, could they have aborted the takeoff?
No, they could not because they had passed the point where they could. Slam the brakes on and get everything you got. The end result is going to be what you see. The aircraft did leave the ground briefly. There is also right at the end of the runway, I don't see it in that particular video, but there is a little building there that is.
What is this showing us? This photo
houses the end of the line for the fuel that they bring into the airport. This one. I chose this because if you look at it real carefully, look at the logo on the side of the aircraft, you can see how steeply banked the aircraft is, and the right wing practically goes vertical there. You see one of the landing gear is still attached right there. You can see it, but that was just moments before, probably 2.5 seconds before it was all
We should point out the chief investigator the NTSB brought to Louisville, they introduced him, investigated the Washington, D.C. crash recently of the Delta commuter jet.
And I think that says a lot about the importance the NTSB is placing on this particular crash. This guy is very, very good. He's world renowned. Read a detailed article on him after the D.C. investigation. He's probably the best in the world at investigating these things. The NTSB goes after the black boxes pretty quick because that can help guide the investigation. They ship the boxes to the lab, retrieve the audio as well as the raw data off of there that's being collected by data points on the aircraft right up to the second it crashes. They want to get all that back, see if there's a telltale sign there that will help direct the investigation.
And as Alex Dieterich mentioned just a few minutes ago, the NTSB said that will not be released to protect the families. And that's pretty common.
That's pretty standard. They do not release that audio because you got the last seconds there of what somebody's saying.
And we want to let everybody know that Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg came from that last news conference. He's here at WHAS11. Going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour here in just a few minutes, so stay with us as we are going to continue our coverage right here.
Absolutely. All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Okay, so my bullet point. Mic check testing. 1, 2, 3. Mic check testing.
Need your
Yeah,
microphone.
I'll give it to him. Where is he? 510.
510, if you could
Okay.
tell him that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give him this
And
mic.
check your microphone batteries there too.
Yeah.
To our continuing coverage of the UPS cargo plane crash. One of the things that Congressman Morgan McGarvey was talking about during the press conference just moments ago was the giving spirit of folks, and that the crews out there have been well fed, and he really appreciates that because they are working so hard. And I know that's where our Alex Peter,
you and I have been here all our lives,
Yep.
and we are not surprised by Kentuckiana. It seems you just wonder, can these disasters get any worse? And they have, it seems. And people continue to be so generous, and they reach out in all kinds of ways. And Alexandra Goldberg has been on that part of the story today. She's at the Parkland Baptist Church to tell us what's been going on there. Alexandra?
Yeah, it's the giving spirit that you mentioned, that this is what this team of volunteers is all about. I'm here at the Parkland Baptist Church, where they just sent out 150 hot meals for our first responders. Just moments ago, a Salvation Army van came and picked up these meals, pasta dinner with snacks and drinks. But these crews have been working all night tirelessly to help support our first responders who are continuing in this recovery effort. Just yesterday, the ministry here sent out 350 hot meals to our first responders. They were back here early this morning with 150 meals for lunch, and then back again just now with 150 more meals for dinner. And, you know, over and over again today, I was hearing that this is a calling, that serving our community in these times of darkness and grief and tragedy, that this is the least they can do to show their thanks to their first responders. We'll have more coverage of this coming up soon. Back to you.
Alexander Goldberg, thank you so much for that report. Again, it's nice to see everyone wants to do something, Doug. Everyone's overwhelmed by this tragedy, and they want to help each other. It's something the mayor has talked about.
Right. Coming up, WHAS 11 News at 5 is going to begin. Right after this, we're going to be joined live by Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, who just came from a news conference directly here to WHAS 11 right after this. You believe there will be a 12th victim by the end?
You gave it to me and I just put it on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on 5.
Okay. So, do you know
You're
how
good.
many people were in the businesses?
No, we don't know that.
Okay. News at 5 right here on WHAS 11 and streaming live on WHAS 11 Plus. Hello everybody, thanks again for joining us as we're continuing our coverage. We're going to have a live interview with Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg, who is in our studio in just a second. I'm Doug Proffitt.
And I'm Connie Leonard. A lot of information to digest in the next couple of hours, Doug, as we've heard a lot of numbers. We want to get you to 3 quick things that you really want to know and need to know. At least 11 people, the governor told us now, are dead, and he does expect that number to rise. And the airport has reopened 1 runway, some flights going in and out. Also, the shelter in place is still at that quarter-mile radius, which it was down to this morning. The NTSB is on scene. We heard from them earlier. They have begun their investigation, and they did recover the black box of the wreckage.
A critical find there. Now take a look on our map here. This is the area we are talking about for you tonight. You can see the path that the jet was taking as it was coming right down the runway. And those 2 businesses that were hit when the plane toppled over and then exploded. Also, you can see from camera footage from a business called Kentucky Truck Parts and Service Junkyard, the jet falling right there over the top of the screen there as it was coming down at the end of the runway. Again, it was able to get over a fence and then crash at the end of the runway on the southern end. And joining us live is Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg. You just saw him at the airport with our live news conference, and the mayor has come in with some more sad news. Mayor?
Yes, since we left the press conference just briefly ago, the governor, congressman, and I got some updated information, and I can now confirm that there are 12 fatalities to confirm. We believe that 3 of them are likely the crew, and then 9 others, all of whom those 9 are unidentified at this point in time. There were 15 individuals that families are seeking information on that have come to the Family Assistance Center that LMPD has been holding at their training facility location on Taylor Boulevard. So that is the latest information. As we thought, and as the governor indicated just here recently about an hour ago, we thought this would be the case, and we can now confirm that.
And Mayor, you were there last night with some of those families who are seeking information. What can you tell us about how they are doing? And then you also saw the wreckage as the sun came up this morning.
You know, the families are in shock, which is understandable. They're seemed numb. They're incredibly curious. They want information, which is totally normal. And what the questions they were asking, all of the right questions. Unfortunately, many of those answers were not there yet last night. And so that's why people have been there throughout the day working hard. The coroner is on the scene. When we just were at the crash site, coroner's folks were there, and other first responders were literally removing bodies from the scene. That was part of what the governor, congressman, and I saw when we were on the site. It was unlike anything I've ever seen in person before. A half-mile long of just charred, mangled metal, still some pockets of burning embers and smoke that you could still see. The smells, oil, absolutely just devastating.
Mayor, we're almost at the 24-hour mark in just a few minutes from now, about 12 minutes. So again, we thank you for being here with us as you've been calming the community. We keep hearing about the 16 people missing. Do you believe those people are going to become victims here and this count will go up, or is it stopping at 12?
Well, we're now in a recovery phase, and I don't have that information yet. We're certainly all praying that they have found all of the bodies, but with what we saw, it would not surprise me if there are even more confirmed fatalities as a result of this tragedy.
Is this on airport property or off the property you're describing?
We were on the 2 businesses that you all just showed on the screen right there, Grade A Auto Parts and GRL Petroleum, their 2 locations. And as I mentioned, I'm close friends with the owner of Grade A Auto Parts, and he believes he lost employees as well as customers that were on the property. His business has been literally burnt to the ground. You hear that phrase. I just saw that in real life.
You mentioned him, putting a phone call into him, talking with him. You, the governor, and the congressman all know him, the CEO of both of those businesses, correct?
Of Grade A Auto Parts.
Grade A Auto, okay. And that's Sean Garber, you said you talked to.
Correct.
And I mean, do you feel like he's just in a stunned position at this point? I mean, that seems surreal that he has both employees and customers that he thinks he lost.
He's beyond hurt at the loss that incurred at the individuals' lives, and he was talking about what he can do to be helpful, working to provide information if there's anything he can provide to the investigators, given that so much of the devastation is on his property. And so it's tough. The impact is vast. It's individuals, it's everybody around there has been impacted each in their own unique way.
Did he give you any indication at that hour yesterday, 5:15, if his store was busy, full of customers, or how many people may have been in that general area at the time?
I don't have all of that information yet. We were talking. I then had to go to visit the site, and so I'm going to connect with him again this evening. I may learn more. I understand he has spoken to some others as well, so I'll let him put out the information about his business.
Mayor, how are we doing as a city on resources? We heard the congressman talk about, everyone from Andy Barr to Rand Paul, everyone is calling, saying, what can I do? How are we doing?
We are well resourced. We are making incredible progress. When you see the speed at which that large fire, again, half a mile long, you saw it in the video, all of that flame that you just saw in that video, that is all now charred wreckage the flames had to be extinguished in a couple of hours. All of the various fire departments from around the entire community, as mentioned, Okolona Chief, you heard from earlier today, Louisville Fire Department, the others were all in there. We just saw members of PRP Fire that are out there, Anchorage, Middletown that were out there, and the list goes on and on of first responders that all came together, working together to put it out, to continue now for, as you just mentioned, nearly 24 hours. Incredible acts of heroism. That same partnership is happening local, state, federal level, everybody working together. NTSB is doing their job. Everybody knows their responsibility, and everyone is executing at the highest level right now. And so we will continue to do that way.
My final question for you is a message you might have for the community as we go along and people want to help out everybody in town talking about it. And you've been a calming presence. We appreciate it. Where do you want people to turn, and how do you want, this is really one of our biggest disasters we've had.
It is. I think there are a couple things that people can do. First, something that everybody can do, and that is hug the people that you love, reach out to people who you're concerned about. The impact of this on everybody. I know the impact firsthand of what traumatic events can do. And I also know that from talking to others who have impacted all sorts of different traumatic events, that the impact is different for every person. So reach out. Talking about it is so helpful. Talking to friends and loved ones. And if you need help, we've provided all the information that people can get the help that they need. If you want to help the families of the victims, we're all going in together with the governor on the Team Kentucky Emergency Relief Fund. We've provided that information there as well. And we will come together and get through this. Louisville is full of love. It's full of support. It's sad that this is not the first time we have come together following a tragedy, but we will again, and we will get through it stronger on the other end, as painful as it is right now.
I think you make up a great point.
Yeah.
People just want to talk about it. Everything they're seeing, they just want to, tell you where they were when this happened.
And we'll continue to get information out there as soon as we have available, just as we did right now. I know that people have a lot of questions. I still have a lot of questions. The governor, congressman, everybody has a lot of questions. As soon as we know answers, we will get that information out, and we will continue talking about this, and we will not forget this.
Everyone's been doing a great job of getting that information out, by the way. The coordinated effort has been amazing.
Thanks for being so accessible. You came right here from the news conference.
Thank you all.
We appreciate it. We are continuing our coverage now with WHS11's Alex Dieterer. We have more of our team coverage of many of our reporters who've been around, and Ian Hardwitt, who has been talking to people there in the area where the jet really came down out of the sky. Alex?
Right. Well, Doug, we are just now at about the 24-hour mark that this plane did crash. And just a couple of hours ago, we heard from the NTSB, who's leading the investigation into the cause of this plane crash. And so now we know preliminary what they believe did happen leading up to those moments. So we heard from Todd Inman, and he's an NTSB board member. So what he did say to us, preliminary from their investigation, is that after this UPS plane was cleared for takeoff, there was a large fire that broke out around the left wing of that plane, and it did gain enough air to secure over that fence in that area that we've seen. But then that is when it crashed into those two businesses that we continuously talk about. Those two businesses are Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. And now there have been some videos and pictures that we've seen of what looks like a left engine from the plane in that debris zone, and he did confirm that that is what appears to be the left engine of that airplane. And right now there are about 28 NTSB members here in town or on their way currently, and they continue to look at that debris zone. And they also did find the plane's black box, which is crucial to their investigation.
The physical condition of the black boxes, I've only seen one picture. You could easily tell that it was a black box. Two types of cylinders on top. Our specialists said they were able to easily identify that. We don't know until it gets to Washington, D.C. I will tell you that they're manufactured to a very specific standard. Luckily, they were not in a post-impact fire for multiple days or on the bottom of the ocean. So while the fire may have been intense, it is built to withstand that. And once we get them to DC and we can open them up and take the steps, and sometimes we have to take multiple steps. Now, it will be multiple, or at least several days before we have a readout of those.
Now, Inman did say that this black box contains the cockpit's voice recording as well as crucial data to their investigation. But of course, those recordings will not be made public due to the safety and respect of the victims and their families. And again, this black box was found in this debris radius, which is about a half mile around the crash site. And they are continuing to look for more debris in that area.
There are a lot of different parts of this airplane in different places. I mean, whenever you have a post-impact to not only structures, but also to the terrain, you have to analyze why it came there, and then how do you recover it correctly in order to analyze it. So I can't give you a real good definition of what it is. There's a lot of different parts. It doesn't complicate it to where it's not recoverable. A mile and a half, a half a mile is a pretty large distance, but we have to be very cautious.
And the NTSB is also leaning on you. If you are in that half-mile radius and you come across some debris, do not touch it or move it, but you can email witness@ntsb.gov to help further their investigation. And again, right now there are about 28 investigators either here on site or coming to Louisville, and about dozens other in DC that are helping with this investigation. And what Inman did say today is that their preliminary report should be available in about 3 days, and they're going to be on site for at least a week, but they are expecting to be here longer.
Read. All right, thank you very much. Alex Dieter reporting live. Now, earlier this afternoon, we heard from U of L Health CEO, Dr. Jason Smith. He himself is a trauma surgeon and a burn specialist, and he provided updates on the conditions of those who were taken to University Hospital last night, as well as how that hospital is handling this disaster.
Everyone at U of L Health wants to thank our partners in fire, EMS, as well as our police departments who responded to this tragedy. They went above and beyond the call of duty. Although we partner with them every single day, it is always a reminder when something like this happens, how many people really respond to help the members of our community, and we are proud to be a part of that from U of L Health. So from all of us here to all of them, thank you very much for that.
All right, Dr. Jason Smith there giving us an update again. We want to mention that 15 of the folks that they treated at various U of L Health facilities, 13 of them were released last night. And of course, they have the 2 burn victims. Again, Mayor Craig Greenberg just joining us, updating that number of dead to 12 now. And there may be more, he believes. Including a child, as we learned from the governor a little while ago. And our Conroy Deluche has been following the different news conferences today, and he is joining us live to bring an update for everyone who's now joining us right now at 5:14 p.m. Conroy, 24 hours when that plane was taking off.
And we actually just watched a plane take off from the airport. Just a completely different scene compared to 24 hours ago, because at this point we could see smoke already stretching toward downtown after that crash, which was almost instant impact and felt all across the south part of the airport and beyond. And the mayor, governor, and congressman, we spoke to them just after they returned from seeing the crash site firsthand for the first time. And we've been hearing from them for the past 24 hours, the governor and mayor last night, congressman this morning, and the governor again, and the mayor again. And really this time they appeared shaken by what they had seen. And the mayor just described it as something that he had never seen before, never wants to see again. And Congressman McGarvey's been using the word apocalyptic based on how people described how it felt last night. And he said that's what it looked like on the ground from what they could see. They talked about hugging your loved ones, making sure you tell your neighbor that you love them too, because no one could have expected like this happening. People sitting in businesses, people on an airplane, just all of a sudden life flashes before your eyes and a fire just blazes across a neighborhood, a scene that Governor Beshear called violent on the ground 24 hours later. But when that call went out for help just after 5:15 yesterday, Firefighters from Okolona jumped in without even knowing what dangers they were facing, and they tried to save lives regardless of their own safety, and others jumped in because that's just what first responders do.
The other thing we see are first responders from all over the area working seamlessly. Until you see their actual shirt up close, you couldn't tell one was from one department and another was from a different one.
The emergency personnel, the first responders, the Okolona Fire Department, who ran head first into a blaze, the destruction of which we saw today. I can't imagine what it was like, but it was described as hotter than hell and raining down oil.
Some powerful descriptions from the congressman. Now, the death toll has risen to 12, as the mayor just pointed out, and unfortunately, we could expect to see that continue to rise. And the mayor pointed out that's likely the 3-member UPS crew, along with 9 victims that are still unidentified. Mayor Greenberg also, as you just heard, he's described the grief that his own friend is feeling, the owner of Grade A Auto Parts, a site that Governor Beshear has toured before and someone that Congressman McGarvey also knows. That's an owner who has lost customers potentially and employees, people that he knows, people who trust his business. So he's feeling a lot of feelings, and it's just a reminder of how small the city is. And that's not even mentioning the UPS impact. The full scale of this is being felt. But there are some things that are starting to return to normal as more of the area appears to be searched and secured. JCPS is returning tomorrow across the district. Schools will be back in session. That, as first responders continue to conduct a recovery operation, a scaled down recovery. So that means that we will not actually get another briefing before tomorrow. We expect the next one to come tomorrow, Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Doug, Connie?
All right, Conroy Deluge, thank you so much for that update, summarizing well what happened at that press conference. He had a lot of different things there, talking about the owner, that all three, the mayor, Congressman McGarvey, and the governor knew.
Know him well.
Also, our Ian Hardwood talked to some business owners as well.
Right, and they lost employees and customers so far that we know about that. And our Ian Hardwood is also joining us live here in our 5 o'clock news at a business in the area of the crash. Their surveillance cameras capturing the crash from an entirely different angle. And Ian, you've been talking to some of the business owners in the area. What are they telling you?
Many of the business owners have been coming by here at the intersection of Fern Valley and Grade Lane trying to see what the fire actually took from them, Doug, Connie, but they haven't actually been able to get inside. The only people that have been allowed through this barricade all throughout the day, LG&E, environmental cleanup companies, MSD to actually pump out some of the leftover gasoline that's leaked into some of the waterways back here. But those businesses, like I said, they don't know what the actual condition of them is. The business owner I talked to from a truck part shop, he barely escaped. On fire during takeoff, UPS Flight 2976 hurtled by this security camera at Kentucky Truck Parts and Service.
It was like a hurricane with the fire.
Sabit Aliyev co-owns the business. He had to abandon. He took this video as the fire closed in.
We ran out. I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded it.
Only cleanup crews made it through the police blockade towards the crash site where airplane gas and industrial oil burned. The smoke haunting Louisville.
You don't think it's going to happen until it does.
Bartender Keela Kennedy escaped the fireball. She's at O'Dolly's bar while Stooges, a favorite for airport workers, is blocked off.
I feel like going back to work when we eventually get to, it's just hearing the planes pass over, just be like traumatizing PTSD and just like reliving the moment again. It shows you how life is very precious and short.
And while she's with her coworkers at O'Dolly's, she knows she's one of the lucky ones.
The vision that I have is that plane just in air above our volleyball courts. I have that replaying in my head over and over.
A vision that plays out even in dreams.
As soon as you close your eyes, the flames is in front of you.
And Doug, I want to touch on one more thing that the bartender Kennedy had talked about. Hundreds of planes go over this area just south of the airport every single night over here, and it's something that was always in the back of her mind. What if one went down? In the 9 years she worked at Stooges, that obviously never happened until yesterday, Tuesday, and we're here standing at the 24-hour point right after it happened. Doug, the cleanup is still underway. Connie will be looking to talk to more of the people who experienced this later tomorrow. For now, I'm live for WHAS 11 News on your side.
All right. Ian,
Okay,
thank you
Ian.
so much for that report.
Thank you.
Amazing video, incredible there.
Yes, it is. More breathtaking video seems to come out even now. We're now into 24 hours since the crash. Coming up next, our focus investigator, Travis Breeze, has been looking about to this aircraft specifically, its model and other details. Coming right up, we'll have what he found.
Do you have a script, Travis, or are you just winging it, just talking?
I did write a script.
Okay, I'm looking for it. I may be off here.
Okay,
Let's see.
and you got your notes.
About how the plane and then how this plane
We have more new reporting for you right now from our reporters who've been looking into the aircraft, the UPS jet that crashed at 5:15 last night.
Right. Travis Breeze has been looking into this investigation, and you have more on some timelines that investigators may be very interested in, Travis.
Yes, I have been speaking to an aviation lawyer today based in Texas, and it seems that anyone who works in aviation law, represents clients in these cases, is looking at what happened in Louisville yesterday at 5:15. And they're looking at why this MD-11 was 2 hours and 2 minutes late on its departure time. The expert I spoke to said it's possible that, you know, they had it in the system for a 3 o'clock departure, and maybe they were just late getting some packages on. We don't know exactly why, but According to FlightAware, it was 2 hours late on departure. And I also found today that this exact aircraft that crashed was recently grounded for 6 weeks for possible maintenance as well. People in this industry are going to be talking about, is this going to be an event that aviation lawyers and people in this industry are going to be talking about for decades to come?
Yes. It is a defining seminal event like some of the other major commercial airline crashes.
A crash that will go down in Louisville history will also go down in aviation history as a major catastrophic event. Ladd Sanger is an aviation lawyer based in Texas. He's been looking at the crash, including this video that shows a fire starting on the left wing during takeoff.
The engine fell off, the airplane's on fire, and then it appears that for some reason, whether it's FOD, probably, which is foreign object damage from the fire, that the center engine, the number 2 engine, started failing. That's the one in the tail. And that then left the airplane irreparably crippled. Heavy airplane with 1 engine, and there was nothing left for the flight crew to do.
Sanger and other experts are questioning the maintenance history of this plane. The website FlightAware says this plane was 2 hours and 2 minutes late departing Tuesday. Todd Inman with the NTSB says it was not delayed due to maintenance.
UPS has indicated to us that it was not delayed and that there was not maintenance work done immediately before. Now, again, that is information that we will still collaborate and independently verify.
FlightAware also shows this plane was grounded in San Antonio for 6 weeks from September 3rd to October 18th, 2025.
San Antonio is a place where airliners, there's a number of facilities there that do heavy maintenance on them.
We asked UPS if the plane underwent engine maintenance in San Antonio. The company has not responded yet.
There needs to be investigation into that and the subsequent maintenance that was done.
Sanger says at this point, there's no indication the pilots did anything wrong, and more will be revealed when investigators hear the conversations in the cockpit.
Third biggest jet in UPS's fleet. This is built in 1991. Are these some of the jets that they've been retiring over the years?
I know that the DC-10, which is what the MD-11 is a modification of, I know that the DC-10 is no longer being produced, but it is still in operation. And we shared this, I think, in our noon hour, that in 2021, there is a fact sheet from UPS that says that I believe they had, 42 MD-11s in their fleet in 2021, and that constituted 15% of their fleet. I want to read a tweet from Flight Radar 24 talking about the grounding in San Antonio. The MD-11 N number 259UP that crashed in Louisville was on the ground in San Antonio from September 3rd to October 18th. This suggests the aircraft underwent maintenance during that period. So that's the strongest indication we have that that's the reason why the plane was grounded for 6 weeks in San Antonio. I think Todd Inman said in his briefing, obviously, we're going to be looking at the entire maintenance history of this plane. So it being 2 hours late on Tuesday, and then the reason for it being grounded in San Antonio for 6 weeks is going to be a big part of the NTSB's investigation.
Okay, we know you'll continue to look into the maintenance records and everything else as it comes down. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congressman Morgan McGarvey is going to join us live. He's here at WHAS right after this. Gotcha.
And he said his line, and then they cut away. And then they cut to one of my shots. So
that's good.
I was in it more, technically. I think they used more of my stuff than the airport stuff.
In this next block, we have
McGarvey interview. Mic check 3, 1. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Mic check, mic check. Here on Grade Lane, meets Outer Loop, meets Sunset.
Days. And winning.
Live streaming on WHAS11 Plus. Here's the area we're talking about again at the airport. Again, the debris field about a half-mile long toward the southern end of the airport. As you can see, the two businesses that were impacted there, Grade A Auto Parts and Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. Again, the flight crashing 24 hours ago at 5:15 as we stand here at 5:33 in this evening. And we're now joined by Congressman Morgan McGarvey here of Louisville.
That's right. And Congressman, thanks so much for being here. I know you've had a long day, as well as all the local officials and our emergency responders as well. Thank you for getting that information out to everyone as fast as you can and bringing the NTSB in here. The mayor, when he was here, told us that there is another death. We're up to 12 now. One is a child. This is a very difficult day for the city of Louisville. You went out to the scene with the mayor. He talked about how difficult that was. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, 12 lives lost that we know of right now, and obviously we don't know what's going to happen, what happens to that number, but the governor even said there could be a handful more. You know, last night in Louisville, the skies were apocalyptic. I was getting text messages from everybody. I was in D.C. when it happened, even before the news officially broke. Even one of my kids just texted me and said, "Dad, what happened?" You know, I know people here were scared, but to go out to the site today and see it, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's like something out of a Terminator movie. The wreckage, the mangled, charred cars and tankers. Seeing some of the landing gear or tail pieces, it was the swath of destruction. You could just see where this plane came through. The smell, the oil. It's devastating, and it's going to take a while to piece together what happened and take a while to clean up.
You were with the NTSB investigators today for a good time. Todd Inman, of course, who's from Owensboro, Kentucky, leading this effort here. What's the timeline you've learned? When could we get a preliminary look or an early report on this crash in Louisville?
Yeah, the NTSB, they've been great. I was on the phone with them all last night. They landed this morning. They have hit the ground. They are already on the scene. They're going. Todd, being from Kentucky, is also fantastic. You know, us working with a Kentuckian. What we see typically in these types of things is the NTSB come out with a preliminary report. That preliminary report typically takes around 30 days. I don't want to say that's their time frame on this, but that's a lot of times what you see, and usually gives us a pretty good picture of what happens. We saw a similar timeline even with the terrible plane crash in Washington, D.C. earlier this year. And then they'll do a final report that takes a lot longer, but that final report has a lot of things in it, like what happens to metals, what happens to different things. That preliminary report, I think, is going to give people a lot of answers.
Congressman, you knew the owner of one of those businesses who had a conversation with the mayor. The governor knows him also, Sean Garber. And he had said that some of his employees and customers are believed to be some of the dead. That has to be difficult, like hearing it firsthand from someone you've met.
Oh, it's awful. I mean, I've been out to that place before. I knew exactly where it was and had texted with him shortly after it happened, even just to see if you're okay. Are you and your family okay? I mean, even there now, amidst the charred wreckage and things happening, you can see a few signs of what used to be there because the plane went through a swath and it destroyed everything in its path. It's like a missile went through. But then on the edges of it, life begins to slowly return to normal. And you could see the signs of his business, and his logo is a dog because of his dogs that he always brought to work. And it's just being out there when that place is fully running and seeing the employees and seeing the team, and then going out there now and seeing it, it's devastating.
I'm struck. You got off a flight and came directly here after the Old National Bank shooting. You saw how long that took this community to get through that very slow week, it seemed. And now we have this week as we are sitting on Wednesday. You've seen the debris field. Do you want to prepare the community for how bad this could get? I mean, there's no end that you, the governor or the mayor, can actually give us at this point.
No, it's awful. I mean, it's just awful. 12 people have already lost their lives. And the devastation's there. This is going to rock this community for a while. I mean, you know how tight-knit we are as Louisvillians. Everybody asks, when they say, what school did you go to, they mean high school.
You went to Manual?
Yeah, I went to Manual High School. People know, and we all are going to know someone impacted by this tragedy. And that, just like the Old National Bank shooting, I think still hurts this community.
Yes, it does.
This is going to hurt. I know I can't drive by that spot on Main Street and not think about it, and this is going to hurt for a while, too.
Congressman, you mentioned at the press conference that you have been, a lot of your colleagues in Washington have been reaching out, a lot of them from Kentucky, Rand Paul, Andy Barr, others, just saying, what can we do? Can you tell us about that at all, what you're hearing, and if you need help, if the state needs help?
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's so awful, and the lives lost and the damage and the destruction, but our first responders who jumped headfirst into action in unbelievable circumstances. I mean, and then came in from all across the county and all across the state. Just incredible. The coordination of the local, state, and federal officials. This is when we come together as Kentuckians. And so, yes, I've been in touch with Senator McConnell, Senator Paul's office, Congressman Guthrie, others, Congressman Barr, about this, because we want to bring the full resources of the federal government to bear on this, to partner with local and state officials and make sure we're getting those answers. We're getting relief for families, we're getting relief for the community.
And you all have emphasized this, but you're convinced too the government shutdown is not impacting this. I mean, you have 28 investigators coming to Louisville.
The full resources of this have been brought to bear. The NTSB has said there's no impact of this from the shutdown. The Secretary of Transportation said today there's no impact from the shutdown on what has happened or the investigation going on there. So you have everybody sort of, I think, in agreement on that.
All right. Congressman Morgan McGarvey, always a great voice for Louisville. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Reassuring the community. And it was this time last night that Mallory was showing us that smoke plume.
Yeah. Mallory, you've been keeping an eye on everything from air quality to the winds out there. What can you tell us?
Hey, guys. Yeah, so thankfully, air quality today is still considered good. Really, the worst that it got in the sensors across Kentuckiana was moderate due to those very thin, small particles that we had overnight and into this morning. But at this point, air quality is good. We're taking a live look outside from our Hughes and Coleman Shriners Children's camera. Obviously, that sun, it's beginning to set. Temperatures today, a lot warmer than we've been, with highs topping out in the upper 60s and lower 70s all across Kentuckiana. It was windier today. Those winds coming in from the southwest, now the west, sustain around 16 miles per hour. And we've had some higher gusts up to about 25 miles per hour or so in the Louisville area. At this point, winds are already starting to back off as they do change direction. We have a dry cold front that's swinging through the region this evening, and into tonight. We are looking at mostly clear skies and those overnight lows to dip back down into the upper 30s and lower 40s by early tomorrow morning. So it will be another chilly start to your day tomorrow. We are expecting sunny skies, seasonally cool temperatures with highs topping out in the low to mid 60s. But we do have some big weather changes ahead for Kentuckiana. We are tracking some showers, gusty at times, and we could even have a few strong storms on Friday, and then a big cool down ahead with likely a deep freeze expected across Kentuckiana late Sunday into early next week. We'll talk much more about that coming up in our 7-day forecast. Doug and Connie.
Mallory,
all right,
thanks.
thank you, Mallory. And Connie, all over town today, people have wanted to talk about this, tell you where they were during this time when the plane came down. The images they've been seeing, the connections they have.
Absolutely. And our reporters, of course, have been getting those stories for us. We have team coverage. We see Alexandra Goldberg there. But first, we're going to go to our Isaiah Kim Martinez, who's out around the outer loop, I believe. And Isaiah, what can you tell us from where you are right now?
Oh, Connie, Doug, exactly. Outer Loop meets Grade Lane, and as you can see behind me, we have two sheriff's deputy vehicles. Essentially, very few cars are getting in and out at this time. We've seen blockages sort of across this area near the UPS Worldport area, near the airport. It has been very hard to get in and out as, again, investigators continue to do their work in what has now become a recovery effort. But there have been some questions, right? We've had questions in the newsroom starting this morning. You know, how are these UPS workers doing right now? How are these union workers doing? And how are members of the community doing? This is such a big deal. It's such an event that so many say they've never seen anything quite like it. So we went out to get that answer today.
I looked over, I seen fire, clouds, black smoke. I was just scared. I ran into my house saying something blew up, something blew up.
Samuel Harrison and his brothers were playing soccer outside their home just off Outer Loop in Fairdale when they saw the aftermath of the deadly UPS plane crash.
I told my brothers, like, come on, we gotta go. We gotta just call 911, something. Yeah, it smelled like burnt tire. It was horrid, 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 horrid.
Deborah Wilder, who lives out in PRP, says this is traumatic for Louisville's South End.
It's very devastating to me because I'm 62 years old and it's never happened since I've been alive.
Just down the road,
our members are very upset over the crash and are scared and uncertain.
Teamsters Local 89 Vice President Brian Ham talks to me at their union hall. They represent thousands of Louisville UPS workers and others who were working within a quarter mile of the site of the crash when it happened.
UPS has had such a good safety record here in Louisville. I mean, this is the first time this has happened. To the best of our knowledge right now, none of our people were injured.
Ham agrees with Kentucky's governor, saying despite the heartbreaking news of several fatalities, this could have been even more devastating.
Actually, the runway that it took off from going south, so it's going into business areas instead of going into a residential place. So yeah, it could have, depending on which runway, it could have been really bad. Or it could have went out onto 65. I mean, it was, you know, we're right in the middle of the city.
Teamsters Local 89 is projecting a major financial cost from having to temporarily divert flights and those packages away from UPS Worldport, causing disruptions to shipments that could take some time to adjust to.
They'll be double shifting. It's going to be a lot of work to get themselves back on schedule.
For now, the task at hand is getting more answers, and the greater community is sending their prayers to the families who've lost loved ones.
I hope everybody just comes together and help the families out, help find the other missing.
And Doug, Connie, we did actually see a couple vehicles, including a truck, make their way through. They do have to. And Doug, Connie, we do have, we just saw a couple cars actually, including a truck, make their way through. They do have to check in with the sheriff's deputy, essentially telling them why they're coming through. One of them was actually, I read on the side of their door, it said HEPACO, which I believe on a quick Google search here is an environmental consultant. So take with that what you will. Again, making it through here on Grade Lane. I do want to mention too, Brian Ham, who you just saw there with Teamsters Local 89, says he's never quite seen anything like that engine that was detached from the plane itself on departure. In his many years working with pilots in the area, the Teamsters do have a candlelight vigil organized for tomorrow night. That's at 5 p.m. They're inviting members as well as others in the community to help honor the lives lost and the families grieving tonight. Doug, Connie.
Right, Isaiah, and of
Thank
course
you so
that
much.
engine you referenced now a major part of the NTSB's focus, as we learned earlier today. Next, we're going to join our Alexandra Goldberg. Right after this, she's at the Parkland Baptist Church, where the community is turning out.
And welcome back here at 5:30 as we continue our coverage of the Louisville cargo plane crash. First responders, of course, continuing the search and recovery effort. We know now 12 people have died in that UPS plane crash, and first responders still searching for 16 people that were reported missing.
Right, the mayor telling us about that 12th victim in his live interview with us just moments ago. WHAS 11's Alexandra Goldberg and chief photojournalist Philip Merle are now live from a church in Okolona where volunteers have been mobilizing to feed the first responders during the tragedy. And Alexandra, are the dinner preparations underway? It's going to be another long night.
Yeah, not only are they underway, they're actually complete. But in this dark time for our community, volunteers have gathered to help feed the first responders who are continuing with this recovery effort. As you mentioned, I'm here at the Parkland Baptist Church, where the last dinner delivery has just left with Salvation Army. Now, these hot meals are going to the firefighters who are continuing to respond to this fatal UPS plane crash. It's community efforts like these that can bring just a little bit of light in the dark and help our first responders sustain their recovery efforts during this tragedy.
And then at 8:18 last night, I received a text message that can you provide 350 meals this evening? And of course, we hadn't mobilized anyone yet, so I just said, yes, we'll make it happen.
From the initial phone call to the first serving of spaghetti and meatballs, Ron Crow says it was just a 4-hour turnaround for Kentucky Baptist Disaster Relief to feed our first responders who were on site of the fatal UPS plane crash.
Before midnight, we had 350 hot meals rolling out with Salvation Army.
On Wednesday, 15 volunteers are back at the Parkland Baptist Church in Okolona and have just wrapped up 150 lunches for emergency crews. Now they're preparing to serve 150 250 more meals for dinner.
We do appreciate our first responders and the good work that they do, and they are our heroes. We want to come alongside and just serve them.
Pastor Chris Heading is hosting the ministry at the Parkland Baptist Kitchen.
It was cold last night too, so getting spaghetti and meatballs and some bread and a Christmas tree cake that everybody loves, I'm sure that was a great relief for them.
He lives about 5.5 miles from the Muhammad Ali International Airport, just outside of the shelter-in-place perimeter that was active on Tuesday.
But I was actually out walking in my neighborhood with my kids. They were riding their bikes, and we turned the corner, and all of a sudden we could see above the trees, and there's this huge, plume of smoke up in the air.
Now, these are the volunteers hoping to help our first responders who jumped into action, as at least 9 are dead in the tragedy at the UPS Worldport.
So I'm sure that individual families are struggling, obviously, with the loss, but also the work family. They're hurting because they've lost friends and coworkers.
Crow says here at the Parkland Baptist Church, volunteers are moving with compassion, but grieving together.
And that death toll has been updated. Now at least 12 lives have been lost. The organizer here tells me that this effort won't continue for tomorrow for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's been a greater community display to help these first responders get the food that they need. And number two, the organizer here told me that the response effort will begin to dwindle down in the coming days. But he said if more help is needed, they're just a call away. In Louisville, Alexandra Goldberg, WHAS11 on your side. Connie, Doug.
Alexandra, thank you so much for that report. It's always good to see the good that people are doing in the community. As many of our officials said, when bad things happen, people step up.
And right there in Okolona, the Okolona firefighters first on the scene yesterday, racing into the ball of flames there. Incredible outreach you're seeing in Okolona, and incredible outreach from you. We're going to pass along some of your comments you've been sending to WHAS right after this. And we want to take a few moments right now to talk about you, our viewers. You know, normally in this space every night we run the rant line. Tonight I certainly know everyone around here is not in that mood or mindset. So the rest of the week I'm going to be showing you the messages that so many of you have been sending me directly since last night. Starting today and over the next several days, we are going to learn facts about what happened, and until then we cannot make a judgment, and we need to deal with the facts when they come at us. But it doesn't stop us from embracing this human tragedy. As the mayor just told us, now 12 of our community's members lost, including a child. In my almost 40 years here at WHAS, I've seen this community rally time and time again through tragedies and disasters that I thought just couldn't be worse than the other. I know you wish we weren't faced with another one. Here's what Catherine in Louisville is saying, sending us a note. It just reinforces to be grateful for what you have and to your loved ones. 3 of my own family saw the smoke on I-65. It scared me a lot. Former UPSer, I feel the pains right along with the rest of the city. Prayers for all. Gwendolyn in Louisville, my daughter works right where it happened. She had left just 15 minutes before. I'm thanking the Lord she's okay and praying for everyone that has lost someone or badly injured. Scott in Louisville, you know, all day yesterday I had been considering going over right in that area to the scrapyard for autos and looking around. I kept putting it off and putting it off. Alita in Louisville, I am still worried about the people and customers who work at the Grade Lane Auto Parts store and the bar and restaurant near it. News has been tough to learn. And Latoria in Louisville kept it simple. Amen. Hashtag UPS 2976. That's the flight number. Hashtag Louisville KY. Hashtag 502. Getting choked up there a little bit. Well, I welcome your sincere thoughts about the UPS air tragedy. You can reach me this way to send your recorded thoughts or written. I'm going to keep Kentuckiana front and center right here the rest of the week. And here's how you can do it directly. Use my Facebook page at WHAS11 Doug. I'm also on social media. Many of you have been sending notes this way on Blue Sky and also on X. You can keep your emails coming to the address The Rant at WHAS11.com. And the toll-free rant line is open at 502-582-RANT-7268. And call about this, and we'll be bringing your calls along to all of Kentuckiana starting tomorrow night, Connie.
And we certainly appreciate those comments from folks.
We do. They mean a lot.
To you. That's going to do it for us here at 5, but we're coming right back at 6 o'clock.
It is team coverage for you from our team of reporters. They've been out all day long, including late into the night. The plane crash that has killed now 12 people here on WHAS 11 News and WHAS 11 Plus. The UPS cargo jet disaster. It is now 6 o'clock here on WHAS 11 News, also live streaming on WHAS 11 Plus, as we are now into day number 2, a full day number 2, covering this major tragedy for our community. Hello again, everyone. I'm Doug Proffitt.
And I'm Connie Leonard. Many things happening today. We've gotten several updates from the NTSB, from our mayor, our governor, Congressman Morgan McGarvey, the mayor and Congressman McGarvey here on set with us just recently. The mayor updating some of the things that you need to know, and he told us that 12 people are now dead. That includes a child. That number is expected to rise, the sad news that we are reporting tonight. The airport has reopened one runway, and the shelter in place remains at a quarter-mile radius. That started early this morning, and it remains at a quarter-mile radius. 28 NTSB investigators are on the scene of the accident. They came in today. They did find the black box, Doug. Very important finding as they got here today.
Generally, they get those right back to Washington for analysis immediately. Of course, this investigation here in town being led now by Todd Inman of the NTSB. He's Owensboro, Kentucky native. Well, at 5 o'clock, the mayor came straight from a news conference to join us right here for a lengthy live interview. Craig Greenberg then telling us about the sad news that a 12th person has now died. And this is how he described going to the scene of the crash earlier today.
When we just were at the crash site, coroner's folks were there and other first responders were literally removing bodies from the scene. That was part of what the governor, congressman, and I saw when we were on the site. It was unlike anything I've ever seen in person before. A half-mile long of just charred, mangled metal, still some pockets of burning embers and smoke that you could still see. The smells, oil, absolutely just devastating.
The mayor again revealing that a 12th person has died today. Before leaving, the mayor also told us to make sure you hug your loved ones and to make sure you reach out to someone you might be concerned about. Going to say talking about it is certainly helpful. Don't be shy about talking to people about this tragedy for our community. We now have team coverage for you as first responders are still continuing the search and what is now recovery effort.
All right, you see our Ian Hardwick, but we start first with Alex Dieterer, who joins us now. She has been at these press conferences today and brings us the latest. Alex?
Well, Connie, Doug, we've been here at the airport for a few hours now, and you can't see it, but I am staring at a beautiful sunset over our Louisville airport right now. A very different scene right here than it was just 24 hours ago when we were driving into a plume of smoke, unknowing where it was going to lead. But now we do know that at least 12 have died in that UPS cargo plane crash. And just a few hours ago, right here at the airport, we did hear from the National Transportation Safety Board, and we are first getting some updates on their investigation. So what they did find is that they are currently looking in a debris zone, and they did find the plane's black box, which is crucial for their investigation.
We have identified the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. This is what is commonly referred to as a black box. We have investigators now that have located it. As you can imagine, it's suffered some heat, not intrusion, but heat around it. These recorders are built for that. And just before we get the question, these recorders were updated from its original manufacturer. They are L3 Harris.
And what we do know from the NTSB is that this left engine of the plane did detach itself from the plane during the crash, and that's where it created this half-mile radius of debris. And right now, investigators are investigating and finding out what debris they can find within that radius to try and help them with their investigation. So we do have 28 NTSB investigators here on site or on their way to Louisville. They do think that they'll be on site for at least a week, but they are expecting more, and they are expecting to have a preliminary report within 3 days. They do warn against any speculation, though. They do say that while they're here on site, nothing will be known for certain, but their goal right now is to figure out what caused this crash and to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Connie, Doug?
All right. Alex, thank you so much for that
thank
update.
you very much. And earlier this afternoon, we heard from U of L Health CEO Dr. Jason Smith. He himself is a trauma surgeon and a burn specialist. And he talked about that massive training that was held at our airport just recently.
We actually do massive, what we call massive disaster drills at least once a year. And we actually just had one about a month and a half ago that was involving a quote unquote plane crash at the airport. And so we had drilled for this about 4 to 6 weeks prior, and we were able to kind of work through our own internal processes. Luckily, we didn't have to activate all of those based on the number of people that came in last night, but it's an example of what we do. Internally, we do this about once a quarter, and some of those are simple paper exercises. Others involve much more substantial areas where we look at maybe throughput in the emergency department or in the operating room, depending on what's coming through the door.
Dr. Jason Smith, according, of course, our hospital, University Hospital, is the city's top trauma hospital for the specialists there. And we have been getting news briefings all day long, and each time, Connie, some new bit of information has come out to sort of forward where we're going the rest of the week.
Right, and a lot of that information coming to us thanks to Conroy Deluge, who's also been covering those press conferences. Conroy, what update can you give us tonight?
Well, we did find out this afternoon that now the operation in the debris field, which is barely 2 miles from here, has turned into a recovery operation. That means that they're going to downscale the number of first responders that are going in through the debris field as darkness falls, which it is right now. So we can imagine that families that are still waiting for answers, this just means things are going to take a little bit longer for the safety of the first responders and the safety of others that are out there. Now, we did hear from the governor, congressman, and mayor just after they got a firsthand look at the destruction. They used words like violent, apocalyptic, unimaginable to describe what they saw. Congressman McGarvey even pointing out that it seemed like the Terminator movie. And they said this is really going to be a difficult time for many Louisville families.
The images of yesterday may fade in people's minds over time, but the trauma that these families that have lost somebody yesterday are going through is going to last for years.
Go home and hug your kids. Go home and hug your loved ones tonight. Go hug your neighbors. This hurts. Yesterday it was a Tuesday at 5:15 in the afternoon. And it is going to change people's lives in this community forever.
And tomorrow we'll be hearing from the mayor once again at 10 a.m. tomorrow for his next official update. We'll keep you updated as everything comes. Doug, Connie?
Thank you so much for that reporting. Now we want you to take a look at the video on your screen. You can see the crash from a nearby junkyard's surveillance camera in the back of that. It's so devastating, Doug, to watch that.
This was an entirely different view that we had, and our Ian Hardwood's joining us live from the business recorded in the area, near the area of the crash zones. Their surveillance cameras capturing that entirely different angle. And Ian, you've been talking to some business owners in the area. What have they been telling you?
Doug, they've been trying to see what those flames actually took from their business, but they haven't been able to get through the police barricade yet. This time last night, that eerie orange glow was lighting up the sky over here on Grade Lane. That's gone, but we still don't know what the fire took. Here's what business owners and one worker who left those flames yesterday told me. On fire during takeoff, UPS Flight 2976 hurtled by this security camera at Kentucky Truck Parts and Service.
It was like a hurricane with the fire.
Sabit Aliyev co-owns the business. He had to abandon. He took this video as the fire closed in.
We ran out. I was thinking it's last moment, so maybe we recorded it.
Only cleanup crews made it through the police blockade towards the crash site where airplane gas and industrial oil burned. The smoke haunting Louisville.
You don't think it's going to happen until it does.
Bartender Keela Kennedy escaped the fireball. She's at O'Dolly's bar while Stooges, a favorite for airport workers, is blocked off.
I feel like going back to work when we eventually get to, it's just hearing the planes pass over, just be like traumatizing PTSD and just like reliving the moment again. It shows you how life is very precious and short.
And while she's with her coworkers at O'Donnell's, she knows she's one of the lucky ones.
The vision that I have is that plane just in air above our volleyball courts. I have that replaying in my head over and over.
A vision that plays out even in dreams.
As soon as you close your eyes, the flames is in front of you.
Governor Andy Beshear and Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg. Stooges is still standing tonight. They were actually able to get down the road and into this crash site that we have not been able to see that yet. When we can get in there, we'll bring that to you. Live in Louisville with photojournalist Jessica Farley, I'm Ian Hardwick for WHAS 11 on your side.
All right, Ian, thank you. All Jefferson County public schools will be open tomorrow. That news coming earlier today. The district closed today in response to yesterday's crash. JCPS treated today like a snow day, and no online instruction was held. All extracurricular activities and athletics were also canceled tonight. JCPS officials said they checked the water and air quality at those schools near the crash site before giving the go-ahead to open back up tomorrow, excuse me.
And the first of the community vigils will be beginning tomorrow also. We've learned tonight that Teamsters Local 89 is going to be holding a candlelight vigil for those who were killed in this crash. According to their Facebook post, the vigil will start at 5 p.m. at the Union Hall.
And again, that'll be at the Teamsters Local 89's Union Hall. It's on Taylor Boulevard. The Union chaplain will lead community members in prayer for all the victims. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to attend.
And right after this at 6, our Focus investigator reporter Travis Breeze tells us about the MD-11 jet that was UPS Flight 2976 taking off for Hawaii.
And welcome back. Our Focus investigative reporter Travis Breeze has been looking into the maintenance history of the UPS MD-11 aircraft that crashed yesterday.
Travis, this jet was put into service in 1991. You've been learning more, a lot about it, just its recent history.
Well, there's a lot to look into just over the last 2 months or so. So according to the website FlightAware, this plane was 2 hours and 2 minutes late departing SDF yesterday. No reason listed. Also, FlightAware says that this aircraft was recently grounded for 6 weeks, possibly for major maintenance. Is this going to be an event that aviation lawyers and people in this industry are going to be talking about for decades to come?
Yes. It is a defining seminal event like some of the other major commercial airline crashes.
A crash that will go down in Louisville history will also go down in aviation history as a major catastrophic event. Ladd Sanger is an aviation lawyer based in Texas. He's been looking at the crash, including this video that shows a fire starting on the left wing during takeoff.
The engine fell off, the airplane's on fire, and then it appears that for some reason, whether it's FOD, probably, which is foreign object damage from the fire, that the center engine, the number 2 engine, started failing. That's the one in the tail. And that then left the airplane irreparably crippled. Heavy airplane with 1 engine, and there was nothing left for the flight crew to do.
Sanger and other experts are questioning the maintenance history of this plane. The website FlightAware says this plane was 2 hours and 2 minutes late departing Tuesday. Todd Inman with the NTSB says it was not delayed due to maintenance.
UPS has indicated to us that it was not delayed and that there was not maintenance work done immediately before. Now, again, that is information that we will still collaborate and independently verify.
FlightAware also shows this plane was grounded in San Antonio for 6 weeks from September 3rd to October 18th, 2025.
San Antonio is a place where airliners, there's a number of facilities there that do heavy maintenance on them.
We asked UPS if the plane underwent engine maintenance in San Antonio. The company has not responded yet.
There needs to be investigation into that and the subsequent maintenance that was done.
Sanger says at this point, there's no indication the pilots did anything wrong, and more will be revealed when investigators hear the conversations in the cockpit.
And as Morgan McGarvey said here, we might have a preliminary report in about 30 days or so has been generally their procedure.
I think that's how they do it.
All right, and Travis, FlightAware, tell us about that. It's a pretty reliable source, correct?
Yes, it's not a government-owned source, but for people who work in aviation, they track flights on FlightAware all the time. It is considered an extremely reliable source to people in the industry.
All right. Travis, thank you very much. And we do want to check in with our meteorologist, Mallory Schnell, right after this. Stay with us here tonight at 6.
Good evening and welcome back. Just a quick weather update for you. Today was a warm, windy and sunny day across Kentuckiana. We started off right around 50 degrees, topped out at 72 this afternoon. That was the warmest we've been in about 2.5 weeks. We do have a dry front that's going to swing through tonight, dropping those temperatures into the 30s to right around 40 degrees in Louisville under mostly clear skies. Tomorrow should be a nice November day, sunny sky, 62 degrees with lighter winds. But then we're tracking widespread gusty showers and even a few stronger storms southeast of Louisville on Friday. Saturday mostly dry, and then another series of fronts swinging through here Sunday into Monday, causing those temperatures to plummet. And we are expecting our first widespread hard freeze of the season across Kentuckiana Sunday night and Monday night. We'll be right back after this break.
The air crash disaster of UPS Flight 2976 continuing next live on WHAS 11 Plus at 6:30. Join me with Reed Gaden coming right up in 2 minutes.